And they're very dangerous.
They're very dangerous.
Yeah, that's why you've got to get Jamie Lyon and Crush it out there.
Yeah.
On the hard end or the business end of a blade or a gun.
That's right.
Anyway, that's it for the Bludge for this week. I hope we've progressed the conversation down your end of the swamp. And join us next week when there'll be more of the same or less of the same, depending on how we feel about it. And remember, just a housekeeping note, is the buy round continues next weekend, but a magnificent highlight show is already in the can. And we'll see you soon. Bye.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Victoria's former opposition leader John Pesutto has been served a bankruptcy notice after being ordered to pay significant costs stemming from a legal battle with More Redeeming. Jason Katsaris reports.
The ABC can confirm former Liberal leader John Pesutto has accepted an official bankruptcy notice served to him yesterday. He's been ordered to pay costs of $2.3 million after a defamation case with fellow Liberal MP Moira Deeming. Ms Deeming successfully sued Mr Pesutto after he moved to expel her from the party room in 2023 after she attended an anti-trans rights rally which was gatecrashed by neo-Nazis. A by-election would be triggered in Mr Pesutto's seat of Hawthorn if he's unable to pay the costs, as bankrupts are disqualified from sitting in Parliament.
Police are appealing for witnesses to an incident involving machetes which sent a shopping centre in Melbourne's west into lockdown last night. It's understood up to 6 males armed with machetes were arguing inside the CS Square shopping centre in Caroline Springs around 6:30. The group had fled by the time police arrived and no injuries have been reported. Shopping centre worker Audrey Young says it was a frightening experience.
I saw the girls that work at the beauty bar, they started running and everyone started running as though something was really bad happening. I instantly panicked and I ran out the back and I called the police. I was actually extremely terrified, yeah.
It follows a dramatic pre-organised gang brawl involving machetes inside the Northland shopping centre in Preston less than 2 weeks ago. Queensland police say they hope to finish additional forensic testing today after remains believed to be missing teenager Phoebe Bishop were found southwest of Bundaberg. Authorities say the human remains were discovered in bushland at the Goodnight Scrub National Park late yesterday, but haven't yet been formally identified. The 17-year-old went missing more than 3 weeks ago and her 2 housemates have been charged with her murder. Detective Inspector Craig Mansfield says officers have been in contact with the Bishop family.
So we do hope that this development, coupled with the arrests in the recent times, will bring some level of closure to Phoebe's family so they can begin to move forward with their grieving process.
The Housing Minister says moving the administration of the building and construction industry into the Department of Treasury will help cut red tape in the sector. Labor has vowed to tackle the nation's decline in construction productivity and promised to build 1.2 million homes in the next 5 years to mid-2029. It's currently falling short of that target. Minister O'Neill says centralising her portfolio is part of the government's effort to address the problem.
If we are going to seriously confront the housing challenges faced by Australians, we're going to have to tackle that construction productivity problem. So how can the Commonwealth impact on this? Well, for the first time under our government, the different parts of housing have been brought into one portfolio and put under my control.
US President Donald Trump says he has no plans to speak with his former advisor Elon Musk amid an ugly public falling out. Glenn Lauder reports.
Speaking to journalists on Air Force One, Mr Trump has dismissed reports the two men would speak on the phone amid their high-profile row. The US president says he's too busy and he's not thinking of Elon. When asked about cancelling government contracts held by the billionaire's companies, Donald Trump says he's considering everything and that the US can survive without almost anybody. Except me. The feud between the two men erupted over Mr Musk's opposition to the Trump administration's new tax cut and spending bill, sparking countless memes and online speculation.
Australian fans of English soccer club Tottenham say they're extremely disappointed at the sacking of manager Ange Postecoglou. The decision comes just a fortnight after the 59-year-old Australian helped Spurs win the Europa League trophy, ending a 17-year silverware drought. President of the Spurs supporter club, Sean Bielski, says it's a situation that fans of the club are familiar with.
We got to the Champions League final. We were riding high with Pochettino. Even during the Mourinho era, where even the football wasn't that great, we reached the cup final, and Tottenham seemed to manage to bring Spurs fans back down to reality with some form of culling of the manager, and I think this is probably exactly the same.
To the weather now. For the state, mostly cloudy, a band of rain developing over the west during the afternoon before reaching central and eastern districts during the evening. Some moderate falls over the northeast and southwest. Isolated thunderstorms and small hail possible about the southwest coast. For Melbourne, showers. We're heading for a top today of 15 degrees. Tomorrow, showers 11. Showers on Monday, 14. Tuesday, a shower or two, also 14. Wednesday, a shower or two and 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. Are comedians naturally good at spelling?
Guayabera, propolis, guacamole.
Find out in the brand new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hair pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar, Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Crows hang on in a Friday night thriller. Did Adelaide prove they are a contender in season 2025? Should the Lions have won last night? We'll pull that apart from a Brisbane point of view. The Hawks are back in the winners list. What do we make of Jack Ginnivan showboating at the finish? The vote of no confidence in the Tasmanian Parliament towards the Premier Jeremy Rockcliffe. What does it mean for the AFL's 19th team in the Tassie Devils? And the man who was handed somewhat of a graveyard shift at Richmond after the latest great dynasty, Adam Uze, in his second season, is our feature guest as our run of senior coaches continues right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Fort knocks it down. Maybe one last roll of the dice. Andrews can't pull it out. So, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And Adelaide has ticked the final box for its premiership credentials. They beat the reigning premiers by 5 points. They got the scalp they were after, we can say that for sure. Last night, the Adelaide Crows taking down the Brisbane Lions in a dramatic final term in which the scoreline said it all, didn't it? 5 straight in the final quarter for the Adelaide Crows, 0-8 for the Brisbane Lions. Your thoughts today? Phone lines are open, 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. The whole gang's here, albeit dual locations. The home of football here at the MCG. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Luke Ball's here, the Premiership Pie. Hello, Bally.
Corby, yeah, great to be back at the G, and hello to everyone. Look forward to bringing you the game today. Good game last night. You know, obviously trying conditions and not your classic shootout type of game, but I think two of the best 4 teams in the comp at the moment.
Two of the best 4?
Yeah, that's where I've got the Crows after last night. And your question off the top, I think I'll have a bit each way, because I think the Crows got the scalp.
Yep.
We're still not 100% convinced, because it wasn't a classic performance. I think they did it in spurts, didn't they? And I think the Lions, I think I liked what it, because we know they've been sputtering along a bit, but they seem to be able to just dial it up to meet the challenge. And I thought they did that for the best part of last night, and in the end, as you said, had plenty of chances in that last quarter, and you can say they should win, and perhaps if you look at that, they should have. But to me, if you want to be glass half empty, there's still a little bit of work to do there. They haven't really replaced Joe Danaher, have they, last year? either by committee or by individual. So, but having said that, in my opinion, two of the best 4 teams at the moment.
The man who's coached more games than anyone else in the history of VFL AFL footy, the coaching icon himself, Mick Malthouse, is with us from an undisclosed location. Good afternoon, Mick.
Hello, Corby. Hello, Bawley. Hello to all our listeners. Hello to my...
Where are you, Coach?
I'll tell you where I was last night, Bawley. I was down at Geelong West Oval watching Geelong West play Ocean Grove under-18 in pretty horrendous conditions. So I'm somewhere around
cold
that.
Down there.
It was.
Good
and
effort.
I've got a granddaughter going to the game today, so she's looking out for the Tigers. So there's a bit happening, and may it keep raining on the farmers. So there you go. There's my whole one little bit. But so I got back. So I got back for the last part of the last quarter, and what I saw, Bawley, I know what you're saying about Brisbane, but it really disturbed me that now. The question was, how much was there wind in that? But how could you miss so many and not learn from your first kick at goal and still kick, 8 points or 7 points and 2 out in the full or 3 out in the full? I found it amazing that they couldn't get... It's almost like they were spooked. It almost looked like that was Adelaide trying to beat Brisbane, who had... And Adelaide were the ones that, Brisbane were the ones that were trying to prove they can get and win games. I was a bit dismayed by that.
Here's Matthew Nicks, by the way, on Fox Footy last night. This was his assessment of what happened.
It was big. Yeah, it was big. I mean, you take your luck in those ones, don't you? We got a lot of stuff right in that last quarter, and we got a lot of stuff wrong. And we were probably in the end a little lucky. We've been unlucky over the last 3 or 4 years in those moments. So it's nice to come out on the other side of it and sort of enjoy a change room like it is at the moment.
I loved that. It was a great line from Matthew Nicks, where you do need a little bit of luck, don't you, every now and then in the game. And as he pointed out, there was a few umpiring decisions and bits and pieces over the last couple of years that haven't quite gone their way. And ultimately, when the final siren went, they were in front. Yep. That's all that matters. They get the 4 premiership points.
Yeah, that's right. It's the swings and roundabouts of footy a bit. And I think one of the other reasons, of course, was their captain, who, must be said, was reasonably well held in a terrific head-to-head battle. We know Josh Dunkley's not a tagger, per se, but really a great defensive midfielder, two-way midfielder. Although that was a terrific battle, like for like, size-wise, both terrific in the air. What the Skippers...
Give us a leading one.
Well, I think the obvious answer is, based on the performance in that last quarter and the fact that his side gets the points, probably Dawson just shades him. I don't think either. The coaches' votes will be really interesting to see where they both fit, because I think both coaches were asked about it too, and as you might expect, Chris Fagan stood up for his man, but I think Dawson's last quarter was just superb and just shows that you can have an... I mean, when he had 18 possessions, he's going to have... Well, he's had many, many better games than that in his career and this year. But I just thought in terms of impact and leadership, which is where he's really grown, 11 tackles, but just in games like that are about moments in those big games with top teams, and he seized his moments late, didn't he? Both with the football in hand, and you talk about composure, Mick. He takes the big mark, but then he goes back and just drills it straight through the middle. But then without the footy, and we know that the best teams at the moment are the best without the footy. If you want to really simplify it and take a step back, and even going back to Thursday night's game, which we'll talk about, why did Hawthorn turn it around? That 88 tackle, it was 82 tackles. And it was noticeable early on, wasn't it? And again, last night, Adelaide, 88 tackles. Okay, the conditions were conducive to that, but the best teams at the moment are the best without the footy. And, I think Jordan Dawson, as I said, led the way from that point of view. And I think where the Crows really come on, I think, Mick, we both had them, well, I certainly did, improving this year. I like those guys that they've added, Pete Ling and Cumming and Neil Bullen, amongst others. They are blue, and Keys is the other one who's just a beauty. They are those, let's call them role players. When we talk about the anatomy of great teams and premiership teams, they're the role players that complement the stars like Rochelle and Rankin and Dawson himself that they've added over the last 2 years, I think.
Jump in, Mick.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've got Adelaide high. I think they're one really good mid short, and look, it's probably not Crouch. I just, as much as he's a ball getter, I think he takes them a little bit sideways. I think he's probably a player that can be used in certain matches, but not all. When you play the sides that are a bit more dynamic through the middle, you've got to have something to dynamic against them. And Adelaide, there may be one good mid-short, but I just reckon they needed to get over the line last night, regardless of how good or how much the football Brisbane got. That to me is far better to have won like that and put it under the belt going forward, because it's not going to get any easier, Corby. We're in Tassie next week, and that to me is it's going to be an absolute cracker. I'm looking forward to that game because I just think Hawthorn don't get beaten down there. In fact, rarely get beaten down there. But the side that can beat them the way they play is an Adelaide. So an Adelaide side playing like they did last night, that'll be an absolute cracker. But having said that, they're both in the 8. They're both fighting for top 4. And right now, the ladder seems to be top 10. And disappointingly, the Dogs just didn't... None of their mids come to play. I mean, they really sat on the fence watching. So we're looking at a real... the top sides are top because they consistently play the top type of football. Collingwood, Brisbane not far off it. Geelong, that'll be interesting today. Very interesting today. Luckily, I've got that game today, so I'm really looking forward to that one as well.
Ooh. Just on that, by the way, Matthew Nicks was asked about it, that was the question coming in about, are they a legitimate contender? And did it answer it last night? This is what he had to say on Fox Footy.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, though? Like, if they knock one through at the end, are we not? Yeah. We love where we're at, but we know we've got so much more to do. We've got so much more improvement that we're going to have to bring if we want to compete. We haven't been in September, since I've been at the helm, and so we're going to try and keep improving. Tonight's a great night. We'll enjoy it. We'll celebrate it. We've got another tough road trip. We head down to Tassie to play the Hawks, and so we'll lock in on that. But yeah, I think our guys have a lot of confidence in the footy they're playing at the moment, but we understand how form can change really quickly. So we'll ride that while we can.
It's a good answer, but that's sport, isn't it? The fine margins that all of a sudden a goal the other way, we're talking about them differently this morning. And to Mick's point that, it was an important win for them to get to prove to themselves as much as all of us in the outside world that they do belong and they can win these games. Yeah,
I think getting over the line is one. Well, we saw them here 3, maybe 4 weeks ago against Collingwood, who are the other benchmark at the moment, and they just fell a bit short. And I think, Mick, your point's spot on. Where did they fall short? In the end, it was probably just through the midfield. Collingwood's weight of numbers and talent through the midfield just showed on that day. Having said that, they stuck it out. They fought on. They only lost by 10 points. So they would have taken a lot out of that game. But at the end of the day, you still do need to get over the line, as you said, Mick, with a game against the top 4 teams. So they get plenty of belief out of last night. As Nixie said then, they've been tracking the right way. They're just having to add, just fine-tune. But we know their firepower forward of the ball. Can they add... with what they've got, or the mix they've got, is it just Rankin spending a bit more time on the ball for that X factor? Rochelle looks in pretty good form, and then behind the ball was the other question too. They're pretty well stocked for mid-size defenders, aren't they? Keane's doing a pretty good job, isn't he, holding up as that key post? They haven't got Murray back yet. And then the small, defending the small forwards, which we know the best teams have, was the other question mark that they handled pretty well last night. So they're putting together, they're coming together nicely.
I had a coffee with Burnsy, that's Scott Burns, who's on the Nats committee, former Collingwood player who I've known for years clearly. And it's interesting because we sat down, they stay up the road a bit, and I quite often meet a few of the teams that actually walk past, so we have a coffee from time to time. And I said to him, and they were flying, and I said to him at the time, Burnsy, you know as well as I do, the way you're playing at the moment, that's not going to win you in September. You can't win games like that in September against the best sides. It'll just close you down. This is going to be very interesting for Matthew Nicks. Can he let go of Walker on days when 3 talls don't suit? Can he let go of a player who's, played so many games and won so many games for them? Because I was intrigued last night with their setup, given that it was going to be wet. I'm also intrigued about their back line because that, to me, was their outside of the middle one man short. Their back line seems to be one good tall short, but what they've been able to do and this is what everyone goes, their backline's improved. Well, what's improved is defensively through the middle, they've stopped the ball from going into the Adelaide's backline as comprehensive. Last night, I was amazed at how many times Brisbane from half back towards the middle kicked the ball straight to an Adelaide player. One, they're in good position. Two, they had another number. I really like their setup behind the ball, Adelaide. And that's what's going to, next week against Hawthorn, will be a real battle because both sides play with that type of extra behind the ball.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, the voice of Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball and Corbin Middlemass with you. I just want to clear a couple of bits of audio from last night before we move on, and your calls, we have lines available on 1300 558 222. Adam Uze's coming up. We'll chat about the Tassie Devils as well and the fallout from the vote of no confidence against the Premier in Jeremy Rockcliffe down in Tasmania in just a moment. I liked your point about the three guys they brought in Pete Lee, Neil Bullen and Cumming. It sort of reminds me a little bit, and I don't want to go too big too early on Adelaide fans out there, or perhaps a little bit excited. Reminds me a bit of when Richmond brought in Prestia and Nankervis Caddy, and there were three guys. Prestia may be a little bit better than that, but you just looked at them all and you thought, they're role players, but they fit perfectly into the jigsaw for what Richmond needed before they made that great run. Chris Fagan fronted up to his presser last night. I'm sure this has happened to you, Mick, in your coaching tenure. I'm keen to get your reaction off the back of it. And it was basically put to him off the top that you were overrun in the last quarter last night. And you can hear by Chris Fagan's response that perhaps he didn't see the game the same way that the journalist did.
I'm finding it hard to answer your question because we had 10 shots in the last quarter and they had 5. So it's not like they kicked accurately and they got some balls out the back and Gilthorpe's goal at the start sort of brought the crowd into it and they got a little bit of momentum. But in terms of the last quarter, 10 shots to 5, we have 5 more shots, we lose the game. So that was a game we should have won, in my view. Not taking anything away from Adelaide, they persisted. So did our blokes. So when Adelaide got in front, we dominated the last 15 minutes of the last quarter and couldn't get it on the board. But I can't accept that you would say that we got cleaned up in the last quarter. We actually didn't. We didn't kick straight.
What do you put that inaccuracy down to then? Was it just the conditions? Was it...
No, just we didn't take our shots. Missed. It wasn't the conditions.
That's the sport, isn't it? The play was there, they didn't make it, unfortunately, for Brisbane last night. Did that happen much, Mick, in your coaching tenure where you'd roll up to the presser and all of a sudden you feel like these guys are watching a different game than what I was?
Did it what?
Yeah, it did. But look, I take my hat off to him. He is protecting his players every bit of the way. It would have been, it would have been very easy for him to do, and everyone would have nodded their head and going, he's spot on. We had our shots, we missed our shots. How can several players who are known goal kickers not get it right? Didn't learn from their first kick, second kick, and put it on the players. He didn't. He said, no, we played well, we just didn't score correctly. He protected his players like most coaches would. I think if this was a repeat after repeat after repeat, I reckon he'd be a little bit different. I reckon he'd probably say, we had our chances, but certain players didn't learn a lot from that last kick, so therefore you're putting it back a little bit more on the player to say, hey, listen, I'm sick of protecting you all the time. You start to jump up and grow up. Fagan was fantastic, I thought, that response there.
You're the MRO man, Bally. James Peatling, so he was reported in the first 5 minutes for a dumping tackle on Lachie Neale. Expected to be graded as careless high. If it's medium impact with the potential to cause serious injury, it'll be 1 week. If that's upgraded to high, given the fact that Peatling is a bit of a recidivist, he's had one already this year, it would be a 2-game ban, but we are expecting he will be cited for it. We had Lachie Neale with us on ABC Sport last night. I asked him about the incident.
It's hard to tell in the moment. I sort of felt like I was wrapped up and then did feel a bit of force with that tackle, but yeah, it's hard to know. I know my head hit the ground, but I was fine to play, so it obviously wasn't that hard into the deck, so I thought it was a free kick and move on.
No, I think it's a 1 weeker. Yeah, and I think I love the way he plays, James Peatling. It's a strength of his. He's just got it's a technique thing. Can't question the intent, and 90% of tackling is intent. It's just a little bit of a technique thing late. He gets a little bit overzealous at times, and I think he summed it up pretty well there, Lachie Neale. But I think there's enough in that action, unfortunately, to see it come back as a week.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We might just pivot and look at Thursday night, Mick. You preempted beautifully the Friday night next week, which is going to be a mouthwater encounter. So we've got the 2 round 13 winners so far playing next Friday night down at York Park in Launceston. What did you see in the Hawks bounce back the other night? A 22-point win over the Dogs, which, by the way, for the Bulldogs is their heaviest defeat this year. So they've run a lot of teams close, but ultimately they haven't got too many wins against the top teams.
No, they haven't, Corby. And the worrying thing is, look, I'm a Bulldogs. You know, I love the Bulldogs, and I really do love the way Luke Beveridge goes about it. They were forewarned about this. We did the game before, remember, and we just couldn't believe the lack of numbers that Hawthorn had on the tackle count. And you know, bring your mouth guards. If we were forewarned, the Dogs would have been forewarned. This is when you've got to have a group of players ready to go, righto, with what we've got to do. If they're already down in confidence, let them in. Let them know that they're down in confidence. Hit them as hard as you can in those passages. 1, the middle. 2 is the tackle count. Be up there with their tackles. Be up there with yours. But also expect that they're going to look at our better players and try to reduce the game to what Hawthorn want, not what the Dogs want. I was amazed how simple it seemed early that Hawthorn were able to do all the things that they would have been discussing pre-match in the club rooms, at their ground, and didn't have any resistance. So that was a real worry to me. And the other worry, I'll say this now, my grandson calls. I said to him, I picked my grandsons up and we talk about their Bulldogs. And I said, "Oh, Norton's kicked Nort again." He goes, "No, that's an astronaut. He'll star tonight." Well, you know, unfortunately, he's probably the most overrated player at the moment going around for the role he plays and what he delivers. Unfortunately for the Dogs.
How come everybody else gets moved into the back line and swung around and the magnets change, and yet his magnet's glued to full forward, Mick? What's going on there? Is it time Aaron Norton gets a look in the back half?
I'd have no hesitation. I'm not Luke Beveridge, but I'd have no hesitation playing centre half back. They clearly, with Gardner coming to the side and wasn't really working. You just quite often see Sicily go from back to forward. You see Darcy Moore occasionally, if Collingwood ever need it, may go to the forward line. I'd be very... If he's not producing back there, you've got to look at the alternatives. Now, he doesn't have to go to centre back. He may play very high forward. Just let him get a run around the ground and take a few marks. If he's not going to score, then get him to get the ball into the forward line.
Yeah, I think Sam Darcy due back next week, so maybe the timing's right. I mean, we don't think it's going to happen, do we? But the other night, Marbiel Child, he was... he was dominant, really, wasn't he? But he was allowed to be. He had the time and space, didn't he, to play to his strengths, use his athleticism, and they just weren't able to take that away from him. And Liam Jones is the other one that we haven't seen for 3 or 4 weeks now. They've been able to cover it, haven't they? So, no, is he back playing now?
He's only just come back playing.
So maybe that's the lever they can pull. Yeah, but Norton, he's a bit of a concern. They do need more from him, don't they? But it was evident early on. Mick, you summed it up well. That the Hawks, their intent was there. It was led by Newcombe and the other midfielders, and they got the jump, and the Dogs weren't able to come back from there.
Corbin, Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball on ABC Sport. This is AFL Saturday. Chris from South Australia is the first of our callers. G'day, Chris.
Hi, fellas. The amount of pushes in the back, particularly when there's a contest for a mark, and a lot of players at back of packs are just pushing forward into players in front of them. I think this is one area that the umpires have got to look at, because they're getting away with a lot. They're actually not in the contest sometimes, but they're just pushing the player in front of them, and it's not being penalised. I just can't understand why this hasn't been really picked on as an area of umpiring, because I think it's just taking the art of through marking out of the contest when guys are getting pushed. And I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. Yeah, we saw a few early in the year, didn't we, where players, it was a bit of a hot topic of the week, where players were, and more smaller players, pushing their opponents into oncoming traffic to almost, get the break on the crumb, and a couple of those were penalised, even suspended, because they'd caused damage. So I know the umpires are certainly aware of it, but yeah, I'm guessing they can't be across everything, I suppose. The little ones.
I thought we had more
players around.
I thought we had more push in the backs last night than we've had in many games this year. It was in vogue, but across the course of the season, it is a dying rule. We can put it to Ray Chamberlain when he joins us for our game coverage from 1 o'clock. The talkback number 1300 558 222. Jack Ginnivan showing the footy as he ran into an open goal to kick his second, just hung it back to showboat to the Western Bulldogs players and then smacked it through for a goal. He actually admitted afterwards that he shanked the kick and he was lucky in the end. He didn't have an embarrassing moment with that missing from the top of the goal square. Brett Delidio was on our call on ABC Sport on Thursday night, and this was his take in the moment.
There's no need for it though. Run in. I love that he went to the crowd and celebrated with the Hawks fans down there. That's awesome. But don't show the ball out like that. That's just disrespectful to the game, I think.
Disrespectful to the game. What did you reckon, Mick, when you saw it from Jack the other night?
Totally. He's spot on. He is so spot on. It's disrespectful to the game. It's disrespectful to the opposition. He's in a rare vein of form. There's no question about his form at the moment. Jack Ginnivan gets blamed for a lot of things. He's a very good team man. He's a good finisher. But what he is, he's a clever dick that doesn't need to be marked down on the blackboard for next time we play them. Just remember what this Jack Ginnivan has done, because you incite the opposition at the wrong moment because you don't think about the consequences. Look, whether it's raised next time they play the Dogs, who knows? But you know full well that players have a long memory in these sort of things, and they can't wait to get you back. And the beneficiary is you, but the detractors is going to be your team who's going to cop it. So I just don't cop that at all.
I'll take the Chris Scott view here. We can't be grumpy finger wavers all the time, can we? I probably expected that from Mick, but what did Lids have a tough night's sleep or something like that, did he? I couldn't believe it when I heard that. Disrespectful. I think I wouldn't do it. Most players don't do it. I think we're at the stage, though, where we expect it from players like Ginnivan and Bailey Smith. And Nick's right. Like that, the risk you run if you do it is that it comes back with egg on your face. And maybe that's the case next time they play the Bulldogs. And we don't see it that often. But, yeah, I wasn't too...
So when it
as I said, I would never do it. But that's because I'm not Jack Ginnivan. I'm not that sort of player.
Remember it happened to Hawthorn though. So Willie Rioli did it in gather round, and the Hawks cut up rough about it and ended up giving away a free kick immediately after. Chankwath Jath went and roughed him up. And now it's Hawthorn disrespecting their opponent. How would you feel if you were the opposition team? Or is it just a matter of don't want them to celebrate, don't let them score?
Well, I think next time if you had the opportunity, you don't go and give a free kick away. I mean, the other thing was they were 5 goals down, the Dogs, so don't waste energy, remonstrating with it. But next time you get the opportunity, if you've got a 50-50 contest with that player, there's your opportunity to tell them what you think about it. But I think the other point is he's walking the talk, and I think Sam Mitchell and Chris Scott, when they're asked about their players, that if they're playing their role and walking the talk, then a little bit of that, a little bit of flair is okay.
1300 558 222, the talkback number, 1300 558 222. His teammates, Mick, was split on it. We'll have a listen to this, and I'm keen to get your thoughts as to how you would handle it if you were Sam Mitchell. So, first of all, Dylan Moore, who spoke with us on ABC Sport, and then Mabiel Chol on Fox Footy in the aftermath on Thursday night.
No, that's Guinea being Guinea. When Guinea's at his best, he's showboating a bit, he's causing a little bit of frustration in the opposition. So I absolutely love that. But at the end of the day, what we wanted to celebrate was all little things and what led to that goal. And I think everyone got to Guinea, but everyone got to Connor McDonald, everyone got to Gunners, everyone got to Charlie, who won contests to give Guinea that opportunity.
Look, I wasn't a fan of it, to be honest. But I expect he's Guinea. What can you do? It's him, it's his personality, but... I'm just kind of glad, he's had a massive 2 weeks and hopefully can carry that into next week and, have a good rest, well-earned rest.
So your man, Mabiel Chol, Mick, agrees with you there that he wasn't a fan of it.
No, look, winners are grinners. And I'll say this, I admire what Chris Scott's done in football, and Sam Mitchell's yet to do that, but, the way he's going, he's got a side that's a very good football side and maybe around the finals for a long time. It's the easiest question. The easiest way to answer that for them at the moment is that they're winning. I want to see when one of them becomes a clever dick and does something stupid and they lose the game. I want to see how the coaches respond then, because it's easy to grin and walk away from what is perceived is disrespectful. I think it is. I don't care what anyone says. There's real disrespect there. So. Let's wait until let's wait and let them to do something like that and ask the coach when they've lost the game. and just see
we saw it.
How good it is.
Yeah.
Then.
No, I don't disagree, Mick. I was being a bit devil's advocate before. I mean, as I said, it's not the way the teams that I played for. I think he's certainly not trying to squash or discourage flair, but things like that are very controllable. And we saw him do it. We saw him try and stir up a bit. I mean, he was Hawthorn's best player, in fairness, against Collingwood the previous week. And in the end, he ends up with a little bit of egg on face. So I think with such a tight competition, and a brutal team sport, little things like that can just detract from again, don't want to overreact, but little things like that can just chip away at a team's fabric. You just got to be mindful of.
James from Wagga is the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, James.
Yeah, how you going? Okay, if a player misses a shot, or they all come in like a bunch of crows and peck at him and push him and shove him, he has to cop it. So if Ginnivan can get a shot like that away and give it back to him, why not?
Yeah, no, I hate Mickey. All this big on this. I hate the what do you call it? The remonstrating with someone after you run them down for holding the ball, or after they miss a goal. The people coming in, but I can't stand that in the game. It's almost like you've never made a mistake, or what do you? I don't know what you'd call that.
The extra push.
Yeah, the extra push. Yeah, I can't stand it. There's a word for it which escapes me at the moment.
Taunting type
taunting,
stuff.
Yeah, I think
there is a taunting rule in American football.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and I think we should have it here. I think it's rubbish. So I don't disagree. And I think it probably is the reason why Ginnivan does that, because he thinks that he cops it both, on the grass and over the fence as well.
Jump in, Mick.
Sorry, Mick.
Well, don't. We are on show all the time. And I just said to you, I went to a game last night, and a little kid got run down in the goal square, and he got pushed into the ground well after the game, after they'd spoilt the. So we follow who they are. I remember, and I'll use this player's name because I like him as a bloke. I like him as a player. Chris Judd, wonderful player, and I remember him saying, "I don't want to be a role model." I remember Chris Tarrant saying to me, "I don't want to be a role model." I said, "You know what? When you come on TV, do you reckon everyone's going to turn off? They don't want to watch it. You're on TV, people watch you at the game. Bad luck, you are role models, regardless of not. So just remember how you play and what you do. Kids watch you and they idolise you. And so what we are seeing at that level is what the kids emulate. You watch the goals kicked around corners and the hand passes over their head and all sorts of things that are mannerisms that we see today are absolutely taken on board by every kid. So what you have to be careful about, Paulie, and I know how you played, is that if you do that, I'll guarantee 100-odd kids will do that tomorrow, and that might antagonise someone to whack him. And you don't want that to happen at junior level. Remember your responsibilities at senior level. That's all I say.
Paul is the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Paul.
G'day, mate. How you going?
Well, thanks.
Just a question to Mick, please. I've just come off the tractor on the farm. We've had a bit of rain.
Beautiful.
A bit of feedback about how Marbua trial went the other night. I heard Mick Carrick assassinate him the other day, saying the worst thing since sliced bread, 3 clubs, useless, get rid of him, blah, blah, blah. And I'm a bit concerned about that sort of character assassination. I just want a bit of feedback on how he thought the young fella went the other day.
Yeah, I'll take that on board. I just watched him play at Richmond, and he looked the goods and then fell away. And really, Richmond were too concerned him going because he just, his defensive mechanisms were non-existent. He's going to the Gold Coast. He just happened to run into his old coach again, so that I don't think helped him. But again, he fell away. I'll take my hat off to him. Yesterday, well, the game he played was fantastic. He absolutely tore them apart. I don't know whether he would have had the same effect if Jones had been there, but nonetheless, he was able to be the Majors goal scorer. He's upticked again with me with his attitude about Ginnivan. He's clearly a more humble man than what some are. So good luck. I love being. If I'm going to be proven wrong, good luck that player has now. But the thing is, Hawthorn now will expect that. They haven't got Lewis in the side yet. He'll come back some stage later in the year. So for Hawthorn to continue, Chol needs to keep playing at that level. And I hope for his sake he does.
Yeah, I think he's doing a good... given he is Gunston obviously had been good in spurts this year, but for all intents and purposes, Charles the number one man down there, and I don't think he is a number one man per se, so he will benefit even more so from Lewis or Deere being back into that side, but he was terrific the other night.
The next of our callers, thanks Paul, by the way, for your call on 1300 558 222. Dale is the next of our callers. Hello, Dale.
Hi, thanks for taking the call. I just hope we get off the Ginnivan thing shortly. I think it was a bit leery, and I'm a Hawthorn fan, but I was just wondering if the experts can tell me how they draw up this dog's breakfast of a roster for the season. It's ridiculous, the way it favours some teams more than others.
Yeah, the dog's breakfast, yeah. If I can just jump in there, what we have to remember is this: we've got now 23 rounds, which is quite bizarre. I don't know how we've ended up with that, but anyway. And we've got 18 teams. The correct way to do it is, you know everyone's going to play each other once. So let's forget where that happens. It happens. It's the other sides that has to be played. And if they're going to do this properly, they've got to do it where the top six play each other for that extra 5 games, middle 6 and bottom 6. If that is done correctly, then you're going to have what's called last year's draw evening for this year. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Now, that's where the dog breakfast comes in, because you don't know what you're going to get. We're still going to be waiting for Essendon to play Gold Coast twice by the end of the year, within moments of each other. So it gets thrown out. I would love the AFL just to pick it like it is, and if it means that there's no derbies, there's only one derby in West Australia and one in South Australia, so be it, because that's the way the draw works out. But clubs want it. Clubs can see they're going to make money on it. And in the end, the money will always overtake common sense.
And that's it. So you play 11 at home, 11 away, plus one neutral game, which is gather round. So that gets you to 23, spread across, 24, 25 weeks with round 0. And like you said, Mick, you play every side once, and then a lot of the double-ups are really dependent on commercial realities to try and make sure we get multiple blockbusters throughout the year. And then there is the compensation for the pools of 6, where you're meant to play teams in your category from the year before. But if Collingwood has to play Essendon twice and Carlton twice and make sure they get these sort of big blockbuster games, then it doesn't leave you all that much room to play other teams around your station for a second time. We are up against it. Adam Uze is going to join us shortly. Appreciate your call, Dale. I wanted to get onto a topic, Mick, which is close to your heart, and it's the Tassie Devils, obviously, and the stadium which is attached to the licence. So it is conditional on the building of a new stadium in Hobart. It reached a new flashpoint during the week with the vote of no confidence in Premier Jeremy Rockcliffe down in Tasmanian Parliament on Thursday. Chris Rowbottom, who has run point on this story the whole way through on ABC Sport, was with us on Thursday night and distilled it perfectly as to why this is a disaster for the Tassie Devils with what's taken place in Parliament during the week.
The most troubling thing, though, for the Devils is the composition of a new state parliament after the election. Neither of the major parties, Liberal or Labor, is expected to win a majority of seats. That means they're going to have to either form a deal with the Greens, who are vehemently anti-stadium, will not support it, or with the crossbench, most of which currently are anti-stadium. So the stadium surviving this election and surviving a new parliament and a new government being formed without having to trade the stadium off in exchange for support of the crossbench or the Greens, that's the quandary.
So without the support of the Greens or the independents, as we heard there, it is unlikely that they'll be able to form government, either Labor or Liberal, despite the fact that they are both pro-stadium as it sits at the moment, unless they somehow get enough seats, which is unlikely at the moment, to form a government in a majority. Now, the Labor leader, Dean Winter, who's been the face of this spill, obviously, that's taken place in the vote of no confidence, he was on Tasmanian Grandstand, a short time ago with Chris Rowbottom, and the Labor leader spoke to Chris about the situation and what it means for the Devils.
As I've said repeatedly in writing, our position hasn't changed since I announced our position 12 months ago. I mean, the question I'd ask to people is, and maybe through you, Chris, is, do you think the stadium and the team would still be on the table if I hadn't have changed our position 12 months ago?
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, and I think the support of the Labor Party and yourself means that where we are today in terms of a vote coming up and everything that had progressed was able to progress because of that. So the election plays out and minority situation unfolds. You come back from the election, you need 4 or 5 seats, you go to the crossbench to form government. First thing that they're going to ask for is drop the stadium. Can you guarantee that the stadium will not be used as a bargaining chip?
Well, I can guarantee what I'll do and what the Labor Party will do, and that is we'll continue to support building a stadium and getting an AFL team for our state.
So the stadium off the table in any negotiation.
We are absolutely committed to the stadium, and we wouldn't be negotiating. We wouldn't be negotiating building a stadium for that sort of thing. No,
even if it could cost you government.
I am totally and utterly committed to it, and I don't know how much clearer I could have been this week or any other week.
So that was Dean Winter, the leader of the Labor Party in Tasmania, speaking with Chris Rowbottom a short time ago on Tas Grandstand. What do you make of all that, Mick, and the state of players to where it sits with the Tassie Devils?
Oh, well, having a son down there who's a member and gives me some information. In fact, we spoke about it today. It's disappointing. There's a lot of people in Tasmania who are bitterly disappointed. There are others that are more practical. Then there are others that say, "Hang on, we generally have got consensus for a team, and the stadium was sort of like, but we'll build a stadium." And I think the AFL jumped on the stadium, but the question was going to be asked by this, and it's going to be asked for a lot of people. How many stadiums have got a roof on them? Well, we know that Docklands has. There's more rain falls in Queensland than it does in Tasmania. That is an absolute fact. There's more rain that falls in Western Australia during winter than Tasmania. That's an actual fact. Do they have to have the roof? Why is it that we can't have a team? Now, I know this is a commercial thing as well, but surely to goodness, over the journey, we might be able to find out, one, what is the actual cost? Because it's going to cost hospitals, it's going to cost it's going to put the state in debt. They get more Commonwealth money than what they make. So we've got to understand that they are one of the few states, in fact, probably the only state that actually does that. The second thing is they've got a perfect stadium in Launceston that takes, 10 to 12,000 people. They've got a decent stadium at the moment in Hobart. We've played games at both venues, and we've called games at both venues. I can't see why you would stop the side being created and just compromise on the ground at the moment.
It's a big risk, isn't it, though, to take that back to the AFL and say, hey, we're hoping the AFL will renegotiate, even though this is what the licence agreement says. That we'll just run the risk and hope that it's going to be okay, and the AFL will say, yeah. That's
I think it's not even a risk. It's just that won't happen.
Zero chance.
By the sound of it, Andrew Dillon's that just won't happen. I think the point about the current stadium. Well, because Mick, I think the point is no one goes to those games. Not no one, but they don't fill the stadium. So you're right. They've got an okay stadium in Hobart, in your words. But we play games there and they don't fill it out. They don't get anywhere near filling it out. So I think that's the point.
It's not their team, so Paulie, you've got North Melbourne in place in there who are horrible at the moment. They've been horrible for a number of years. So people won't go down there. But when Hawthorn play and they play a decent side, I'm led to believe, we've got this game coming up, Corby. I've got tickets. Yeah. I'm trying to get tickets for my son, and I'm led to believe it's a sellout. Now this is because why is it a sellout? Because you've got two good football sides. Now, when you've got 100,000 members so far, or 200,000 people have put $10 in, whatever they put in, they are saying we want a Tasmanian side. Have a look at the basketball. They can't get a big enough stadium for their basketball side. North Melbourne, there's still Collingwood, Carlton, Essendon, and everyone else supporters dead, and they go, I'm not going to go and watch bloody North Melbourne. But if it's Tasmania and that's our football side, we go to it. So there's no evidence, Paul, at this stage that those stadiums won't be packed on a regular basis, particularly if they get a good draw. They get a coach that's going to be well recognised. They know already they've got a fantastic CEO who people are drawn to because he's humble person. He's an AFL player and he's a Tasmanian. So people are already drawn to it.
What about key players? What about key players, Mick? Are they going to be able to get players down there to train and play at York Park? Or what's it called? Ninja Stadium?
Are they really going to... I'll say to you, at Wisconsin, where the Green Bay Packers play, they've got a stadium there. Green Bay it's an open stadium that's been there for 70 years. It doesn't stop them packing the stadium with 100,000 people city. So let's be very careful about drawing conclusions to if you belong, Tasmania will belong to the public. They will go if they get the right deal with players and that sort of stuff. Now, there's no reason why that won't take place. The AFL have already said we're not going to have a basket case. They're going to load up, and so they'll be a very good football side. Now, wherever Gold Coast, GWS, and I can say Brisbane for a long time, were all dependent on the AFL handouts. Geelong Stadium's only just been done to 40-odd thousand. Don't forget that stadium was 30,000, and it's been like that for 100 years. Yeah. So why are we jumping up now and demanding all these things over a side that everyone wants a 19th side, which will eventually become 20? We know that. That's my thing. But it doesn't have to be a stadium.
Mick Moldhouse alongside myself, Corbin Biddlemass and Luke Ball. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Adam Uze is our feature guest today on AFL Saturday. We had the chance to catch up with him shortly before coming on air, and of course I started by welcoming him to ABC Sport.
No worries, guys. Good morning.
Congratulations on the year so far. It feels like all of us in the press feel like you're ahead of schedule in where you are, and it's almost as if you're playing with house money. You won 2 games last year. Some pundits didn't think you'd even win one this year, would you believe? And yet you've already won 3 and run another couple of teams close. How do you assess it as you sit here after a dozen games?
Yeah, it's a funny one. We don't live in that space. We assess the fact that we didn't play well enough last week in the last quarter, and we're really disappointed that we didn't win. So, at the end of the year, we'll reflect on our season as a whole. But right now, we're week to week, and we expect to win and play a certain way each week. And, the noise outside of that is irrelevant. We need our young boys to really perform and be really consistent during the week, and this week will be no different. And we understand what's coming. Really proud footy club in Sydney, and they won't be happy with the way they finished last week as well. So look forward to a really tough contest.
I love that messaging. We had your chief executive on a few weeks ago in Shane Dunn, and he had a similar theme in the way that he spoke about it. Have you had to reset your expectations with the group? I mean, we in the media obviously take such a zoomed out, broad view of the footy club, but have you had to change as you've gone along to say, right, this is what we're capable of, so now the expectation and the bar's a little higher?
No, not at all. Like I said, all along, right from the first bounce from the start of the season, we wanted to be competitive. We wanted to play with spirit and energy and really be really hard to play against. So whether that brought wins, losses, draws, whatever, we just want to be really consistent. So like I said, our message hasn't changed. We expect our boys to review the game really honestly, train really hard, prepare really, have a real clear plan going into each game, and then hopefully execute. And we just start that process each week. So we're almost halfway through the season, and as I said, we've had some great results, but then there's been other results we haven't been happy with. So we're just in that mode.
Adam, you mentioned your younger players, and quite rightly and naturally, a lot of the focus has been on your high-end talent. But I want to ask you about your leaders and your senior players. Obviously, premiership experience as well. To me, just from what we see on the weekend, they've just been so impressive in their attitude, not necessarily their performance week in, week out, but just the way that they've accepted, the path the club are on and led from the front on the field. Has that been the case? And you being a young senior coach as well, how much have you lent on them Monday to Friday?
Yeah, it's no secret. If you've got your better players available, last year we went through a lot. Not only just the injuries with the knee reconstructions and obviously a few of our older boys finishing up, but to miss Tim Taranto and Dion Prestia and Lynchy and Noah Bolter and Jacob Hopper for big periods during the season doesn't just impact what's happening on the weekend. It impacts what's happening during the week. So I've been so pleased and so proud of our leaders during the week, not just on the weekend. Walking through the building on a Tuesday and a couple like Tim Taranto and Dion Prestia going through stoppages with Sammy Lawler and Josh Smiley and Kane McAuliffe, like that's growth. And Lynchy sitting with Jonty Fall and Tom Sims, like they're growing around our leaders. So, and not only being able to go through vision, but then to train and do some aerial battle or stoppage craft, all that stuff during the week. As you know, as a player, when you're trying to develop, it's not just on the Saturday. So, yeah, having those players available not only on the weekend but during the week have been enormous.
And they become extra important, I think, now. So we've rounded June, I suppose. It's pretty cold out there today, that sort of winter grind period where young players can find it a bit challenging. You'll have to lean on the senior boys a little bit more during this period, you'd think.
Yeah, no doubt. But in saying that, like yesterday again, our older boys are getting a lot of energy from our young lads. You wouldn't. I haven't sensed that. Like, they've still got a lot of energy. That they're understanding they're on a path. Some of them only play 20 odd games, but they're starting to feel like they belong on an AFL field. So, a few of our older boys are getting some energy from the young lads. That's no doubt.
I know you've spent a lot of the year, Adam, asking or answering questions about Noah Bolter. Obviously, it's an unusual thing for you to go through as a senior coach. What did you learn out of that entire episode when you reflect on it?
Yeah, well, from day one, we knew that he knew he'd made a mistake, and we didn't allow that, and obviously we punished him as a footy club, and we're really hard on him, and we needed to be. So we've got a lot of young players that can be influenced by that, and we had to make a stand, and obviously giving him 4 weeks at the start of the year was pretty bold and pretty strong. So, and then what's obviously happened after that has been a little bit tough for him, but I've just been so proud of the way he's gone about his business. He's just working so hard. The weeks that he hasn't been able to play, he's been helping a lot of our younger boys, and Campbell Gray comes in and covers for him, and it's on the support that Noah's been giving him during the week. So even on the weekend, for him to travel up the morning of the game to play VFL footy with some of our younger lads, and get back in time before the curfew was exactly what he is. He's a great teammate. And you'll see it out here today. He's a leader of our defence, and we obviously want to get through this and help him through it, and obviously learn from it.
How creative have you tried to get with the curfew? So last week you flew him up there, obviously flew him back to play VFL. Is there ever the thought of playing him half a game in the AFL, maybe subbing him out along the way? Have all those things come up?
No, we'd never want to disrespect obviously the legal ramifications around that. So we looked at Sydney. The opportunity to maybe get him back from the GWS game, but even then we just don't want to be too cute around that. And not only that, thinking about subbing a guy halfway through the second quarter to send him, or halfway through the third quarter to send him home, it can put some other players out of or at risk if we have other injuries. So no, we're never getting too creative. We just want to make sure that we're looking at all avenues and making sure that if you go in and out, if you play a game, miss a game, it is tough. And not only physically but mentally. So that's why we did what we did on the weekend and got him up to Sydney and got a game under his belt. So then now he's got 3 or 4 that he can play and hopefully play really well.
Adam Mouzé with us on ABC Sport. This is AFL Saturday. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. I know Mick's got a couple of questions for you. Adam, Mick?
G'day, Adam. Well done so far, mate. It's been fantastic to see you grow with your side. It's from a old coach looking at a young coach. It's terrific, mate.
Thanks, Mick.
Just on now, and this is out of left field a little bit, but we've got Gold Coast and GWS who really disrupted teams that were in the bottom half of the ladder some years ago and really let the top sides become ultra top. Does the Tasmanian thing scare you a little bit in regard to your development? Because you've got probably, let's face facts, you're probably not going to make the 8 in the immediate future, but you're going to be looking at those draft places. Does that bother you at all?
Yeah, well, it's a funny one, and I think that's why we've probably got one of the best list managers in the comp in Blair Hartley. And looking at what we went through last year, there was obviously always a lens on Tassie coming in, and we lost some talent with Shea and Daniel Rioli and Liam Baker and Jack Graham. But the silver lining with that was the fact that we could get and bank a lot of first-round picks in a really strong draft. So knowing that was coming in the next couple of years. So we've got another 2 first-round picks this year, which will make it, we'll be up to 10 really high-end draft picks or high talent that's come through the door. So we're hoping that can sort of counteract that. So, yeah, Blair's done an amazing job. And as I said, there was always going to be some pain with losing the talent that we did. But the boys that have walked in through the door, you'd normally get those over 3 years, not in one.
Yeah, just reinforce that one. So you get 2 first picks. You got your own. Which other one have you kept for this?
So we've got we've got the Kangaroos first round.
You got the Kangaroos. Oh, well, yeah, that's going to be nice and handy. Now, again, right out of left field. Tell me how you feel as a coach about Farange being sacked overnight.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I only found that when I walked in, and I met Ange when I was in London. Yeah, it's a brutal industry, coaching, I think, in every sport. So, I think it's getting harder and harder. I think the price of success is bigger in every sport. And like I said, I love what I'm doing. I think we do it really well in our comp. But yeah, I feel for him. But knowing Angie, he'll go to another club and win some trophies, and he's a great man. Like I said, he gave me some time when I was up there. I was really happy for that, and really grateful for that. But yeah, I'll obviously reach out now that I do know. But yeah, like I said, it is a brutal industry.
Adam, well done on the job so far. Good luck today and for the rest of the way in 2025. Appreciate your time.
No worries, guys. Anytime.
Good luck. Adam Uze, the coach of the Richmond Football Club. Always appreciate his time here on ABC Sport, and thanks to the Richmond Football Club for making him available. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We're fast running out of time. Mick, so you got the Geelong game today. Give us a quick little 20-second preview on that. What are you expecting, the Cats and the Suns?
Very hard to beat at Geelong, particularly with this weather. Wouldn't be used to it. If the Gold Coast are going to do any good, they're going to have to get him at the source, and that's going to be a big test. Who's going to take Smith out, and can those three very good midfielders keep going, Rowell, Miller and Anderson? If they do that, they'll shake Geelong up.
Good luck, Mick. All the best on the call. Appreciate your time.
Good on you, Corby. See you, Bally.
See you, Mick. Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, with us every Saturday here on ABC Sport. You're sticking around, Bally, here at the G.
Sure am. Yeah, looking forward to it, actually. It's going to be a good game. Crowd starting to file in.
Good one on deck. It is Richmond and Sydney. It is cold and wet in Melbourne, 13 degrees at the moment, but it's not raining currently, which is good news. If you want to catch up on the entire episode of AFL Saturday, every week you can find it through ABC AFL Daily in the podcast store. Thanks to Adam Jones. The footy next.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land, full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy. This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He called the river a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal. That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got. They are leaving nothing out there. Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
He defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. 3-1.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
An evenly matched contest for Saturday afternoon footy in Prospect, and that is somewhat surprising given it is last year's minor premier up against last year's Wooden Spooners. And yet when they met last year, it was the first time since the mid-70s that the Wooden Spooners actually knocked off the eventual minor premiers. And today the Tigers will consider themselves a live chance. It feels like they're ahead of schedule in their rebuild. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, it has been a grand disappointment on the back of a grand final thumping last year. They've come to the MCG once since then. They lost a couple of weeks ago by 53 points to the Demons, and that only got worse headed back home last week with a 90-point defeat to the Adelaide Crows. There's a whole lot of focus on the Sydney Swans under their first-year coach in Dean Cox. I imagine we'll be viewing a fair bit of this afternoon through the prism of last year's beaten grand finalists. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Great to have you with us. It is a wet and wintry day at the MCG. The temperature is 13 degrees at the moment. There is a bit of rain about. Hopefully it stays away, at least for the footy this afternoon here at the home of football. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me on ABC Sport. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Yeah, the last time these two teams met, round 4 last year. That was Sydney's first loss of the season and their only loss in the first 14 games of last year. Can you believe that? It was also Adam Uze's first win as Richmond coach. So that was a mighty upset, that 5-point win the way of the Tigers. It is very different this year, as you alluded to there, Corb. Richmond with 3 wins, Sydney with only 4 through the early part of the season. The team news, no late changes. Taylor Adams is the sub for Sydney, and Camden McIntosh, a bit of experience as the sub for the Tigers.
We had Adam Uze with us on AFL Saturday a short time ago. Luke Ball actually asked him about the focus coming into today. How much is it on themselves? How much of it is focusing on the opposition in the Sydney Swans? This is what Adam Uze had to say.
Yeah, well, it's a funny one. Look, the spirit and the energy and the fight that's going to come at the start is similar to any game. Whether we've come up against teams that have gone through that leading into our game, but like I said, we focus on ourselves. We know what they might bring at the start with around the contest because of what they've been through, but we understand their strengths and weaknesses. But like I said, we weren't happy with the way we finished, and we feel like we left one out there last week, so we want to start the same way that we did last week, with high energy and high contest, and hopefully that will keep us in the game. So we're more focused on what we want to bring and hopefully put on a good show for the Tiger Army.
No late change, couple of 200 gamers as the subs, Camden McIntosh and Tay Adams. Luke Ball, you were part of that interview with Adam Uze. I think the general consensus is that they're almost playing with house money, the Tigers. From 2 wins last year, 3 wins already. They've run another couple of teams close, gave up a near 5-goal advantage 3/4 time last week. And now they would consider themselves a live chance back at home against the Swans.
Yeah, I think Adam Uze was, that was the point he was trying to stress. Certainly maybe at the start of the year, looking at this fixture, you would have said that. But I think things can change and mindsets should change the way they've been going. And they should have been really disappointed with their fall away, their drop-off last week. That was a game that they should have won. So, they would have, and I'm guessing, it sounds like anyway, they would have reviewed that last quarter really hard. Because there are opportunities for young players to learn as well. What moments could they have handled better? What situations in that last quarter? Okay, so take the physical fatigue out of it. Were there things that we could have done to be able to halt momentum against the Giants? So, a lot's spoken about the Swans last couple of weeks and their need to respond. I think the Tigers will be pretty keen to respond from that disappointing last quarter last week as well.
Well, he dropped Ollie Florent, who had played 130 consecutive games. They didn't get the bounce that they had anticipated on the back of that, so he's gone again, Dean Cox. They've had the early morning beach session down at Clovelly, push-ups, sit-ups, old school sort of morning after the game. And now he's gone again at the selection table. So Wicks, Mills, Francis, Cunningham and Hanley, the 5 ins. Out goes Mitchell, Hamling, Cleary, all omitted. Roberts is ill and Laddams is injured.
Few schnitzels down at the beach. I tried to get that out, but didn't have my mic on just yet, Cool.
Trick for young players. What's a schnitzel?
What's that name?
So apparently you go in the water, you get to the beach, you roll around in the sand, and then you got to do your sit-ups and push-ups. So you get a little crumbed bally.
That's the benefit of living in Sydney. They go down to Bondi. But I tell you what, it's a bit of a different proposition down at Elwood Beach at the moment, Ben.
Brett Delidio said the same thing, actually. He said they're very different beach sessions when he was at the Giants compared to when he was at the Tigers. He said, the first one we had, I walked into the water. He said it was warm. He said, this is fine. No problem with that. Adam Ramanauskas is here, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. Hello, Ram.
Yes, good afternoon to all. I'm just listening to you there, Corbin, around the Tigers and the expectation and playing with house money. Well, I think expectation needs to start to rise a little bit, to be totally honest with you. I think if you're satisfied with, if Richmond is satisfied with where they're at right now, I can almost guarantee you they'll have 3 wins only at the end of the season. So I think what Adam Uze is creating here is clearly exciting. Yeah. But now I think even cash in even more. Like go to the next level now.
And credit to him, his language that he's using, that Shane Dunn, the chief executive, spoke about, and every time we've heard it has been exactly that. Yeah. It's, we're not satisfied. Don't worry about that.
One thing they are, Richmond, is unconditional. Yeah. Like, they bring great effort each and every week, and their pressure is always high.
I always think energy, I'll never question a player's effort. I think everybody is always trying. Energy's a different thing, though. And I think a lot of these younger Richmond players, their energy levels are really high. And to me, that's what keeps you in games a lot longer than, when the energy's low and the game's sort of a non-event after half time. It's a waste of time, almost.
It's spirit, isn't it? That's right. And I think you look at the other mob today, that's what's been lacking the last couple of weeks. That's what's really fallen away. 2 weeks ago they came here and played Melbourne, the Swans, and it was stark, that second half. Just the drop away in energy, spirit, whatever you want to call it, grit. When the other team gets a bit of a run on, the ability just to dig your heels in and say, no, I'm going to stop this, I'm going to turn things around. It just hasn't been there the last couple of weeks, and we're not used to seeing that in a Sydney team, are we? So that's the thing today that you're really looking out to see. And I think, Callum Mills coming back into this, he needs to drive it. He needs to lead it. Yeah. He hasn't been there enough in the last couple of years. We know that. There's been reasons around it. 2 weeks ago,
there's circumstances of his own fault.
That's right. Well, 2 weeks ago, he let the team down by getting himself suspended and missing last week. So he has to lead that. It can't always fall on to Heaney. Warner hasn't reached the heights as he or the last couple of years. Dane Rampy, these Warriors can't do any more. That energy, that spirit that you're talking about, Rama, has to come from the younger players, has to come from around the edges.
Can a part of it be the disruption that is going on at Sydney? So Andrew Pridham, their chair, is linked to a role at the AFL. Tom Harley is linked to a COO role at the AFL. They lost their head of footy in Charlie Gardner, and they've had a coaching change. Those are the 4 key pillars of any football club. Does that trickle down and impact the players in any way, shape or form?
I've always been a massive believer in off-field reflects on-field. Okay, now if there is a little bit of chaos, I think you might want to, you can use another word, but if there is a little bit of that permeating out of Sydney at the moment, which these players would not be used to because it's been so stable and steady at Sydney for such a long period of time. So, look, I still think their biggest issue is personnel. Not having Gordon and Papley there, particularly Papley. Papley in that forward line is enormous.
They're the 2 sparks, aren't they, across the field? So they're the two. They're the 2 that really fire and address those things that we've spoken about. And then I think, I'm not sure that it's a fair point you raised, Ben. Is it giving them an out? I think a lot of the other talk in the last couple of weeks has just been around, are these players who made it all the way to the last Saturday here and we know what happened, are they still trying to recover from broken hearts and shattered confidence from that day? That can take a lot out of you.
That's a real phenomenon. There's all kinds of numbers around teams that were heavily beaten on grand final day and not getting back to win a final the next year. The 5th member of our team between the benches, our officials expert, the umpiring guru, Ray Chamberlain, over 300 games himself. Ray, welcome in.
Good morning, guys. It is surprisingly magnificent down here at ground level. I strutted across the ground earlier today. It is not particularly wet at all. The seats that were down here on, they're dry, no wind. We're going to get a good start anyway.
Ray, we had a text come in throughout AFL Saturday for those that were with us during that about pushing the back not appropriately being officiated. How have you seen it this year?
Look, I can't talk about last night, but more broadly, I do think that marking contest and pushing the back is a fundamental area that needs addressing. I think there's some stuff around tackling that the game would be well advised to revisit, and I do believe that pushing the back in marking contest is something that needs another look. I will say this for the 4 individuals who are out there on any given Sunday officiating, marking and contests for the ball are the 2 most challenging areas of umpiring, and it's never been harder to umpire marking contests than it is in 2025.
So what do you mean pushing the back needs to be addressed?
Well, I just believe that they used to pay an automatic free kick for hands in the back, and it was too literal. It didn't serve the game, and I think it was an unnecessary layer on officiating in marking contest. But there's a word within the law of Australian rules football in pushing the back, and it says unduly. A player who unduly pushes their opponent in the back shall be penalised, or a free kick should be awarded. And I think they get hung up on what that word actually means.
Yeah, well, what does it mean, Ray?
Well, like many of the rules, Rama, it's a subjective one in its nature, right? But that's because the game is a dynamic and subjective game. But for me, you can break it down really easily, right? If you protect the space and you hold space, whether it be with your arm, your body, your hands, and you mark the ball, that is fine. And we'll see that here today. But when you create the space, so you extend your arms and you push your opponent in the back, which puts them out of where the drop zone of the ball is, that needs to be paid a free kick. And that's really as simple as it needs to be. And I think if they applied that philosophy, the game would be better served.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, Ray. We went to black and white, and it was too literal, as you said. You know, a little hand in the back with no force at all. So we had a look at what that could look like. Didn't work. The grey goes back into it. So at times it's going to be open to interpretation. It's open to players milking it as well, in fairness to the umpires. And every now and then we miss one or get one wrong. But I'm a lot more comfortable with where it is now, based on whether it doesn't matter what the word is. I think the umpires can get a good gauge of whether what was the word? Unduly. There you go.
And Bally, I remember being here one day. I umpired an Anzac Day game here, and it's the only time in my 20 years that I remember physically, before I blew my whistle, having a reaction. So Dustin Fletcher put his hand in the back of Rocker, and I went, I've got to pay a free kick here, and they are going to hate it. And guess what, mate? They hated it.
So I'm more interested in what Dustin Fletcher said to you, because I know Fletcher had a nice tongue, didn't he, at times to umpires, Ray?
I'll be fair, nicest bloke in the world, Dustin Fletcher, and you know when he goes crook that you've done something wrong. So, and he gave me a decent one. Fair enough.
That's great. Ray Chamberlain with us on the boundary every Saturday afternoon right here on ABC Sport. Just repeating, there's no late change. The 2 subs, Camden McIntosh and Tay Adams, so 2 experienced players, both with over 200 games. The Sydney Swans, so usual questions when a team struggles, and particularly on the back of a heavy grand final defeat. It's a familiar road. It's now the last 14 that have lost a grand final by 40 plus. None of them have won a final the following year. So a heavy grand final defeat carries with it scarring. More often than not, the year after is affected as a result. The leadership is starting to be questioned here at Sydney, which is something we've never had during these glory years. Dean Cox is obviously a new coach, but only took on the job midway through November, given the fact that John Longmire made the call to resign then. You've got Andrew Pridham, who's the chair of the club at the moment, linked to the commission. What are we laughing at?
Keep going.
Tom Harley, who's obviously been linked to the COO job at the AFL. They've had their footy boss in Charlie Gardner move to Melbourne and then ultimately leave and join Collingwood. Callum Mills, who's been made their sole captain, has played 8 of the last 38 games. So I wonder if it gets to a point, have we just done all this?
We just did.
So when
went to the toilet.
So when is someone going to jump in and tell me? This is not teamwork. I knew there was a laughter going on for a particular reason.
Listeners have just turned the radio off.
How are we going? You guys are more than welcome to speak up. You're more than welcome to speak up at times like this.
We were just leaving you on the island there.
I said to Ben clearly, I said, look, I'm just going to the bathroom. Go to Ray, come back.
I know I'm going to get blamed for this. I didn't follow the rules. No, I just...
You left your man there to dry.
Don't worry about that. Sorry. Maybe just a little...
That'll calm. It'll come back. That'll come around at some stage today when you're looking for something.
Have we spoken about how we're going to get the best out of Nick Blakey? Can we do that?
No, we haven't spoken about that. No.
There we go. Should have gone there. How do they get the best out of Nick Blakey?
Well, I still think his best role is with the game in front of him, coming out of half-back. I think he's just confidence down a little bit. It's a little bit reflective of where the team's at. You know, we speak about these players that bring energy. He's certainly that. Maybe a little bit of lack of confidence in his disposal. I think today is really important, or he's a really important player today, especially here on the MCG, Rammer, because you look at where can this Richmond team really test the Swans. I think it is out in space. I think it is out, with their speed. We saw the Tigers here a few weeks ago. They can really motor, can't they? That sort of model of getting players high up the ground and getting their opponents out the back. That can really test the Swans today. So, I don't know, maybe he can get up on the wing a bit, Blakey. I still like him behind the ball with everything in front of him.
I'd actually like to see him go on playing the ball, for the first 10 or 15 minutes of this game, just a complete change.
Maybe Mills can go back.
Yeah, I think the sort of that half-back wing role is similar. Mm-hmm. So you sort of got to change his whole mindset to...
So probably like centre bounce attendance.
Yep, proper centre bounce attendance. He played as a junior.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's no issue there in him having the ability to do that. It's just now... does he want to go play that role? I think he can get stale in a role at times, and I think teams also work certain players out.
Yep.
Clearly, teams are going after Nick Blakey and trying not to allow him to run, because that's his absolute one wood as a player. He's not your lockdown defender. He's not a physical. He doesn't play that game. So throw him up on the ball. See if he can burst out of stoppage a couple of times to start this game to really break it open.
Cal Mills wins the toss. He points towards the Ponsford stand end of the ground. He's also only played 8 of the last 38 games since he's been made the sole captain of the club. It's Callum Mills. Milestone for Tom Lynch as well, so obviously plays 100 games today as a Tiger. 223 goals in his 99 games. Tom Lynch, obviously the last few years have been injury interrupted, but didn't he arrive at a good time in the history of this footy club?
I just looked down there. Look at Callum Mills. He walked past and he just bumped over Nick Floston as they were crossing paths, walking down to either end. Umpire was right there, and quite rightfully didn't pay a free kick, but... Yeah, I think Callum Mills needs to have a good day today. Needs to have a big game.
Well, he's going again here.
And he and Ryan Mansell getting into it. So Ryan Mansell not too happy with the treatment there of Nick Vlosten.
I think I saw too, just back on Nick Blakey, 500 combined games today. Nick and John Blakey. Little milestone for him and the family.
Here we go. So a winnable game for both Richmond and Sydney. Saturday afternoon footy at the G on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Grundy and Nankervis. Nankervis wins the tap down to Taranto, gives it back to the big ruckman, who gets it off to Hopper. Hopper with the opening inside 50 for Richmond, into the pocket, bouncing ball, bounces away from Lynch. Blakey's there, last line. His kick is a shocker. Floats away to Bias, gathers on the last line, off to Wicks, rushes a kick, dangerous. Four comes in to try and break it up. Sydney are there, they work it out. Melican gets it on towards Chad Warner, who kicks up to the wing. His kick is a good one. And Jordan Marks on the logo for Sydney.
A hand pass to the run of McInerney, who pokes the pass down to Francis, caught wrong-footed, and Ben Miller got some praise during the weeks. Doing a fine job at fullback. Kicks into the middle of the ground for Richmond. Hopper. Hand pass to his mate Taranto. Heads up front, and here's the milestone man, Tom Lynch. Game 100 as a Tiger. Marks left half forward. He'll have to kick right on 50.
Just a poor kick, wasn't it, from Justin McInerney, who started in the centre bounce. So you can see there trying to inject a bit of run and speed through the middle of the ground. He got the handball received. It was a nice bit of play, but just shanked the kick. And this so often happens in AFL footy, Remmer. It goes straight down the other end, shot at goal.
7 premiership players out there today, of which Tom Lynch is one, of course, with 2 medallions. Former captain of the Suns, and now 100 games in the club where he's twice a premiership player. Tom Lynch, drop punt, he's left. They're behind to start the scoring today. So 90 seconds in, Richmond 1 behind, Sydney yet to score. No late change. McIntosh and Adams are the 2 subs.
James Jordan looks like he's going to go to Nick Floston as well as a defensive forward. Isaac Heaney started deep forward for the Swans.
Here is Mills after Blakey moves it on to Campbell, on to Mills. A couple of their sandy hair, maybe auburn hair players for the Swans combining as Mills kicks up to a contest, flying from behind Bolter, follows up, wins the footy for Richmond, off to Taranto, held up in a tackle high. Free kick going the way of the Tigers, defensive point of the square. Taranto moves it out to the wing, a kick for Traynor. Sweeps a handball forward to Prestia, swings it further afield up to Mansell, half forward for Richmond, short kick. His kick is a good one for Sonzi.
All too easy at the moment for the Tigers.
Sydney have barely touched it as Sonzi looks into the pocket out on the full. They'll get a touch here.
That's probably my most hated kick in football, when they just kick it to a forward pocket and hope for the best.
3 inside 50s to zip.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Richmond 1 behind. Sydney yet to score 2.5 in.
Contest kick to the wing. Competing there is Bolter. Ball hits the deck. Prestia, hand pass to Trainer. Hurried kick inside 50 and Blakey takes the intercept mark for Sydney. And there's the daring 45 kick back to the corridor. Finds Rowbottom. Marks centre half back for Sydney. Hand pass away to Rampy. And the sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass finds Melican. Short kick up the wing. And Will Hayward takes the mark. The Swans in their jumpers paying homage to, of course, the old South Melbourne Bloods. A white jumper with the red V, and they've got the red shorts on today. Long kick down to half forward. It clears the pack it was initially intended for, and Heaney takes the mark uncontested. Looks inside the forward 50. Not an option he likes. Closed down by Ralph Smith. Shrugs the tackle. Kicks it into Broad. Ball hits the deck. Bursting away is Green. He gets all the way up, and now he's getting all the way back with possession. Hand pass is a turnover, but he was dumped after getting rid of the free. It'll be a downfield free, and Taranto's going to get it to make up the errant handball on the southern wing for Richmond.
That was against Warner, so that's 2 mistakes. One from Heaney and one from Warner early in this game.
Gives it off to Hopper running by. He kicks out of play on the bounce. Throwing coming 40 around from the attacking goal here for Richmond, Ray Chamberlain.
He's back on the MCG, boys. This time, though, a bloke who can bounce. So the first bounce went up straight. Jack Howard, debut game today after coming by the EDFL, NTFL and the VFL. So big day for Jack.
It's great to see you down there with the umpire shirt presentation pre-game as well, Ray, as the kick for Sydney goes up towards the wing. James Jordan just rolled in the tackle. And a ball upcoming southern side of the ground. Richmond lead by a point. The only score of the game. We've played 4.5.
It's one of your better ones, Benny. I'll give you credit
like
there.
That,
I didn't mind that one.
Up it goes. Grundy just moves aside Nankervis, and the ump says a free kick, and Nankervis to take it on the wing. That's his whole team today. Played his first dozen games of his career in red and white. Nankervis kicks for Fall inside 50. No mark. Spills down to Sonzi against the boundary line. This is a superb kick right to the goal mouth, and in the end, Blakey helps it through. So a minor score. Richmond 2 behinds. Now the inside 50 count early is, where are we? 6-0. Richmond's way. So Sydney have not been up front. Tigers with 2 behinds, the only score in the game. 5 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Kicking goes to Rampy in the back pocket, runs to the defensive 50 and spots up Heaney, working up the ground. Back flank, kicks towards the logo. Pinpoint kick for McLean. Bursts onto it, short kick to Hayward. Now Hayward assesses what's before him for Sydney. Pokes it out wide. His kick good for Jordan. They got from home.
Yeah, they got back well here, didn't they, Richmond? Look at that. As you see, they're high forwards as well, really getting back now. Almost every Richmond player in front of James Jordan here.
Only 2 behind him. He'll set it up towards a warmish sort of spot. Up they go. Hands to it. Francis unable to take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Heaney coming through. Can't gather it cleanly. Bobbling around. McLean's got it now. He's tackled. Taken to ground. Ball jars free. Rowbottom trying to work his way through. He's dispossessed, holding the ball. And Alini T says, you had it too long, Rowbottom. That's a free kick going the way of Richmond. Umpires Brown, Howard in that famous number 18, T and Adair in charge of this game today. Richmond by 2 points.
Rescue to half-back for Brown. His fan club is significantly growing with the Richmond faithful. Tom Brown kicks long down the wing. Fall did very well. Knocked it to ground, followed up, gives it to Lynch, kicks to an unguarded goal square. The kick's across the goal mouth.
Should have given it back to him.
Bounces out of play. He kept on moving, didn't he?
Yeah, the tunnel vision, didn't he, Big Lynchy? Just had to lower the eyes a bit. There were a couple of Richmond players that had a bit of separation running back inside 50. Got all the momentum here. Just got to make them pay here, the Tigers, you feel. Similar to last week, they got out of the blocks really well around clearance.
Forward 50 stoppage here for Richmond. Holding free kick. No. Had a whistle in there somewhere. Clearing kick coming from Sydney up towards their defensive 50. Hopper wins it back for Richmond. Sells some candy. Gets a handball towards Traynor. Close to the boundary line. He knocks it in. Sheldrick arrives. And he's held up. The umpire wants it. We'll ball it up. Deep in the left forward pocket for Richmond. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Opening 2 points going the way of Richmond. 7 minutes played.
And Curvis palms it down. Mills for Sydney. Hand pass away to Lloyd. Kick smothered. Still in the forward pocket for Richmond. Live ball. Lloyd second go. Gives it to Grundy. To Mills. A fumble. Has plenty of time to regather. Clears the defensive arc. Francis in a battle with Bolter. And there's a push in the back. We talked about in our pre-game coverage as Francis Goes to the corridor. Daring kick again. Free kick for Bias. Advantage applied as Blakey goes darting away straight down the corridor. And Corey Warner takes the mark inside 50. Some quick, smooth ball movement from the Swans. And Corey Warner can kick the first of the day.
Well, it was just a risk by Aaron Francis going back into the middle of the ground. It was a genuine 50-50 contest. But it just opened the game up. So well done, Aaron Francis, for taking the risk.
And Blakey was the one, wasn't he, who worked to the fall of the ball to make it a 2-on-1. Got involved in the play. Started well, Nick Blakey.
For the first of the day, he skips in. The left-footed drop punt is good. The Warner brothers now showing at the MCG. And little brother Corey kicks the first of the day for the Bloods. They snatched the lead with that kick, so 1 straight to 2 behinds, a 4-point buffer for Sydney. 8 gone in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it happens so often in our game. Richmond dominate really the first 6 or 7 minutes of this contest. 7 inside 50s to 2. Richmond have it behind, and really the first genuine inside 50, I'd say, for the Swans. They're able to score. So Adamuzze won't like that because they're completely opened up. So when that ball goes to the middle of the ground, the defence has to shuffle across really quickly. They don't shuffle across. They don't move across. Warner's able to get out in the back. Corey Warner, that is able to get out in the back and kick it really easy goal in the end.
And with a bit of a makeshift forward line, the Swans are going to have to take some risks. They can't go up and down the line all day. They won't score doing that. So it was a risky kick from Francis, but it paid off.
Grundy wins the tap. Stolen, though, by Taranto. Gets rid of it towards a teammate running by McAuliffe. He gets it onto Trainer, kicks into the pocket, looking for a leading target. Overshoots Sims, close to the boundary line, out it goes. Ross carries it out. Throwing coming left forward pocket, another inside 50 for Richmond.
Well, he tripped there, McCann, but he then pushes him in the back. So Sims is in his right to be questioning the umpire.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas alongside Luke Ball. Umpire spins it in. Grundy taps it back boundary side. They're out after it. Heaney gets there first. Rolled in a tackle by Trainer. And the umpire wants it. Left half forward here for the Tigers.
Just watching here, Bally. So Trainer there laid the tackle on Heaney. He's not going all the way with him. I would have loved to have seen Luke Trainer have the job on Heaney all day.
Ruck Sherritt down. Ball's out of play again. Boundary throwing half forward for Richmond.
So right now, well, nobody's really next to Swansea.
Heaney at the stoppage. 8 inside 50s to 2 Richmond's way. And despite that, Sydney have the first goal on a 4-point lead. Sonsie at the stoppage from the boundary throw-in. Hand pass to Trainer. High up and under inside 50. Nelican was going to take the chest mark. Blakey said, get out of the way, I'll take it. And in the end, picks off the intercept mark for Sydney. And there's that daring kick across the goal mouth. Finds Bias, another good user. Kicks it down the wing for Sydney. Corey Warner the target. Ralph Smith breaks it up. He's tackled now by the younger Warner. And the umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up between wing and half forward for Richmond. Swans by 4 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
That was a smacking last week from the Tigers around the contest. I think they were plus 30 odd against the Giants midfield group, and they're in good form. They started well, clearance as well. They were plus 14, so Swans mids have got to sharpen up here.
Grundy slaps it down. Bice feeds out a handball towards Sheldrick, who gives it off to Cunningham. His kick dribbles out. And another throw in between wing and half forward here for Richmond, southern side of the ground. 13 degrees Celsius today, feels like 9. Swans by 4 points. From the throw-in, there's a whistle on the play. Which way the umpire points the way of Richmond. Big Nank.
Well, it's 2 free kicks against from Brodie Grundy, just for holding.
And Curvis sends the Tigers inside 50. Punched away by Blakey. Ball hits the deck. Richmond arrived. Taranto wants a high free kick. Will he get it? Yes. Maybe this will finally open a path to the major opening for Richmond.
Yeah. I wouldn't have been disappointed if that was let go by the umpire. Sort of, it didn't linger as high contact.
Yeah. The benefit of the doubt, didn't he? Putting his head over the footy, Tim Taranto. It's been in good form. The 5 position will be possession number 6. It's good last week with Hopper and Prestia back into the team.
It's been good all year, Taranto, really.
Set shot goal kicking hasn't always been his strong suit, but multiple goals in his last 2 games. Finally for Richmond. They find their first of the afternoon and reclaim the lead. 1-2-8 plays one straight 6, 12 and a half minutes into the opening stanza. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you look at you talk about finally they're only kicking the ball at 56%, so that's probably what's hurting Richmond at the moment. It feels like they've dominated the quarter really at this stage. At this stage, Paulie, is sort of just having a look at some general sort of stats here. Where Sydney are probably controlling a little bit of tempo is with uncontested marks. It's 15-6 in that category, but a lot of those uncontested marks have been in the back half of the ground. So. Yep, finally, you're right, Benny, finally, and now let's see if they can double up here, the Tigers.
Wow, and you're looking for spirit indicators like we spoke about before the game of the Swans. They've only had one effective tackle 13 minutes into the first quarter, and that was an ineffective tackle that's cost them a goal. So no real response yet from the Swans in terms of that intent and energy.
Only 2 inside 50s, and their goal came from the back half as well, so worrying signs for the Swans as Chad Warner tried to draw a free. In the end, he gives one away, didn't release the footy, holding the ball. Prestia takes the free, drives it forward, spills down to Ross. Hand pass to Campbell, he trickles it through. And Richmond with 2 in a minute. Took them 13 minutes to get going in their first 10 inside 50s to score a goal. And sure enough, free kick out of the middle. 3 possessions later, and they're second on the board. 2-2-14 to Sydney, 1 straight 6. Seth Campbell joins Tim Taranto with a goal. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and a goal from the centre bounce. I mentioned the Tigers last week, how strong they were out of the middle of the ground against a Giants midfield. Really up until that last quarter, they were absolutely dominant in terms of winning contest and getting the ball forward and scoring from clearance. And they've continued it on this week. I'm looking at these Swans mids here. They really need to dig in. That time it was just pressure again. So I mentioned tackles. Already Richmond up to 8 effective tackles against the Swans, 1. It's amazing how many times you get the ball in deep from a centre clearance to one-on-ones. Small forwards get to work and you get the score.
1 tackle through the opening 9 and a bit minutes of actual game time is not a great start from Sydney. They get the clearance here up towards centre half forward. Ball hits the deck and Richmond pile on top. Ball upcoming. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain with you. Free kick picked out from the ball up. Richmond take the advantage, run straight into trouble, holding the ball. McAuliffe wanted to get on with it and the umpire said, you are ping. So free kick to Mills, who wants to switch it immediately for Sydney to McCartan.
McCartan continues that transition out towards the southern wing. Mark for Bice. We saw him for the first time playing for the Albury Tigers. Now against Richmond on the MCG in the Sydney colours. Gives it to Blakey. Kicks inside 50, no marks. Spills down to Broad. Hand pass away to Prestia. His handball to turnover. Row bottom for the Swans. Handball to Wicks. High up and under to the goal square. Backpedaling. Vlosten takes the intercept mark. Uncontested top of the goal square. The reason for that, Noah Bolter, a fine job of holding out Francis. Now the kick comes wide for the Tigers to Trainer. Short kick back inboard to Prestia. Dabs it down the wing, and his Sonzi went at it one-handed, put himself under the pump.
Did well to get a handball away, trying to get it to Steely Green. Couldn't quite run it in before it goes out. Throw in right in front of the benches, members' side of the ground.
SMS number, by the way, 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
One of the things we love here on Saturday footy on ABC Sport is hearing from those of you that are with us so regularly as Campbell hooks a kick around the wing for Sydney. Francis juggles the mark and takes it. Trainer just clattered into him after he'd taken the mark.
He's a bit lucky there, Luke Trainer.
I reckon it's 50.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing.
Well, he tried to hold him.
He can't become invisible.
It was a clear mark, but he grabbed him.
Cobb.
Swans in possession. Lucky. Francis to Cunningham to Melican. They switch it to the southern side of the ground. His kick out wide. A good one to Bice. He feeds the handball to Wicks. Darts and looks inside 50. His kick chopped off by Prestia. Richmond back in possession. They lead it by 8 points, 2 goals to 1. We've played 17 minutes in the opening term.
Yeah, it'll be the challenge, isn't it, for this Swans team? Yeah. Again, without Amadi, still a bit of a makeshift forward line. Aaron Francis down there. I mean, Will Hayward's the one. He needs to really get busy and present at the footy. That was a perfect opportunity to come back at the footy. In the end, another intercept mark for the Richmond defence.
Prestia, Banks, Broad, now Smith. Short kicking game in the defensive 50. Just dabs it to Miller. Marks at true centre half back. Tigers home game, all in black. The yellow sash and the white numbering as the kick goes out towards Vlosten. He just steps away around Hayward way too easily, kicks down the wing, and just hiding on the logo there is Dion Prestia, who takes the mark, turns and swings the kick wide to Ralph Smith. Collects 70 metres out, long kick forward for the target. In the end, Campbell over the top punches it out of play. There were 3 Swans there to take the intercept mark, but now a boundary throw-in.
That effort from Will Hayward would drive Dean Cox crazy.
Yep.
That's just a simple missed tackle. Like Vlosten was running directly at him. Hayward just didn't want to get low enough and go at the hips. And Vlosten's able just to brush through it.
Forward 50 stoppage for Richmond. Lynch taps it down, does his own roving, gets it on the boot, ricochets away towards the goal line. Melican comes out, slaps it out of play. Umpire says insufficient intent.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So in short, if you were...
No one stands the mark, so Prestia plays on. 2 lots of candy and the goal! He balled twice and then delivered. They bought what he was selling. And Richmond have got their third. They lead by 14 points. 3-2, 20 plays 1 straight 6. He put him in a blender.
Well, terrific goal. But you go back to Hayward, missed tackle. Then there's 3 Swans players. Spoil the ball. One can take the mark. Then there's a deliberate out of bounds. Then nobody wants to go and stand the mark.
Last line of defence. That's red alert, isn't it?
Yeah. So... like why somebody wasn't on the mark, all credit to Dion Prestia for getting around there, but there should be somebody on the mark to start with, so Dion Prestia cannot play on. It would be driving Dean Cox and his coaching staff insane about the small defensive errors.
So 5 changes, they've had the beach session. If the question was coming today, would they get the response out of all of that? We certainly haven't seen it. Through the first 20 minutes, it hasn't been...
This is the problem, a little bit of push and shove before the game. That means nothing.
Richmond outplaying them at the moment, 3-2 to 1 straight. The Tigers win it back in the middle as Nankervis threw it out. There's going to be Nankervis tackled McInerney without it. So free kick going McInerney's way, middle of the G. Hand pass for Sydney, away towards Cunningham, who's back in the side today. Returning from injury, kicks into the forward pockets. 4 from Broad, but straight to Chad Warner. Outside of the right boot, misses. Behind for Chad. His brother's got the goal. Sydney a 1-1. Richmond a 3-2. 20 minutes into the game, a 13-point lead for the Tigers. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just looks a little bit, just lacks that real decisiveness. When he's at his best, Chad Warner, like he would just put the burners on there, straighten up and kick the goal. He's just not quite at his best at the moment.
Tom Brown with a long kick up to the wing for Richmond. Off the hands there of Sim. Prestia roving. Handball away towards Hopper. He gets it off to Banks, just ambling down the wing for the time being. Bounces a handball away towards Mansell, who bounces it again back to Banks. Banks slaps it on, out of play for Ray Chamberlain.
Talked about a few of the outs that the Sydney Swans have got. Well, Tom Papley's down on the boundary line on the interchange bench with Dean Cox, and I can assure you that there's a lot of communication, a lot of discussion, a lot of energy being supplied by Tom. He's trying to rally the charges.
Then it comes on the wing, a short throw in. Nankervis soccers it down. Heaney picks it up, whacks a kick for Sydney up to half forward. McLean, slick hands, cruising by. The kick from Campbell, inside 50. Hayward's got it. 45 out, 40-degree angle. Just left of centre. He was bundled over as well, no 50.
Outstanding kick by Braden Campbell. We want that more from Braden Campbell now. He's not a young player in this team. I reckon it's his 5th year, I reckon, balling.
Yeah, well, he's the Goulden draft, isn't he? So he actually got picked before Goulden, both academy boys. He was a top 5 or 6 pick, I think.
Yeah, pick 5 in 2020.
Yeah. So, you're right. He is one through the middle of the ground that needs to step up and take a bit of the load off Heaney, a bit of load off Warner. That time it was Heaney off the clearance. Nice bit of play.
And you've called for this man to lift. He's their leading goal kicker this year. His kick is just sneaking through for a behind. So
with how many?
16.
Yeah.
There's more the spoonerism there. It was Hill Wayward off target. Richmond by 12 points, 22 minutes into the first term.
16 here now. It's the 13th game of the year.
Yeah. That's not getting the job done.
This is Banks, who's one of their better users. They put the ball in his hands whenever they can. The Tasmanian, who goes long up to the wing, and the ball spills down front and centre to Mansell. Another Apple Islander who's tackled straight away, and a ball up on that southern wing.
Got a lot of them, don't they? Is that the Benny Gale influence?
Yeah.
He was at Richmond. A lot of Tasmanians.
Good heritage too. Boyce Hart and Jack Rewalt and Matthew Richardson.
Ian Stewart, Tassie?
That's free kick 3 for Grundy. I'm not sure. I think that one was a bit stiff. That might have been the block from Nankervis.
Ruck infringement, free kick Richmond's way. Ends up with Pressia, middle of the G. Heads laterally. And Miller marks. 12-point game, Richmond lead. 23 gone opening term. Short kick to Vloston. Bangs bodies on his way in as he takes the mark and feels the contact from Hayward. Vloston kicks it straight down the pipe. Into box seat is Mills. He takes the intercept mark on his chest after catching Steely Green wrong-footed. So Sydney ball down by 12.
Mills bites off the kick into the middle. Campbell marks in the bullseye. Shanks his kick. It floats inside 50. Bouncing ball. Not a kind bounce there for Hayward. And getting across, Miller slaps it down to Banks. Live ball inside 50. Still for Sydney. Hanley to McLean to Blakey. The Lizard slides it through. One they desperately needed. And it's back to a goal. 3-2-20 plays 2-2-14. 23 and a half minutes into the first term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, it's that corridor kick again, isn't it? Callum Mills intercept mark, and I like it. The Swans, they're not going wide and just playing keepings off. He spotted what was really a 50-50, but beautiful kick inside. And then Campbell, who we know is one of the best kicks in the team, actually that time shanking one, had Hayward out. In the end, they made hard work out of it. And we called for Nick Blakey to have more impact on this game, to push forward at times. That time taking his chance to do so, and a nice finish. Important goal from the Swans. Mills involved. He started this game pretty well, up to 5 possessions, 3 intercept possessions. Nice settler for the Swans.
He's played a lot of footy, as we know. He returned. Oh, hang on. There is a spike on Snicko.
I actually thought I saw a little deviation. Oof. Yeah.
This goal's going to be cancelled out after it clipped the post on the way through. The soft call was a goal, so they took it back to the middle. But as they tell us, every single score, every goal is reviewed.
Just need a bit of luck, the Swans, don't they? Everything going against them at the moment.
Kim Hughes used to always say, Corby, didn't he? You get it the least when you need it the most.
I thought
about
exactly
luck.
the same thing.
He loved that.
Yep.
Cheerio to Kimberley John.
Listen, no doubt.
Tigers setting up for a set play here.
Banks. And the kick-out duties. Runs to the back pocket, and then he's just going to drive it long to a contest up on the southern wing. They come from all directions. Ball spills out the back. Richmond are on. Lynch. Hand pass away to Campbell up over halfway. Kicks back inboard. Kick missed Taranto, but Rampy went without it. Taranto toes it inside the forward 50. Fall and McInerney punches it out of bounds. Throw in forward pocket for Richmond. Tigers by 11 points. 26 gone in the opening quarter. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain.
In it comes. Grundy works to the front this time. Brings it down. Stolen by Richmond. Prestia off to Hopper. Nowhere to go. Goes back to Campbell. Drop punt from tight in the pocket. And Fall reels it in one-handed. Opposite pocket. Tight angle. Worse than 45. Mark said about 5 metres out.
Oh, Melican thought that was going to come over the back. Big Jonty Fall just put the mid up and it's stuck.
It's Jonty Rhodes like.
Yeah.
Grupo doing its thing.
Looks like he's got long arms, I think. What's he listed at? Let's look at his reach.
Couple of steps out and fades it across the face and just fans it too wide on that snap.
Yeah, he's a 195er, Jonty Fall. He shows a bit, doesn't he? He's a promising key position player.
One of their 6 picks in the top 30 last year. They took 7 guys at the draft, including 3 forwards, key forwards. And he's obviously one of those, Jonty Fall, along with Armstrong and Sims. As McInerney marks the kick out and then swings it from one back flank to the other to McCartan. 3-3 to 1-3. 2-goal lead for Richmond. 26 and a half gone in this opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Swans trying to switch again, now at the northern side. Rampy short kick to Sheldrick. Sangroper with it, defensive side of the wing. Goes very short to Mills. The guys have liked his start. This is possession number 7 for the Sydney skipper. Down to half forward. McLean got hands around it. Couldn't complete the mark. Follows up as it hits the deck. Hand pass to Lloyd, handball to Sheldrick, now to Jordan. Kicks a spiral inside 50 and bursting out Chad Warner takes the mark.
Go back and kick the goal, Chad.
Talked about it earlier, that not having that impulsive instinct that he has when he's at his best. And again there, just got up and immediately looked inboard rather than thinking, this is it.
Yeah, and it is symbolic of the team a bit, isn't it? But just steady things a bit here, the Swans. Getting their hands on the footy a lot more. Winning it at the contest.
He's kicked one behind already. Chad Warner on the drop punt. That's good. So the Warner brothers have the first two. And Sydney are right back in this game despite Richmond's forward 50 dominance. 3-3 to 2-3. 6-point game at the 28-minute mark of the opening term. Now the Tigers by 6. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, it is a dominance. 13 to 8 in Richmond's favour in that category. So I don't mind Warner at full forward. Something a little bit different. He's clearly got the speed out of the goal square. Well, we've seen Heaney play there a lot this year, but I probably think Heaney's, if you looked at both of those, both Warner and Heaney this season, Heaney's probably doing his better work in the midfield rather than Warner. So having Warner at full forward is not a bad little change-up.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas alongside Luke Ball, our premiership pair on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Richmond's lead 6 points for all of their dominance. Bounce back in the middle. Grundy and Nankervis. Nankervis slapping it down in the direction of Hopper. Fights after it again at ground level. Sheldrick pinches it. Squeezes a kick up to half forward. And here is a leading, tumbling Francis.
I like that from Sheldrick. Some hard bodies around the contest there. Rowbottom the tackle. That's much better. Sheldrick, who I think's starting to come on a little bit as a player. They like him, obviously. Reasonably high draft pick. Gave him number 12. Josh Kennedy's old number. Hopeful that he'll turn into that inside midfield ball.
Mark's at 51 metres out here, and Francis going back as if he'll kick for goal. Boot to ball from the edge of the square. Gives it a good ride. It'll go right towards the line and slapped through by Nankervis. I can hear Mick Malthouse. You've got to know your distance. You wouldn't be happy with that, Mick. Richmond by 5 points, nearly half an hour played in this first term.
Saw him play a quarter of footy earlier this year against Port Adelaide, where he looked like Wayne Carey. Came on, almost tore the game apart. Aaron Francis played a quarter of footy or 40 minutes of footy, 14 disposals, kicked 3 goals. Coming on as the sub that day and returning from concussion, back in the lineup for the Swans here. The exiting kick out for Richmond, turned over on the wing. Rowbottom floats the ball to half forward for the Swans. McLean whacks it back to a dangerous position in the corridor, picked up by Mills, tackled, ball up. Comes in the front edge of the centre square for the Swans. Overcast day. It was a wet morning. Forecast top of 14. It feels a bit chillier than that. No rain at the moment, but grey overcast skies and the floodlights on at the G. Red Sharon tossed up, knocked down by Grundy. Tahini, hand pass away to Rampy. He shares it with Lloyd. Can kick inside the forward 50 here for the Swans. McLean hunting out after it, but Tom Brown drops in front of him, takes the intercept mark for Richmond. Tigers by 5 points, 31 minutes travelled opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Brown just twirling the footy. Now sinks his slipper through it. High ball up to the wing. Grundy in from the side off his hands. Blakey Rose for Sydney. Back with it on the wing. Mills gang tackled. Mansell dispossesses him in the tackle. Picked up by Sonzi. Handball to Prestia on the centre line. Going laterally Richmond. Hopper with some go forward. Short and full marks. As he falls to ground, 49 metres out. And will he have the leg in him, the boy from Ballarat?
Well, he's turned his back on the goals, so
I hate that.
Maybe his teammates have said, only 10 seconds to go back and take your time.
Well, they'll have to now.
Prestia involved again. They're going to have to put some work into him here, the Swans, after quarter time. He's had the 13 possessions for the quarter.
Had a good quarter, hasn't he?
Yeah, 3 clearances, inside 50 and a goal. So busy.
Starts his run up from virtually the bullseye in the middle. From right on the edge of the square, he's got plenty on it. He's hit the fence on the full. He tugged it left though. Minor score. Richmond will lead by a goal at the first change. 3-4-22 plays 2-4-16. The goal kickers, Taranto, Campbell and Prestia. While for Sydney, it's the Warner Bros with 1 each.
This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas, Ray Chamberlain and Luke Ball, who I forgot as part of that. Sorry, Bally, I'll get your name a little higher in the batting order in a moment. The SMS number, 0437
How did I know you're going to read this SMS?
774. This is from Mark, who's listening from Epworth. Ben Cameron leaves Corby sitting under a high ball at defensive 50, and neither Ramanaskas or Ball would leave their man to give him a chop out third man up. Poor old Corby, totally torched. Mark, listening from Epworth, where Corby will probably be after getting taken, being flattened by that hospital ball.
Great text.
Error's completely mine. I just thought for the listener out there that probably didn't need to hear the same thing again. Maybe just jump in a bit earlier and say, come on, Corby, we've done it, move along. So I thought it probably went on a little bit too long when I noticed the laughter from Rama and Ben. I thought something is clearly up here.
Sometimes we have to amuse ourselves, and that was one of those occasions.
Don't get me, it was absolute. The error was all mine. I just thought maybe we could have moved it on a bit quicker. Ron from Adelaide, but that's elite honesty as a group.
Yep.
I don't want anyone to feel like I'm beyond criticism, so feel free to jump in and whack me as we go. Ron from Adelaide, I'm enjoying the call. Happy for a Crows win last night. Makes listening to the remaining games more enjoyable. Thanks, Ron. Nice to hear from you. And from Brendan in Hobart, another Tasmanian from the Tigers, Michael Disco Roach.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Disco.
Yeah.
I actually called his son Tom Roach.
He's a favourite of mine when as a kid, Disco.
I think Tom Roach was listed, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, he played he might have played 50-odd games.
Yep, right.
Tom Roach.
He also went to Swan Districts in there when they were a good side and obviously had premiership success in the late 2010s. Saturday Footy on ABC Sport, the thoughts of Rama and Bawley coming up next.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Francis goes to the corridor, daring kick again, free kick for bias, advantage applied as Blakey goes darting away straight down the corridor, and Corey Warner takes the mark inside 50. Some quick, smooth ball movement from the Swans to the first of the day. He skips in, the left-footed drop punt is good. The Warner brothers now showing at the MCG. And little brother Corey kicks the first of the day for the Bloods.
And Curvis sends the Tigers inside 50. Punched away by Blakey. Ball hits the deck. Richmond arrived. Taranto wants a high free kick. Will he get it? Yes. Set shot goal kicking hasn't always been his strong suit, but multiple goals in his last two games. Finally for Richmond. They find their first of the afternoon. 4:50 stoppage for Richmond. Lynch taps it down, does his own roving, gets it on the boot, ricochets away towards the goal line. Melican comes out, slaps it out of play. Umpire says insufficient intent.
Yep, no, it's fair.
No one stands the mark, so Prestia plays on. Two lots of candy, and the goal! He balled twice and then delivered. They bought what he was selling. And Richmond have got their third. They lead by 14 points.
He's kicked one behind already. Chad Warner on the drop punt. That's good. So the Warner brothers have the first two. And Sydney are right back in this game despite Richmond's forward 50 dominance.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. The Tigs by 6 points. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball.
Well, early worrying signs early from a Swans point of view. We spoke about that we were looking for a response, weren't we, and expecting a response, but 10 minutes into that first quarter, nothing had come. I think we mentioned a couple of times they'd only had one tackle to that point. The Tigers had the first 6 or 7 inside 50s and really, for just let the Swans off the hook a little bit in terms of opportunities and not taking their opportunities in that first 10 minutes, and the Swans just got their game going a little bit. I thought their defenders, Nick Blakey and Callum Mills actually held up pretty well across half-back there at times, and Blakey's had the 9 possessions. I mean, their two highest possession getters are Blakey and Mills, which tells you that their mids need to get going. We spoke about, the Tigers' mids have been in really good form, coming off a performance where they were dominant, really, against the Giants, but for that last 20 minutes last week around clearance and contests, and that was the case in the first half of that quarter. They were all over them around the footy. As I said, pumping the ball forward. It was 7-1 at one stage. And then the Swans mids just started to get things going a bit through the middle of the ground. They took the heat out of the game a bit. You can tell the Swans, they want to control the footy a bit more, don't they? The Tigers, when the ball's in chaos a little bit more, you feel like that'll suit the speed of the Tigers through the middle of the ground. The Swans were able to just control the ball. They had 32 uncontested marks and just able to rest the momentum a bit through the middle part of that quarter. And then we spoke about the challenges that they have forward of the ball in terms of scoring for the Swans. Really taking a bit of a risk through the middle of the ground a couple of times there led to those goals. We've seen Warner spend time out of the square, Heaney. So it looks like they're just going to play 50-50, set a bounce and out of the square. And you're probably going to need 4 or 5 goals out of those two, I think, for the Swans to win today.
I just think 7 tackles for Sydney for the quarter is just not good enough.
No.
Just not, and 10 tackles, mind you, for Richmond for the quarter is not good enough. So I just want to see a lot more defensive intensity from the Swans.
7 is a low number, isn't it?
Oh.
It's tracking towards
Hawthorn the last
for the
couple
game.
of weeks.
Yeah. Back in the middle, to start the second term. Grundy palms it down towards Rowbottom. Hand pass out towards the back flank. Got it to Cunningham, and then he was taken high in all of that. So he goes against Campbell. Gets a handball away towards McInerney. Runs Sydney over halfway. Richmond by 6 points as we start the second term. And the kick is a poor one. McInerney turns it over. Bolter with the intercept mark. Centre half back for Richmond.
His kick a turnover. Mills just bobs up in front of Taranto and intercepts it for Sydney. Forward of the centre line. Out towards the members' wing, still inside the centre square. Now he kicks out wide. Rampy just accepts it. One of 2 players in this Sydney team today that have played in 4 losing grand finals. Along with Jake Lloyd as he kicks into the pocket. Looking for a target down there off the hands of Nankervis. It comes down. He soccers it away and fortuitously it lands in the lap of Traynor. Back flank here for Richmond. Richmond by 1 goal. Traynor waits a kick up to the wing. Cold turnover and Harry Cunningham back in the side. Bobs up to mark for Sydney on the members' wing.
Both teams have had some errors by foot in this quarter already that haven't even got close. There's the kick there towards centre half forward for the Swans. Eventually Chad Warner wrestles free of a would-be tackler. Got it away to Campbell. His handball, a turnover. Broad crunched as soon as he got it. Ben said cold turnover is exactly what it's been. There's been at least 3 already and the quarter's only been going 90 seconds. So ball up here, centre half forward for the Swans. They're kicking to the punt road end in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport from the restart. We're going nowhere fast as Sonsi is held up. Do it all again, same spot. There's a nice bit of respite. The sun breaks through. And a thick cloud cover here at the G.
Feels like 10 degrees all of a sudden as Heaney backfeeds a handball to Blakey from the middle of the ground looking for a leading target. Bobbing up in the hole, Brown.
Yeah, that was really well done.
Very brave. Takes the intercept mark there for Richmond at fullback. Moves it on to Broad, who pokes it just slightly further afield to Miller.
They got a good one there, don't they, in Tom Brown?
Yeah, with him and Traynor, Miller, Bolter, you can see it can turn pretty quick. This Tigers team, the rebuild can come to hand pretty quick.
Had a very good last few weeks, Miller. Only had 2 goals kicked on him in that month-long period, but they cough it up here. Richmond, Sydney back with it through Heaney.
Kicks the centre half forward, hands up from Nankervis. Didn't quite complete the mark, goes back, gets it. Campbell tackles a big man to ground, spills to Taranto, got it to Hopper. Hand pass to Sonsi, extra handball to Smith, bowled over by Francis. Loose footy collected here by Campbell as he kicks inside 50. Back pedaling is Bolter. That is a perfectly weighted kick to Jordan, who marks on his chest in that channel at left half forward. What precision.
Well, and that's exactly what James Jordan needs to do against Nick Vlauston. Drag him wide so he can't stay in the corridor in the channel to intercept mark. But then the responsibility then is on his teammates, on the kicker, to use him. And on that occasion there, Campbell did.
They've only got 2 premiership players on their list. He's one of them. James Jordan, the right-footed drop punt, fades across the goal mouth and whacks through for a rush behind.
So they don't get the result, but that was off the back of pressure. Yeah. Braden Campbell ends up kicking the footy. He laid 2 tackles. It was 3 efforts, 2 tackles, a little block, and he gets the inside 50. Already they've had 6 tackles in the first 2 minutes. Yeah. They had 7 for the first quarter.
Who's the... Joel Hamling is the other premiership.
He's the other one.
Yes.
Very good run. The Tigers by 5 points, 4 minutes into the second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Caleb Smith with the kick up towards the wing, launching out at Traynor, doesn't come down with the mark. Ball hits the deck, away with it Sydney. Campbell off to Lloyd, kick knocked down. There's a free kick It'll come back and go the way of Campbell, who was bundled over there by Boston.
Yeah, after he handballed it.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Is there anything in it?
Maybe just late. Not sure, though. I'll tell you what, though, he set them alight here.
Yeah.
Braden Campbell, first 5 minutes.
We'll ask Ray if he kicks this goal, but is it just blocking his run after the handball, I imagine?
It usually kicks like a mule. That left leg, he kicks it straight into the man on the mark. It ricochets off the hands of Loston, and then Bolter, a brain fade. Trying to get his kick away. He's just bumped as he does, out of bounds on the full. And Sydney will get it again with Jake Lloyd to take it.
Pressure again.
Yeah. Deep in the left forward pocket.
That time Chad Warner. There was a bit of a brain fade there. No, he's got to take the tackle there and realise where you are. Can they capitalise here, the Swans?
Mark set 25 metres out. Right on the boundary line. Lloyd's drop punt is ramming into that left-hand goalpost. Behind Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, looking at that exchange, the players disposed of the football, but Vlosten doesn't have to move. If he steps off his mark and picks him off, by all means, free kick for a free after disposal, knocking the player to the ground. But he doesn't have to get out of the opponent's way. He doesn't leave the ground. He doesn't make eye contact, and that's play on for mine.
Yep. There's Broad with the exiting kick out to Miller. Marks at half-back. A long kick up over halfway. Big leap from Green. Couldn't quite come down with it. Now outnumbered as it hits the deck. Rampy for Sydney. Hand pass to Cunningham. Gets back on his right peg. Drills the kick down the wing. And here's Francis. Marks for Sydney. He's going to move it by hand. Sweeps a hand pass out to Chad Warner. Steps back inside. Short kick. Finds his mate Heaney. Between wing and half forward for the Swans. Thick grey clouds above. Sun breaking through. Floodlights on. Red Sharon. Saturday afternoon at the G. Proper winter's day in Melbourne. The temperature currently 13 degrees. Short to Bice. High up and under inside 50. Good luck with that. And Bolter says thank you as he goes flying through. Takes the intercept mark. At centre half back. 6 minutes into the second term. Richmond by 4 points.
Bolter sends it out wide and finds Ralph Smith on the back flank. Ralph Smith just waiting a kick, getting it to Taranto, drops the mark, allows in Sydney. Cunningham picks it up. He gets rid of it to Bice, runs into Broad. And ball back to McInerney, run down. Caught holding the ball. Steely Green just came and got him.
That's closing space. Steely Green was able to do that really quickly. Just sweated on that handball to McInerney and then pounced.
Green goes short and Broad has it. On the wing, Richmond by 4 points. We played 7 minutes, second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, Spears is kicked down the wing. No mark for Ralph Smith. Bursts through his hands, collected by Smith. Turns, heads inside 50 for Richmond. Grundy leaps up, punched away from him at the back. Spills front and centre towards Rampy. He can mop it up for the Swans inside the defensive 50. Handball to McCartan, back to Rampy. Now to Chad Warner, just got it away as Mansell tried to mow him down. Intercepted half forward for Richmond. Vlosten hands it to Traynor. And the hurried kick goalward misses. Luke Traynor now in his 13th game without a goal. And behind. It's Richmond by 5 points, 7.5 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Lizard, Blakey runs away with it, sends a kick for Sydney up to the wing. Bringing it down, Grundy gathers on the bounce, sweeps a handball away towards Jordan, kick smothered by Nankervis. Out of play it goes, and Big Nank goes in and gives him a bump. We'll get a throw in on the wing. How about the pick up from Vlosten as well? As clean as it can get. Richmond by 5 points.
Hey guys, greetings from Airlie Beach. Nice and warm up here, and I think Richmond might just do it. Nice to hear from you off the SMS. That's from Sash. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. From the stoppage, Richmond win it as McAuliffe to Miller. Then got it away. A little kick comes inside the middle of the ground from Banks. Taranto cleans it up. Hand pass to Brown. Tigers keep possession. Kicks wide to Ralph Smith. Makes the sprawling mark, high half forward. Hand pass back to Banks, who keeps on moving. Kick out in front of Ross, and one bounce out of play as Lynch collects and runs out of room. So throw in forward pocket for Richmond. Tigers by 5 points, 9 gone second term.
Both teams, it's hard to see where the next goal comes from, Renner, isn't it? Forward, sort of a attacking fours really dried up. Game's been played between the arcs a little bit. Tigers got opportunity here.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport as Lloyd gets a clear and kick for Sydney. Bouncing ball up towards the wing. Miller wins it back for Richmond. Handball away to Ralph Smith. Hooks a kick back towards full forward. Flying out Melican, leaves it behind. Sims rows it, snaps it, misses.
Just that constant threat both ends of the ground. Both teams really don't have a forward where you're going, he's going to mark it, every time it comes down or at ground level he's going to get it. Both teams just don't have that.
Big Tom Sims. Sydney trying to get the ball out of defence here as Lloyd gathers, and then a clanger as he kicks wide and puts it out of bounds on the full. And Brown is going to take the free in front of the Richmond race. It's one of the few home tenants here that actually choose the skinny race, and the change room's closest to us on the northern side of the ground, more northern change room for whatever that's worth. Kick into the forward pocket, spills to Mansell, he's tackled. Dispossessed ball spills out of bounds, throwing right forward pocket.
Not sure why. The change rooms are exactly the same.
Yeah, it's just the race that's different, isn't it? As to whether you'd rather be closer to the goals of the Ponsford stand end or not. I learnt that Collingwood actually have it written into the deal that they always use the far change rooms. The ones closest to the goals of the Ponsford stand end. From the boundary throw in, Grundy grabs it out of the ruck, kicks Sydney up to the middle of the ground. Sheldrick leaps up, grabs it, hand pass releases Jordan.
Jordan gives it off to Bicer, gives it off to Rampy, running by, kicks the Swans towards full forward. McLean, well spoiled by Bolter. Ball goes out the back, last line, Broad picks it up. Top of the defensive goal square, and Cooley just pokes it away to Ralph Smith.
There's no added features in one that's not in the other or anything like that.
Well, I was just so Carlton used that same race. So if Collingwood are playing Carlton and Collingwood's the away team,
apparently it's always goes to Collingwood.
Right.
I've got a theory on this, Rammer. As Ralph Smith kicks up towards the wing, over the back of the pack it comes. Sydney back with the footy. Here's McInerney off to Warner. 55 out. Green lights on goal. Back there, Bolter marks between the goalpost and the behind post. Richmond by 6 points still.
Bolter kicks down the wing. Blakey and Mansell collide. Ball spills out the back. Now the race on back for the footy. Blakey gets there first but slips over. Stacks on the mill. Coming flying over the top. Sonzi in the ump says, I'll have it. Ball up in front of the benches.
Welcome to another episode of Theories with Ben.
The only thing I can think of is that it keeps the fans a little further away from the players if you've had a bad loss.
Right, with the wider race.
Yeah.
So the reason that is the case for Collingwood is it was written into that deal that Eddie Maguire struck all those years ago with certain ticketing that the members get here at the MCG, which obviously benefits the home club. So that's when Collingwood's the away team. But basically there's a little bit of, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. Collingwood gets some benefits as a result of it when it comes to ticketing. And the change rooms has been written in as part of that.
Yeah, well, given it was part of that Eddie deal, he's spoken about the fact that the races are open and that people can abuse players as they walk on and off, and he doesn't like that. So I think that's a good theory, Rammer. Once again, as Gloston is dispossessed in the tackle and Bolter picks it up.
That was number one for the day.
Kicks around the members' wing. Doing good work. McCartan taps it down and fumbles it out of play. It goes.
The good thing is, while we've been discussing that, you've missed nothing out here. It's Richmond by 6 points, 12 gone, second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The abuse. Put like perspex over the top of it.
Well, that's what Eddie suggested.
Yeah.
I think they have that maybe for the umpires, Ray Chamberlain.
20 years in the AFL, I've never been abused coming off the ground, so I don't know what the big issue is about the race. Harden up, you lot.
Ray Chamberlain with us on ABC Sport from the boundary throw in. Grundy, hurried kick forward after grabbing it out of the ruck. Sydney onto it through Hayward. He collects 70 metres out. Pulls his kick back inboard, finds Jordan. He's giving them an option upside in the front 50. He's been good today, James Jordan. Kicks for Heaney. They block his run. That's always well advised, and the ball carries the pack and runs through for a behind.
Well done by Broad to recognise that. Heaney looked dangerous one-on-one there. Broad came off to support. Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate, isn't it?
Boston's only had the 4 possessions and 1 intercept mark.
Richmond by 5 points, 13 gone, second term. Quarter's almost halfway old. We haven't had a goal in the quarter. 3 behinds for Sydney, 2 for Richmond.
And, yeah, that's James Jordan's direct opponent.
Loston with the kick in, bursts through the hands of Broad, spills to McInerney, to Heaney, goal, swing the lead. Sydney in front by a point. 3-7-25 plays, 3-6-24, 13 and a half minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I just took a clanger, didn't it, Rammer? Unfortunately, a couple of premiership players there. Just Nath Broad just walked down to his his mate, Nick Floston, said, "Sorry, mate, I've just shanked one. I just had one go straight through the hands." Well done, McInerney, just to come through, put his body in line with the footy, created the spillage, and Heaney was good enough off one step to go bang from 40. That's what the game needed, didn't it? We needed something. Yeah. Let's see if the Swans can get some momentum here.
Just on the umpire's race, though, Ray, it does look like there's a sort of almost some perspex that does protect the umpires when they go off the ground. Is that right?
If that's the purpose of what that is over there, they'd be well advised just to go and have a little bit of an analysis of its effectiveness.
Sydney with the centre clearance. Sheldrick kicks inside the forward 50. Smith does very well. Caleb Smith. The Sandgroper darting away for Richmond. Hand pass to Taranto. Kicks across the back flank to Traynor. Just dabs it short. Finds McAuliffe. We talk all the time about Luke Traynor. Grandson of Doug Wade, of course, champion goal kicker. Part of the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame's on Tuesday night. My apologies. Tuesday night in the Hall of Fame. The latest inductees, of course, to go in. So this Tuesday night coming up is McAuliffe long towards half forward, and there's a pack which develops 60 metres out from.
Usually you
Richmond
hear
goal.
a whisper, Corbs, about who is being inducted.
Yep.
Not a sound.
Legend elevation as well.
Right.
That's actually true. I know one person going in. That's about it.
Do you?
Yep.
I was lucky enough one night to go to a Hall of Fame in Adelaide. One of my favourite nights in my life.
Did Roosie invite you?
No. Worked the red carpet and snuck in after.
As Sydney swinging around the defensive 50, McCartan off the back flank.
Well, you were Roosie great mates. I thought you would have been on his table.
Here's Bice, who's got a defensive side of the wing. Shout out to our broadcast colleague Paul Roos as the kick goes down the wing. Off hands, it spills away of Ralph Smith. Hand pass to Broad. Held up right on the boundary line, southern side. Sydney by point, 16 gone second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain.
I was listening intently during the first quarter, and Bawley referenced one of the key statistics, which is spirit indicators. And as I listen to you guys potting each other all day, I tell you what, we'll be reflecting on that at half time.
They're low in the commentary team.
We're
no
lifting
about
the
that.
spirits in this box.
Kick around the boundary for Richmond, running onto it. Sonzi, he'll dribble it towards 50. Nearly clean bowls. McCartan sticks a boot out, traps it. Now swings a handball into the middle of the ground. Campbell runs onto it. Sydney still in possession. Handball to Bice. Off the back flank. His kick might open it all up. McLean's in an acre of space. He's at half forward, looking for a leading Heaney. Has to pick up the half volley. Breaks a tackle. Gets onto the left. Swings it to Jordan in the pocket. A pinpoint pass. And the padlock holds it to his chest, 15 out on a 45-degree angle. James Jordan to shoot for goal.
Absolute pure strength there by Isaac Heaney.
Yeah. And then a bit of class off the left foot. And Hayden McLean runs to him and says, "Thanks, mate, for making my poor kick look good." He had an easy lead-up kick, put it in his shoelaces. But Isaac Heaney, that was brilliant.
In comes Jordan. 25 out, slots it. Sydney beginning to win the arm wrestle. They lead by 7 points, and they've got the last 3 goals in the game. 4-7-31 plays 3-6-24. Adam Romanascus and Luke Ball with 18 minutes played in the second.
And they've really swung that inside 50 count from the first quarter to Swans. It's 13-5 in their favour this quarter, so they're starting to get some drive back through the middle of the ground. I think that matchup with James Jordan of Vloston is really working at the moment. Jordan's had 5 possessions this quarter and a goal, and for the game, what's he up to? He's up to 8 possessions and a goal. Vloston's only had the 5 himself, so you can just sort of see Vloston's trying to freewheel a little bit now, and whereas Jordan's getting into some dangerous spots, and his Sydney teammates are actually looking for him inside forward 50. So I think that's a real win for Dean Cox and his coaching staff, that matchup at the moment.
Yeah, 9-1 clearance for the quarter for the Swans. So they've really turned it around. Winning it at the source, starting to Laney's at the deck again here. That's free twice in 2 clears. Speaking of stoppages.
Maybe change the
No, it's a Richmond free kick. Just will ask Ray, is that free kick being paid for getting in the way of the umpire? Maybe not, no.
The free kick's been paid for umpire contact. So if you set up at the centre bounce stoppage behind the umpire and you make contact with the umpire, a free kick is expected. Yep.
I reckon that's two in the last 2 minutes.
Great insight from Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. As Sydney pumped it forward through Wicks, but picked off Nankervis and then comes wide with it to Smith. That is a daring kick, a dangerous one, a turnover. Ends up with Hayward, and then he's pushed in the back. As Brown didn't quite execute the tackle, so a free kick for Will Hayward here. He'll get it just left of centre. Kick from inside the 50.
Yeah, maybe there, Corbs.
Just on that inside 50 count, by the way, Ram, it was 10-2 to start the game. So 10-2 Richmond's way. So from that point on, it is 22-9 Sydney. So plus 13 to the Swans after the blitz to start from Richmond.
Well, now they're just mistakes now. You don't mind the young fella Smith backing himself in his skills, but you've got to read the state of the game. Swans have kicked the last two, just starting to get the upper hand. He tries to pull off an inside 50 kick.
Hayward, drop punt is good. He squeezes that through. And all of a sudden, Sydney starting to make it a Sydney kind of game. They've kicked the last four. The Swans by 13 points. First it became that real dour affair, and now they're putting some pain on the scoreboard. 5-7 to 3-6 Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just
the into quarter two.
Sorry, Corb. Just the wrong option, wasn't it? Yeah, just again, read the state of the game. Young fella, again, we like him backing his skills in, but just to try and pull the trigger there inside 45 when you're deep in defence. Off one step, two.
No momentum.
And in the end, a little bit stiff, Tom Brown, but probably there, just fell into Will Hayward's back. And that's just 2 goals directly from mistakes, from kicks, unenforced errors, kicks out of back 50.
We're ticking into time on as well, sorry. Quarter number 2.
With young teams, they generally have lapses in concentration, lapses in intensity in quarters. This is right at the moment, this is it. So the last 10 minutes, Richmond are just, their intensity's dropped, their efforts dropped, but they've only laid 4 tackles for this quarter.
Yeah, and this is where you need your leaders to step. So Prestia hasn't touched it this quarter, had 13 in the first, has not touched the footy.
Heaney gets the clearance again here for Sydney. Bouncing ball up to half forward. Jordan right there with Floston. Francis wins it. Off to Sheldrick. Sweeps a handball inside 50. 3-metre kick from Chad to Corey. He bounces it on goal. Back there is Bolter. Gathers for Richmond. He'll chip it short. Mark taken by Hopper. Hopper at centre half back. Runs around a couple. Takes a bounce. And now he'll stab it short to Ralph Smith. Swans by 13, last 4 goals in the game.
Hand pass back to Hopper. He's in front of the benches. Closed down by Rowbottom. Got a handball away, but he's caught holding the ball. Took too long.
He had Sims and ball down the line, but he wanted to dance around opponents. Jacob Hopper kicked the ball.
Umpire dissent's gone too as he just screams back at the umpire. Rowbottom takes the free, goes long down to half forward, and Grundy takes the mark against the boundary line. 55 out, pokes it inside 50. Ralph Smith knocks it out of bounds. So 40 metres out from the Swans' goal, a boundary throw-in. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Remember, not that long ago, the AFL had a mandate to crack down on the umpire abuse. That was a fair spray from Jacob Hopper.
The interesting thing about that one with Jacob Hopper, the directive to the umpires is if the player corrects themselves, then we walk by it, right? Because it's an emotive game played, it's combative, no drama. I tell you what, he relayed it and had another go. I wouldn't have walked by it.
So what do you mean, Ray? If the player sort of says, sorry, I didn't mean that.
If you get up, Ben, and you sort of get a bit, but you pull up and you grab yourself, the umpires will wear that, and that's okay, because it's just an emotive element or response. It's not abusive, it's not threatening or insulting. But if you double down and keep going on with the job, well then, it's within the umpire's remit to pay 50.
So that one with Hopper, you would have paid 50 there?
Mate, it'd have been a shot. It would have been going the other way, I promise.
Swans by 14 points, nearly 23 played in the second term.
14 points, as Ben said. So that is a game in which Richmond led for the majority of the opening term. Long kick to a contest on the wing. Sims flies, no mark, spills to Ralph Smith. Hand pass to Fall, and he's tackled.
So the stats only show 12 tackles for the quarter, but it has felt like there's a significant dial-up and increase in pressure around the footy, and they're winning the footy as well. So it's been a good performance, good response from the Swans this quarter.
Ball up between wing and half forward for Sydney. Another stoppage as Taranto's tackled. And their top users here, so Warner, Rampy, Heaney, all with 6. Key users for the Swans. Repeat stoppages as the ruckmen tangle with one another.
What I don't like is Sydney are allowing one extra at the stoppage or one behind the Richmond, allowing one extra at the stoppage or one behind the ball. They're not good enough to do that. They've got to have even numbers, particularly behind the ball.
Grundy wins the tap. Taranto fires it out. Ralph Smith tumbles a kick around the members' wing. Might work out for Sims. No, he's beaten to it by Blakey. Sydney back in possession. Kicks it straight up and down. Four with his hands on it. And now to play knocks it. Throw in on the members' wing, right in front of the members. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Sydney by 14 points. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain.
First of 3 games today, of course. Still to come, Geelong and Gold Coast, and then later tonight in Canberra. Expected to be about 5 degrees down there tonight for GWS and Port Adelaide. And I thought that was off the boot too as it came back towards the boundary line.
It definitely was.
Trainer.
He had the guilty look on his face too, Trainer. As he got up, he gets away with one.
Inadvertently socked out of bounds. The ump setting up, spin it in. So boundary throwing again on halfway. Swans by 14. Time on in his second turn. From the boundary throwing. Sheldrick comes up with it for the Swans. Kicks to centre half forward. Chad Warner leaps up, but it carries the pack. And Brown is out the back to take the intercept mark. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We tick towards half-time. Sydney by 14.
Brown flares it out wide to that man Trainer. He's got it on the right back flank. Swans by 14 points. He goes back to Brown at fullback. Richmond eyeing the switch. So Brown sends it out to Broad. Left back flank. Punt road end of the ground. Nothing he likes immediately. Now we'll poke it on Short and Bolter. Oh, he's worried out of it. Just spoiled away there by Campbell. Bolter good enough to recover. Rushes a kick up towards the wing. Bias can't gather it first time. Now he turns tackler. Umpire on the quick whistle. And we'll get a ball up. It's not a criticism, by the way, Ray. We know why they're quick on the whistle these days. Maybe a blood rule as well. Noah Bolter coming from the ground. Looks like he's got a cut above his right eye.
Under his eye.
Jeez. And a fair bit of blood streaming down his cheek as well. Noah Bolter. Mentioned a few times that meeting last year, of course, round 3 between Richmond and Sydney, where the Tigers won by 5 points. It was actually the first time since 1976 the Wooden Spooner has beaten the minor premier. That was Collingwood beating Carlton. But probably what made last year even more impressive, that was a 12-team competition. So another 6 teams and 18 beat 1 last year. And furthermore, it was Sydney's only loss in the first 16 weeks of the season. Bolter gets off the ground. Ball up on the far wing results in another stoppage. Swans by 14 points just before half-time. Grundy wins it down, but straight to Ross. Richmond with it. Taranto, hand pass to Campbell. He fumbles and the ball's out of play. Game hasn't reached any great heights so far. I think that's fair. Sydney with the only 3 goals in the turn.
Really just put the slows on from a midfield point of view this quarter, the Swans. Again, Prestia still yet to touch it. Taranto only 5, Hopper 5.
Following up, here's Nankervis, his own ruckwork has to get a handball out and it's held in again. Ross, we see that quick whistle once more. So we've seen this brought in, Ray, to avoid what?
Well, essentially, if the ball appears to be pinned, what we don't want to see is players dumping their opponent into the ground. If the ball doesn't come out or there's no whistle, they tend to finish the tackle. So it's an attempt to mitigate against that.
Here goes Campbell inside 50, firing on goal and just missing away to the left. So
he's got to finish that, Braden Campbell. Yep. Under no pressure, 40 metres out. He's got to finish that goal.
Sydney by 15 points, 27 and a half minutes into the second term.
Well, they could have put another couple on, really, couldn't they? Such as their dominance. They could almost have put this one to bed by half-time here, the Swans.
McAuliffe, one of their 2 lefties, goes long down the wing and turns it over. McCartan takes the intercept mark. Swans with it. Cam the truckie in Forbes, New South Wales. On my way back to Melbourne, can you please refrain from telling me how cold it is?
It's not too bad. It's okay today.
It's 14 degrees at the moment. I've got the 3 layers with me today, Rammer. I'm closer to going to 3 than I am back to 1, so it is a bit fresh. But we are in winter. It's what it's all about. And Sydney trying to work it over halfway. Bice short to Blakey. Poor kick. Got it back. Another poor kick. Down the wing. Sheldrick cleans it up. Hand pass for the Swans out to Haywood. Handball goes back to McInerney. Gives it to Haywood against the boundary line. And now the long kick inside the forward 50, and Brown takes the intercept mark. Looks like circle work at the moment. 1 50 to the other. And we've got 70 seconds left to go before half-time. Swans by 15.
Bites off the dangerous kick into the corridor. It's a good one, though. There for McAuliffe, who moves it out wide to Traynor. He goes short, looking for Taranto. Cunningham. He was cunning, just slid in front there of Taranto to punch it out of play, thrown on the wing.
We were spoilt with a pretty mild autumn, weren't we?
Absolutely.
18 degrees earlier in the week.
We're wearing shorts up until round 9.
Yes.
Swans by 15 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. A rucks tangle. Taranto gets it. Handball towards Sonzi. Slaps it onto Hopper. Now Traynor. Richmond backward of the logo. Handball to Vlosten. Twisting, turning, kicking out wide. Good kick for McAuliffe. Forward handball to Taranto. He bounces a handball towards a teammate in Sonzi, who can only pick it up and run out. And umpire Eleni T says insufficient intent. So Rampy to get it back flank here for Sydney. Swans led it by 15, closing in on halftime.
Rampy. Contest kick to the wing. The big man all down there. Miller trying to reach for it. Spills to Sheldrick. He's tackled by Traynor. Ump says keep going. Banks collects for Richmond. Handball to Taranto to Sonzi. Hand pass out for Banks. Clever. Taps it to McAuliffe. Handball to Fall. They're racing the clock here, Richmond. Fall kicks to full forward. Sims had a run at it. Was his run blocked? The ump says yes. Free kick for Tom Sims. He'll get it 15 out, just right of centre, and he will have the last kick of the half.
Got to go back to the ball. Yeah, I think you could see what he was trying to do, Nick Blakey, but he just made no attempt to go back to the ball.
Wasn't really looking at where the ball was going or coming from.
So a bit of a coach killer here the last 30 seconds of Swans.
He's got to work on this side of his game, Nick Blakey. He does it too often in marking contests where he just looks all at sea.
Tom Sims made his debut a day before his 19th birthday. 2 goals in his first 2 games. Goalless in the last couple. After the halftime siren, Sims, poor miss. Slams it into the post halfway up. And that ensures Richmond have a goalless second term. A behind for Sims, and at half-time it is the Sydney Swans who lead this game by 14 points. 5-9-39, Richmond 3-7-25. Richmond just 3 behinds to show for that second quarter of footy, while Sydney kicked 3 goals, 5. The Swans really a dominant term. They could have been leading by a lot more than 14 points. They had 15 more entries in that term, 21-6. Now the goal kickers to half-time for the Sydney Swans, 1 each for Chad and Corey Warner. Isaac Heaney's got 1, as does James Jordan and Nick Blakey. Meanwhile, 3 individual goal kickers as well for Richmond, Prestia, Taranto and Campbell down the page. Phil from Werribee enjoyed Ray's comments about an umpire decision. He disagreed, but said, as I saw it, that is the important point. It's not a wrong decision by the umpire. It is how the umpire sees the particular incident. Thanks, Phil. From Margaret off the SMS, how awesome is Ray? So grateful we get to hear his insights. We love having him with us here on ABC Sport every Saturday afternoon. There's no doubt about that. He's freshened up our commentary team. I think it's fair to say on Saturday Arvos here on ABC Sport. All right, Swans by 14. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, you're right. It could have been a lot worse for Richmond and a lot better for Sydney in that second quarter. 21 inside 50s to 6 in Sydney's favour. Wow. 3 goals, 5. The issue with the 3 goals, 5 is their key efficiency was only at 58%. So they did butcher it a little bit, the Swans. So the scoreboard certainly could have been a lot more in their favour. Clearance was 13-5 in Sydney's favour. Richmond only laid 7 tackles that quarter.
That was a big one, wasn't it?
They just dropped off in that intensity side of things.
Does one team have to lay 7 tackles only in a quarter?
Well, that's right. Sydney in the first quarter, yeah, it was. And this is where Richmond will bridge the gap between their best performance and their worst performance. If they can keep that tackle intensity at, let's call it 15 to 20 tackles a quarter, I think the gap between their best and worst will be so much closer. But you could see there, once Richmond did drop off in that area of the game, Sydney dominated.
Yep.
So there's no trickery in this game. There's no dropping numbers behind ball, and James Jordan's taking Vlosten in a defensive forward role, but there's no sort of extras that stop it. This is a real one-on-one contest. Yeah. So if you're playing a one-on-one style of football, which I think is the right way to teach these Richmond players from Adam Uze's point of view, you have to tackle. You have to pressure. First quarter, they were able to display that. and they were able then to lead that quarter. 3 goals 4 to 2 goals 4 in that first quarter. But second quarter, when they drop off, they do look like a bottom 4 team, the Tigers.
21 inside 50s. I mean, that's a huge number, isn't it? And it was started around clearance, so 13-5, which the Tigers were right on top around the footy in that first quarter. And credit to the Swans mids, they turned it around. It wasn't any one that stood out. Heaney did his bit in there. Warner got his hands on the footy. I liked Sheldrick's quarter. Look, Grundy was good that quarter as well. And Braden Campbell had some flashes too, didn't he? So it was across the board a bit. I think what's clear, Ramo, 21 inside 50s, the challenges the Swans have got in their front half at the moment. When a Heaney's not down there, or even Warner looking dangerous to an extent, it is hard work, isn't it? Haywood showed glimpses a little bit, but really was the beneficiary of some Richmond mistakes. They have got real challenges, and we know Amadi's not down there. And Francis and McLean are sort of more makeshift. You'd expect a little bit more from McLean. He's getting his hands on a few, not marking them. But 21 inside 50s against his Richmond defence, under no pressure, the ball coming in under no pressure at times. Nowhere near a good enough return, 3 goals 5. And we know that. That's the theme at the moment of this Swans team. The challenges they've got in terms of conversion in their front half. It's really standing out.
That's the thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas to half-time. The game really flipping after Richmond's early forward 50 dominance, really from until about the time on stage of the opening quarter, and from that stage on, Sydney have really taken over and they lead the match by 14 points. Could be a whole lot more. Swans 5-9-39 lead Richmond at 3-7-25. This is the start of the Saturday slate, round 13 of the AFL Premiership season. Of course, there's still 2 games to come today. Geelong and Gold Coast, and then later tonight GWS up against Port Adelaide. We'll tell you about both of those games and everything else that's happening in the world of sport in just a moment. And of course the second half action not too far away here at the G. But for now, at half time with the Swans up by 14 points, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. A mayor in Queensland's Wide Bay region says the alleged murder of teenager Phoebe Bishop has shaken the community profoundly. Authorities found human remains in a national park near Gingin after the 17-year-old had been missing for more than 3 weeks. Ms. Bishop's 2 housemates have been charged with her murder. Bundaberg Mayor Helen Blackburn says Gingin locals will gather for a candlelit vigil at Phoebe's honour tomorrow afternoon.
It's important for the community to come together. It's important for them to know that they're there for one another. And it's certainly important for them to grieve. I mean, it's a very, very sad time for the family and for the community. But we are resilient and we are going to get through this, but we'll only do it if we do it together.
Hundreds of people across the country have held vigils following the death of an Indigenous man in police custody in Alice Springs last week. 24-year-old Kumanjai White, who lived with a disability, died after he was restrained by police in an Alice Springs supermarket. Last night, mourners gathered in Melbourne to share their grief and anger over the death, with more vigils decrying the death as an injustice held in Brisbane and Sydney today. Speaking at the Melbourne vigil, Kumanjai White's grandfather and Walpree elder Ned Hardgraves called for change.
Our children cannot be in fear. We can't live like this. My dada was killed for no good reason. He wasn't a criminal. He was a young, quiet young man and wanted to live like all the other young men.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed Israel is arming clans in Gaza he says are opposed to Hamas. His comments follow Israeli media reports quoting defense sources saying he's authorized giving weapons to a group in southern Gaza. Several politicians in Israel have accused Mr. Netanyahu of endangering security by doing so, but he says it saves the lives of Israeli soldiers. A man wrongly deported from the United States to El Salvador 3 months ago has returned to the U.S. to face criminal charges. The Trump administration had previously ignored a Supreme Court order to return him, sparking a row with the judiciary, as the BBC's Jake Kwan reports.
The deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia was the first time the White House admitted to making a mistake in its mass deportation policy. After months of stonewalling the court order, the Trump administration finally brought him back. But there is a catch. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said Mr. Abrego Garcia would face 2 human trafficking charges. Without presenting evidence, she accused him of making more than 100 trips across the U.S. transporting criminal gang members and illegal migrants, including children. The Attorney General also alleged that he'd abused trafficked women and transported illegal firearms and drugs, but brought no such charges.
The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with the Trump administration to give the Department of Government Efficiency access to Social Security data. The Social Security Administration holds sensitive personal data on millions of Americans. The court also blocked lower court orders seeking transparency for Doge, which had previously been led by billionaire Elon Musk. South Australia's Department for Environment and Water will explore freshwater flushing as a potential measure to fight a large-scale algal bloom which has spread to the Coorong. The bloom, which has killed marine life throughout South Australian seas in the past few months, it's recently been detected in the fragile saline environment of Coorong, south of Adelaide. Strategic Projects Director Grant Pelton says there's a team looking at the best way to mitigate the algal bloom.
There are a whole range of other ecological considerations that we'll have to work through. We've got some hydrologists and ecologists that will actually be doing some modelling as to determine whether using a freshwater flush could actually assist that.
Queensland's Premier has issued his strongest warning yet to derelict tropical island owners, saying it's time to use it or lose it. Here's our national tourism reporter, Christy Sexton-McGrath.
More than a dozen tropical island resorts remain closed across the Great Barrier Reef due to years of neglect and cyclones, including Brampton and Great Keppel Island. Premier David Crisafulli has accused some owners of land banking, sitting on an asset to let it increase in value without developing it. He says it's time to shape up or ship out.
Use it or lose it. It's pretty simple.
Last year, the state government stripped the lease from the owner of the dilapidated Double Island Resort in far north Queensland. The island has now been put on the market by the government.
You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Loston with the kick in, bursts through the hands of Broad, spills to McInerney, Tahini, goal, swing the lead. Sydney in front by a point. Handball to Bice. Off the back flank. His kick might open it all up. McLean's in an acre of space. He's at half forward, looking for a leading Heaney. Has to pick up the half volley. Breaks a tackle. Gets onto the left. Swings it to Jordan in the pocket. A pinpoint pass. In comes Jordan. 25 out. Slots it. Sydney beginning to win the arm wrestle. They lead by 7 points, and they've got the last 3 goals in the game.
They've really swung that inside 50 count from the first quarter. The Swans, it's 13-5 in their favour this quarter, so they're starting to get some drive.
Hayward, drop punt is good. He squeezes that through. And all of a sudden, Sydney starting to make it a Sydney kind of game. After the halftime siren, Sims, miss. Slams it into the post halfway up. And that ensures Richmond have a goalless second term.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term. The Sydney Swans by 14 points at halftime. 5-9-39. They lead Richmond 3-7-25. It was all Sydney in that second quarter. They had 15 more inside 50s. 21-6 with the entries in that quarter. In behind the clearances, which was +8 in favour of the Swans. And obviously the scoreboard told the story as well. 3 goals, 5 to 3 behinds in the second quarter. So the Swans increasingly taking over in this game. Can Richmond try and change that in the second half? Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain's on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, with you on ABC Sport. All right, the SMS, 0437 774 774, always very popular on Saturday afternoon, so nice to hear from you wherever you may be. From Cam, who is listening from Fiji. In any ball game, possession is key. Why do AFL players make so many turnovers? A skill or a coaching issue? Do we have a reason as to why we have so many turnovers in the game?
Coaching, well, skill's certainly part of it, obviously. Decision-making's the key part of it. And skills obviously get harder to execute under fatigue. I think that's one of the things that it's hard to...
the best way to score in our game too is also off speed.
Yeah.
So the faster you go, the more chance you're able to turn the ball over. Where there's other games where you kind of creep your way forward, slowly and increasing as you work your way downfield. Whereas in our game, it's like you get the ball and the best way to go about it is helter-skelter, and often that can lead to turnovers.
Well, I think the parts of the game where you've got time, like the set shot. So young Sims there that might be what the call is referring to. That's where it's. I don't think you can blame fatigue or anything there. Either that's a technical issue, but I don't think it's... So that becomes mental then. I know clubs now spend a lot of time on that because that can be the difference. They're all fit and strong. They all do the same weights programs, similar weights programs, etc. Yes, there's slight differences in skill levels with the better teams, but a lot of the time it comes down to between the ears, doesn't it? When you're having a set shot for goal. A lot of other stuff, it's instinctive and you don't have time to think about it, but it's interesting, that sometimes the more time you have to think about it, the harder the players or the less they execute the skill.
There was a great article a couple of weeks ago on Lachie Neale on the AFL website speaking about repetition and how many times he touches the ball. And this is from a two-time Brownlow medalist premiership player, Lachie Neale. And he's having, at a minimum, on top of training, over 1,000 more touches a week.
Zach Merritt told us when he was with us that he does that.
Yep.
I disagree with your premise, Corbin, around our game being unique. I think all invasion games, speed is generally the best way to score. And they discovered a long time ago, I read in the book Inverting the Pyramid, that part of the reason we love playing the front half game, forward half turnovers, there's less chance that you will turn it back over and more chance you will score the closer you turn it over to your attacking goal.
Yeah.
Because there's less chance you will make more defensive errors.
And the less work you have to do chasing it back the other way to then get it back again, and that's when the fatigue sets in and the jelly gets in the leg. So that's right. That's and that's certainly been a recent.
What I said.
Oh, hang on, you two.
Let's go.
Let's park that.
There's a lot going on in the front row today.
You suggested that other games, like the round ball world game, you suggested they creep it up the field. I still think speed's the best way for them to score as well.
I wasn't referring specifically to soccer, but things like NRL or rugby league, rugby union, American football.
Okay.
It's not this. It can sort of be.
I think you two need a little lunch together.
Very good.
On Monday.
Benny's got a week off next week.
These are the conversations.
Couldn't come at a better time.
Yeah. These are the conversations we have 8 times a day. People think we're arguing.
Steve from Adelaide, good calling. Now that Ray has retired, I'd love to know which team he follows.
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah. I might ask Ray.
Has he got the cans on?
I'm not sure. He'll be on his way back down there. Rich from Ocean Grove. Another question for Ray. Well, actually, we'll save that, Rich. I'll come back to that in just a moment. If you want to speak to Luke Ball or Adam Romanaskas or Ben or myself, we're also here as well. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. He's super popular, our man Razor. Everyone wants to chat to him.
Well, I think it's rare that you get this type of insight.
Correct.
Of what because generally it's we don't hear from the umpiring fraternity, but with Ray's I love it. I'm actually learning a lot through Ray this year myself. There's interpretations that I just had no idea existed.
Yep. Yeah.
At all.
And Ray earlier today, he called for a change to the push in the back rule. He said it doesn't work. It has unduly in there, which is confusing and convoluted. He believes it should be if you hold your space, that's fine. If you extend and push out and move the opposition, that should be a free kick. 2 games to come tonight. Obviously, in the twilight, it's Geelong and Gold Coast, 2 top 8 teams firmly entrenched in the 8 at the moment, so looking forward to that. Another test for Damien Hardwick's team to see how they go on the road in a very dangerous spot. Arguably no more difficult place to play in the country than Geelong in Geelong.
I think it's the test for them. So they didn't play well last week against Fremantle.
Yep.
But there's a little bit of maturity about this game for Gold Coast. They may not win, they may not win, but I think the performance they put up will will show what sort of credentials they've got come finals time.
Port Adelaide make the trip to Canberra tonight to take on GWS, so you'll have coverage of that game, of course, here on ABC Radio. I expect it to be 5 degrees tonight in Canberra, so it'll be fresh there for Saturday night footy, but you'll hear it all, of course, through ABC Radio or through the Listen app. Ray Chamberlain's back on the boundary. He's braving it without the jacket on. He's got the beanie, rocking that for Freeze MND, of course. Big Freeze 11 coming up on Monday. Questions for you, Ray, off the SMS. Steve from Adelaide says, good calling. Now that Ray is retired, I'd love to know who he follows. Do you have a team? Who was your childhood team?
No, very, very good story. I umpired Port Adelaide versus Essendon, and Mark Williams, Choco, he was nuts before the game, and he got me in a corner, and he goes, I noticed you're from Victoria. Who did you follow? And I said, the Tuggeranong Cowboys. And he laughed, and he said, you're going to be all right. But for those playing at home, I followed the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I hate them all the same here, so we can all move forward.
I knew he wasn't going to give us an answer. Thanks, Steve. Good effort off the SMS. Rich from Ocean Grove, another one for you. Question for Ray. Did you ever play footy yourself? If so, what position? I imagine you as a hard-running, no-nonsense defender.
So I played in Canberra, played 250 games for the Tuggeranong Lions. We had guys like in our area like Craig Bolton, Justin Blumfield, Aaron Hamill. Yeah, they were our guys and they could play, and I ended up being able to umpire. But I love footy and loved playing for the Tuggeranong Lions. And on ball, if I had a chance, and otherwise I'd fall back behind the ball and then try and scoot forward.
I thought you and Benny played in the same Little League team.
No, we actually took the ring to Mordor.
Ray, I'm just looking at the young man who's making his debut today as the umpire, Jack Howard. So got the number 18, of course, which you formerly wore out there. You actually presented him with his shirt pre-game, didn't you?
Yeah, no, there's a whole lot of stuff that the umpires do to try and, create a little bit of a cultural thing and some connection, and it was a really awesome opportunity to meet Jack's family. I've followed Jack a little bit over the last 2 years because he's got a little bit about him. He knows a free kick, and he's a really hard working guy, and he's got no ego about him, which is really cool. He loves his role and he understands it and serves it well.
What's the definition of knowing a free kick, right?
I love that.
Yeah, well, you know what? He just doesn't stick his nose in when it's unnecessary, and I think that's probably the key element.
That is my favourite phrasing, and I love that. Pay the obvious ones, ignore the rest. I always speak about it. I love that from Ray.
Swans by 14 points, second half upon us. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport, and theme of the first half, we've got a stoppage immediately as Heaney's tackled. Where's he from, Ray? Where does Jack Howard originate?
Yeah, no, he's done some, from an umpiring pedigree, EDFL, and he's done some work in the NTFL and the VFL, and he knows about an early start too. He's down at the stables at Ocean Grove at 4 a.m. most mornings.
Ooh. Gee, that is a tough gig. He'll be fresh this time of year, no doubt. Thanks, Ray, for all that. So Jack Howard, the umpire in number 18, Ray's old number, on debut today. Richmond, series of handballs on the wing, ends up with McAuliffe. And his handball turned over. Campbell, hand pass away to Malikan. He gives it by hand to Corey Warner, kicks inboard. Heaney flies, no mark. Spills to Brown. Richmond back with it. Sonzi, Prestia by hand to Broad.
We saw Heaney.
Short kick finds Trainer. That was after Heaney's big leap.
Well, they're both sore, and Taranto.
So might have been the knee on the hip bone, I reckon.
No, I think it was the knee on the elbow bone of Taranto.
Ouch.
Trainer with the kick up towards half forward off the hands of the pack. It falls down and we'll get a ball up.
It's hurt Taranto as well. He's sort of carrying that left elbow at the moment. Yeah, and Heaney's limping. He's going back towards centre half forward at the moment. So I reckon he's copped it right in the shin.
Got a blood rule in amongst all of this as well. So Nankervis just coming from the ground and will be replaced by Sims.
Swans look to have MCG PTSD from ghosts of last year, but settling now. That's off the SMS 0437 774 774.
Both rucks with hands on it. It spills down for Mills, gives it to McInerney, back to Mills, off to Lloyd, and then kick smothered out of play. And again, Richmond just bringing the heat.
Well, no, I think they would have been told about the heat at half time.
Yeah, they need
seven tackles in that second quarter, as we mentioned. That's not how they want to be described as a football team.
The Swans have lost 8 of their last 10 here at the MCG, which includes 2 grand final defeats by more than 10 goals, 81 points in 2022, and then, of course, 60 points last year. Sydney win it on the wing. McLean, hand pass to Grundy's kick heads down to half forward. Pitches, runs out of play, clears the pigeons. The boundary throwing between wing and half forward here for the Swans.
Well, just to watch here, Grundy enjoying Nankervis being off the ground a couple of times through that first half. He took advantage of that, just using his size and strength here over the younger Sims.
Grundy works his way to the front, takes it out of the ruck, shovels a handball forward. Chopped off, though, by Traynor on the back flank here for Richmond. Gets rid of it to Presti. Again tackled by Rowbottom and Grundy. Umpire holds his arms to his chest.
You spoke about Presti in that second quarter, Bally. I think the reason why he had
zero
in that second quarter is he's got Rowbottom as company now.
Grundy slaps it down, picked up by Vlosten, earns a high free kick on the back flank for Richmond. Sydney by 14 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Vlosten veers out, sets up a kick towards the wing. Up they go in front. Sims doesn't get a hand on it. Rowbottom stripped of it in the tackle. Ball hits the deck. Lloyd's tackled to ground, and the umpire wants it. A ball up, right beneath the members' wing. Swans by 14 as they were at the half. 3 minutes 30 into this third term.
Up it goes, and down it comes in front of McInerney. Hand pass away towards Rowbottom. He's tackled, had an arm free. The ump said holding the ball. Gee, that's a tough interpretation because he had the arm free. The ump said the rule is you've got to try and make some kind of attempt to get rid of it. And yet as he's being tackled and taken to ground, it doesn't leave him a heap of options unless he's very flexible. As Prestia kicks to centre half forward. Knocked away by Melican. Spills down to McAuliffe. His handball ends up with Taranto, who's tackled. Ball up, centre half forward for Richmond. Ray Chamberlain.
There's a very interesting statement within the laws of the game with that particular interpretation, which states if the player is able to make a genuine attempt, they must. And for the love of me, I can't understand how they're able to do that. It's an interpretation that the AFL need to revisit.
Ball in the middle of the ground. Warner picks it up. Sydney in possession. Gets a handball away towards Bice. He flicks out a handball to Blakey. Looks long. McLean out the back. He marks. Great kick there from Blakey. Like a heat-guided missile. It finds its way to McLean. 15 out, sliding.
That's where you want Nick Blakey receiving the ball. So just forward to centre. We know he can kick the ball 60 metres at his very best, but him receiving the ball in defensive 50 just doesn't work. It's almost useless. So Blakey receiving the ball forward to centre, it's just so dangerous going inside forward 50 because the ball gets to his teammates so quick.
Kicking to the City end to make it 5 in a row for the Swans. McLean puts it through. Sydney lead by 20 points. 6-9-45 plays 3-7-25. The first goal of the second half, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
He's been good, Blakey. Up to 16 possessions, 406 metres gained. So that's what you want to see. You want to see him. Now, a couple of those have been kick-outs, sure, but right from early on in that first quarter, I thought he showed proactivity. He was turning the ball over, taking his space. And three or four score involvements now as well. So you're spot on, Rema. No point in him just getting the ball deep inside defensive 50. You want him pumping the ball forward. That time was just spread from the clearance, which is really, since quarter time, been where the Swans have turned this around. And Hayden McLean, who hasn't had a great day, as we said, we'd prefer to see him hitting up at the footy, but that time, magnificent kick from Blakey. Danger signs here for the Tigers. They need a goal.
As Ben said, 5 in a row. That stretches across 3 different quarters now. Back in the middle. One down in front of McInerney. So first possession again for Sydney. Short kick to Lloyd. Marks on the logo broadcast wing. Lloyd. Long kick out wide to Grundy. Again, they're about to head inside 50. Plays on immediately. Grundy kicks into the pocket. McLean's down there again. Hands to it. No mark. Spills to Campbell and he can't trap it. Out it goes.
He's got to mark that, McLean.
Oh, that's the one too. He just kicked the goal.
He goal to goal.
That's right. Oh, just kick the goal yourself. Blood's pumping. You've got to clunk that. Could have been 2 in a minute.
Blood's pumping. Boundary throw-in. Grundy palms it down. Picked up by Taranto. He's tackled by Campbell.
Adrenaline's probably what I was after, Cool.
I like it. There's a little play on words and South Melbourne heritage. Swans by 20 points. 7 minutes into the third term. 6-9 to 3-7. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Grundy wins the tap down. Taranto shrugs the tackle. Gets a handball to McAuliffe and a clearing kick for Richmond. Up to the wing. Bounces on its point, and Sydney are the first to respond. Melican gathers the footy, runs a U-turn. Sends his kick up towards half forward. Heaney flying. A call of 2 doesn't drag down the mark. Campbell coming through, nowhere to go. And the umpire will ball it up right on the arc of attacking 50 here for Sydney. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Swans lead it by 20 points. Grundy backhands it down. Nowhere to go for Lloyd. He'll do it again. Up it goes. Grundy wins the tap down once more. Heaney trying to burst through. Ends up with Campbell. He's tackled.
What is Sydney chant? Starting to get a little bit of momentum behind it as the team has now piled on the last 5 in the game, coming from the City end of the ground. From the boundary throw-in, Heaney was tackled, and then after he got rid of the foot, he drilled into the ground. And the ump says it's hell without it. Free kick for Heaney. Sparse MCG, of course, this grand stadium that probably still be 35, 40 here today. And yet, obviously, that means it's only 35, 40% full. There's the kick from Heaney, inside the forward pocket, flying for a bolter. Not to be, spills down towards Smith, high up and under the half-back for Sydney. Ball, for Richmond rather, ball pitches and grabbed at half forward by the Swans, but a heap of players around it. Another ball up, 40 out from the Swans goal. Ray Chamberlain.
Tigers have activated their sub. Ryan Mansell's come out after nursing a leg injury throughout the first half, and Camden McIntosh is in.
Grundy again winning the tap, but picked off by Campbell. He'll send a high ball up towards the wing. Melican underneath it. Marks for Sydney on the logo. Wants to kick infield and spots up Bice. Pokes a left-footed kick. Very short to Mills. Captain back for Sydney.
Back. Richmond has set up really well here behind the ball. They've got that grid.
Well, yeah, Nankervis just plonks himself, doesn't he? Yeah. 30 metres out from the goal. Grundy's gone down, though, which is smart. Just to even out numbers and at least provide a contest. I'd be getting it in there now.
Richmond haven't goaled since the 19-minute mark of the first term. Blakey chips it into the pocket, flying out of McAuliffe. A vice-like grip.
Great mark.
It's been impressive.
Yep. Yeah. Mark's in the back pocket and wants to send it to the southern wing.
It was a late in for Jaden Short a few weeks ago against the Eagles, and has had the best 4-game stretch of his career so far. A long kick to the wing, picked up though by Bice. Hand pass to Sheldrick for the Swans. Handball to Heaney. Handball to Corey Warner. He's met, lost it. Sheldrick had it. Likewise, tackled, dispossessed. Now Ross, high up and under down the wing, and an intercept mark for Blakey.
Got to go quick here now. No, so too slow again. Just allows Richmond to drop numbers back. You got to win these areas of the ground. You know, it's 70, 80 metres out. Go quick.
Blakey kicks into the pocket. McLean again, hands around it. No mark. Spills down to Heaney. Clever hand pass, trying to set up Grundy. Running out of room. Grundy keeps it alive and goals. Clever work by the big man. And immediately runs back to thank his teammate in Isaac Heaney, who kept it alive, and then Grundy tiptoeing the boundary line. Ultimately goals on the end of it. And Sydney pile on more pain. 6 straight for the Swans. 7-9 to 3-7. The Swans now lead it by 26 points. 11 gone in the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just the individual brilliance there by Heaney. His opponent there was Ben Miller, and Miller couldn't go with him at ground level, so he's got his arm across, then he loses contact. Miller, Heaney gets it at ground level. Oh, the boundary umpire's right there. Yeah. So had the opportunity to make the call if it was out. This will give us a better angle here, I think. Ball evil's in or out. Oh, gee.
Anyway, it was.
Anyway, it's a goal.
Yeah, very dexterous from the big fella. He's been good. I think since quarter time, he's been one of the main reasons the Swans have turned it around. Really liked his physicality in the ruck, and smart enough to push forward there and hurt his opponent, Big Nag.
Neither ruck with a decisive tap, squeezing a kick forward to Ranto. It spills towards Sydney, but Richmond again have it. Sonzi, he'll twist and turn and kick on his left out wide. His kick for Traynor, a good one. 2 kicks from home, looks inside 50, overshoots his target there in Prestia, ricochets away, Green gets a handball out, still they fight after it, no one emerges with it quickly, umpire wants it. 30 out from the attacking goal here for Richmond. Haven't goaled since the 19-minute mark of the first. Can they find one here? Grundy down for Warner, tackled immediately. Another ball up, 25 out from the attacking goal for Richmond.
You just feel like another goal Sydney's way, and they'll go on to win this game easily. Richmond need to find one quickly.
Grundy wins it down. Chad Warner under pressure, kicks very wide, and it's bunched out of play cleverly by Hanley. He finds the safety at the boundary line. Hanley, by the way, one handball today. I just realised we hadn't called him a whole lot. He's one of the 5 inclusions and hasn't had a heap of it.
I went to the screen as well, Court.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. He's the Papley 2.0 that they wouldn't really want to try and get going.
A very quiet afternoon for Hanley. First game in a couple of weeks. Kicked 3 goals in the VFL last week to earn a recall. Boundary throw in half forward for Richmond. Grundy grabs it out of the ruck. His takeover of this game continues. Kicks a spiral down the wing. Francis a critical touch. Knocked it away to Haywood. Kicks a high ball to half forward. They all chase out after it. Smith, good mark. Underneath it, and Caleb Smith picks it off for Richmond.
Just that kick there by Haywood. It was actually to Smith's advantage rather than, is that Warner or Campbell? Campbell. Give Campbell a chance to mark the ball.
Oh, short kick. It's gone about 7 metres. Caleb Smith's under the pump. He rushes it. I think the umpire was bang on there. Umpire Nicholas Brown.
Even if you put it on his head, like kicked a high ball, Caleb Smith's not going to win too many sort of vertical battles. Anyway,
Swans by 27, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sandbanks. Muse's guy, they like the ball in his hands. He's a long kick of the footy, and as I'm giving him the wrap, he's turned it over. There's an intercept mark from McCartan, and the ball was knocked out of his hands after he took the mark. That is sloppy. Nankervis, the captain of the team, and it cost him 50.
Just watched him for the last minute after Grundy kicked that goal. He's got the angry pills, Nang. That's not the way to go about it. Grundy's been superb, I think, since quarter time. And then a bit of frustration boiling over. It's just poor discipline. Gee, it's a short 50, I reckon. Still.
It was between sort of wing and half forward, wasn't it, for the Swans? And now he's still 30 metres out left half forward. Tom McCartan, and of course, was the big hope in the pre-season to be their answer up front. Returns to a natural home in defence, creeps forward, and there's the same issue returning as he misses out to the right, and the opportunity to knock one through goes begging. Swans by 28 points, 7-11 to 3-7. Sydney could easily be 40, 50 points up. 15 minutes into the third term, Richmond still close enough if they can get something going.
Loston with the long kick in up towards a contest on the wing. They play some volleyball. Eventually Nankervis ends up with the footy, has 2 handballs. Sheldrick there for Sydney. Handball to Mills. Shovels one forward. Caleb Smith pinches it. Under pressure immediately, though, nowhere to go. Still he's over it, and the umpire eventually will come in and ball it up. Swans by 28. 15 and a half minutes into the third. Nankervis taps it down here for Taranto, and he's got no room to do any work. 55 out from the attacking goal here for Sydney. They've done all of the attacking virtually after quarter time.
28-point lead for the Swans. Nankervis wins it down. Spills to Ross. He's tackled. Repeat stoppages. Still to come, Geelong and Gold Coast. Our next stop, Saturday slate round 13 here on ABC Sport, and then later tonight GWS Port Adelaide. 3 games. And of course, 8 games spread across 5 days this weekend. We've got the Saints and the Dockers with the bye. And the other 16 teams playing over the long weekend, Thursday through to Monday. As we had another ball up after that, so that's 3. And now before the 4th one, there's an out-of-zone free kick. It's a hold. It's going Sydney's way. And young Sheldrick's going to get it left half forward here. And man on the mark's pretty much right on the 50. Angus Sheldrick. He's not confident with the trip. He's just going to lay it up to a massive bodies top of the goal square. Offhands it spills to Miller. He's tackled and a ball up.
But it's a better kick. So Sheldrick clearly knows his distance. That rather than going to that defensive forward pocket kick that so many teams do, it's now a ball up 20 metres out directly in front of Sydney's goals.
Up it goes, both rucks with hands on it. Spills down towards Ralph Smith. He has nowhere to go. Another ball up, and much better than the kick that goes 2 metres out and gets swatted through.
Yeah.
Tapping it down, Grundy. Coming through, Jordan tackled into the ground. His head might have hit the turf as well. No free kick.
Yeah, it's a bit slingy, didn't it?
Loston just potentially playing with fire there. Another ball up. Grundy and Nankervis off the hand of Nankervis this time. And another ball up as Campbell runs into traffic.
Look at them set up behind the ball. It's hard to see Richmond getting the way out of this.
Ralph Smith whacks it clear from the stoppage. Oh, Broad left it behind just as it looked like Richmond were out. Hanley's got it. They've got him. Two-man tackle taken to ground. All the bodies pile in again, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up, 25 metres out from the Sydney goal. 28 points the margin. I might just check the stoppages here in this quarter as well, as from the restart, Francis tried to get a kick away, spills to Sonzi, hand pass to Trainer, handball of Loston, bangs the ball out towards half-back for Richmond, chases on, unkind bounce for Wicks, out of play.
Should be paid.
Says insufficient intent.
Good call, Nick. I could see him. He was looking around for some support. I think he knew the right answer. He said, are you going to pay it? Are you going to pay it? All right, I'll pay it.
That was bizarre.
Oh, insufficient intent. Free kick for Sydney. They're going back inside 50, which has just been an absolute stoppage fest in this third quarter. Swans by 28 points. Richmond have stopped to a walk.
Lakey with the driving ball inside 50, coming across. Mark taken by Nankervis.
There's been 29 stoppages in the quarter.
Dangerous. Sorry, Corb. He's dropped it, Broad. It spills down. It'll come back for Broad.
29 stoppages in the quarter, 76 for the game. The AFL average, by the way, is about high 80s stoppages for a match. So to have nearly, 30 and a quarter already. The quarter, by the way, is only really just past the halfway
point. Yeah, well, the Swans just can't get, the Tigers can't get any field position. It's 11 inside 50s to 1. Tigers have only had 20 inside 50s, and they had 14 in the first quarter. It's hard to kick a winning score.
We're on track for a 38-minute quarter, and we've had 2 goals. It could be a 4-goal quarter that goes 38 minutes as Banks kicks Richmond out of defence. Blakey zips in front there of Steely Green, but Steely Green keeps his feet. Goes back and wins it. On the back flank, kick up to the wing. Sonzi, nice pick up. Handball of Loston. Loston looking for support. Loops it back to Sonzi. Sonzi cuts infield. Now kicks up towards half forward. Nobody there for Richmond. Bice. He goes and claims it for Sydney. Handball to Rowbottom and a turn and dump kick up to the wing.
Swans by 28. Time on now in this third quarter as Sydney win it at the drop. Jordan, hand pass to Corey Warner. He's mowed down as Ben Miller came and got him in a big chase down tackle from the key defender. And that's a reason for the Richmond fans to get involved. They haven't kicked a goal for essentially 2 quarters of footy.
Well, that's what happens when the ball's been living in your back half. You get sucked up the field, or they sneaks on. Is it McAuliffe sneaks on off the bench here? Let's see if they can find one inside 50.
Hayward just gets rid of Trainer, who was trying to get in a tangle with him on the mark. So Richmond, a rare forward 50 entry. Long kick into the forward pocket. Intercept mark from McCartan. He picks it off in the back pocket. Sydney by 28. 21 minutes gone in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
McCartan kicks across the defensive goalmouth and Cunningham able to mark. He pokes it short. Finds Hanley, who has been quiet. He goes to Rowbottom. Offensive point of the square. Sydney by 28, 21 minutes into the third. Rowbottom goes back out wide and Cunningham takes it again. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Back towards Bice and back out to Cunningham.
I think we both did the North Melbourne game here, Ben. Richmond played in. Yep. Alistair Clarkson said it was like going to the dentist. There was 139 stoppages in that game, which was almost 50 above the AFL average.
Long kick from Cunningham around the southern wing, chopped off there by Noah Bolter. So Richmond back with the footy. 21 and a half minutes into this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Not the best one of the season so far.
Pretty dour, ugly affair at the G, but Sydney won't care. They're winning. They haven't done that a whole lot this season under their new coach, Dean Cox. 28 points up. And Richmond now struggling to move it. Banks to Bolter. And now he switches from one back flank to the other for Vloston. 22 gone in the term. 28-point lead for the Swans. Vloston wide to Trainer. Spills a chest mark. Pokes the kick over the oncoming pressure from Malikan. Had to be... They're not counting height as well as width, are they? For the
ask Ben Cameron about height.
Kickers that just chipped over the oncoming defender. Mark's paid. Taranto's got it. Heads down to half forward for Richmond. Courageous mark. Hayward backs back into traffic. and pulls it down for Sydney on the back flank. 6 to go before three-quarter time. Sydney by 28.
Grundy is down and sore as well. Back to his feet now and seems okay. Swans by 28 as Lloyd stabs it short. Hayward leads up to mark, goes short again himself to Mills. Chipping it around here, Sydney.
Craig in Canberra, 5 degrees might be optimistic for Monica, given it's barely that now. Rugging up for the game tonight.
You know, in Green Bay, it gets to minus 20, and they still fill the stadium.
Crazy.
Like, 5 degrees, just put a beanie on. Get on with it.
Sydney still chipping it around on the back flank. They've worked it up to the back edge of the wing now. Richmond well set up, and Lloyd will go for a little amble. Now he'll drive his boot through it up towards half forward. Pack forms off the hands of the pack. Miller Rose, half back here for Richmond. Handball to Vlosten, handball to Hopper. Handballs off his backside to Prestia.
Who's caught immediately. So he's going nowhere fast and a ball up centre half forward for the Swans. Ray Chamberlain.
Up there at Green Bay with the Packers, Lambeau Field has a reduced capacity as the season wears on, Rammer, because of the amount of clothing that people wear.
Wow. Really?
Along the bench seats, they can't get as many in, so just a little bit more than a beanie required.
A jacket then as well.
There you go. It's very sensible why they do it. Or the down jackets. 28 points, the Swans lead as we tick towards three-quarter time. McInerney from the outskirts of the stoppage to Lloyd, to Chad Warner. Hand pass now to Wicks. Is off and running. The burst speed. 70 out from goal. Kicks inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Spills down towards Jordan. Handball to Heaney. Handball to Hayward. Handball's knocked out of bounds. With the boundary throwing. Half forward for the Swans. How's our stoppage count going in this quarter? Stoppage is up to 31 in the term. This will be the 32nd. And if you average, 90 for a game, what does that put us, Ben? What's half at 45? 22, 23-ish is what it's meant to be AFL average for a quarter. We're at 32.
Thrown inside 50 here for Sydney. McLean winning the tap, bursting through. Chad Warner gets a handball away. Straight to McAuliffe though, tackled immediately. Ball up, 25 out from the attacking goal for Sydney. Look, I love my footy. I love my NFL, but if it's that cold, I'm staying at home.
Correct. I've been to an NFL game with you, Ben, where you left at three-quarter time for that reason.
Yeah, it was a little cold that day. As Warner shovels it out. Rowbottom somehow gets it on the boot towards full forward. Vlosten.
Yeah. Had his hand over James Jordan's shoulder the whole time.
And he's given away the free kick.
A pretty simple decision for the umpire, really.
So 12 metres out, tight angle. James Jordan should go back and kick his second.
Oh, I really like this matchup. Love Vlosten, they're talking about him being in the All-Australian team.
Yeah.
Or consideration this year. Jordan's done a terrific job.
Trudges in. Puts it through. He's got a couple. And Sydney are running away with this game. Exactly what the doctor ordered for them. Sydney by 34 points, 8-11-59. Plays 3-7-25, 26 minutes into the third. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, Richmond haven't kicked a goal since the 18-minute mark of the first quarter, so they've gone more than 2 quarters now without kicking a goal. You've spoken at length this quarter, Corbs, about stoppage after stoppage after stoppage. If I'm a Richmond supporter, that style doesn't excite me. Doesn't excite me at all. The exciting Richmond is when they're trying to move the ball and take risk, run, dash, dare. That's completely gone out of their game since halfway through the first quarter.
So is it just a willingness? They just don't want to do it?
Well, it's a bit of opposition, Bally, I think, as well.
The Swans have certainly dialed up their pressure and effort around the footy, but even when they've had opportunities, across half back to get some energy on the ball and try and access the corridor, it looks like they've gone back into their shoulder, Tigers.
There was a throw in the middle as Richmond looked like they were out. So it's a free kick here for Rowbottom. Gives a hand pass away towards Mills. Mills running by and now kicks deep inside the forward 50 for the Swans. Spills down towards Heaney. Breaks one tackle. Hand pass to a dangerous spot. Chad Warner. Clean pickup. So smooth with all of it as he pops it through from the goal square. And Sydney are running away with this. That is 8 consecutive goals for the Swans. Chad kicks his second. And for Richmond, it's getting out of hand if it wasn't already. Swans by 40. 27 gone in the third term, 9-11 to 3-7. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, well, that's this damn wall appears to be about to burst. The Swans have activated their sub. Tom Hanley has come out of the game. Taylor Adams is in.
It's just two superstars, isn't it? Doing what they do best, winning contest, this time in the front half. Heaney just hitting the pack at speed. He attracted 3 Richmond players, didn't he? Both of them did. He set the ball into the path of Warner, who, as you said, Corby, below his knees, was brilliant. Same thing, he was strong enough to stand up in the tackle of Tom Brown and kick the goal.
Think about what we were saying at the 18-minute mark when it was 3-2 to 1 straight, and we're thinking this is going to be a bad day for the Swans, and the game's completely flipped. Sydney all over Richmond since.
Heaney in the middle, twisting and turning, kicking out wide. For Riley Bice, who pokes it on short. Francis comes up to mark. Francis then stabs it over the head of Sheldrick. Bouncing ball gathered by Prestia. Richmond back with the footy. Handball to Campbell on their back flank. Taranto. After Brown, who goes for a little gallop. He'll kick around the wing. Sydney have the numbers again. Blakey knocks it towards Fall. Now they arrive, Richmond. Fall playing for a free kick. And he'll get one. Held on to. They stream inside 50, Richmond. Nothing Fall likes immediately. So he thumps it long. On target. It'll go right to the line and just wide.
He's got a good leg on him.
Yeah, roosted, can't he?
He's kicked out from about 67 out, I reckon.
Yep.
And it's cleared the line. Just the wrong side of the post. So the Swans lead by 39 points, nearly three-quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Last 6 Richmond scores all behind as Mills goes on a run from a kick out, and then a tough one for Grundy, the big man, to collect on the half volley. Becomes tackler on Smith. Says you didn't do enough to get rid of it, so the whistle goes the way of Grundy.
Well, Grundy's actually holding the ball, so Smith's not even holding the ball at all. So that's the one that gets me. I know Ray's spoken about this previous, but the umpire's got to be closer to that contest to see Grundy is actually holding the ball into Smith.
Grundy kicks down the line, punched away by Broad, back inboard, ricochets towards McInerney, hand pass to Sheldrick, met front on, taken high. The Richmond fans feel like they've been hard done by here. We're about to go down to Ray for some clarity on this. I reckon Ray will say the onus is on Caleb Smith by the letter of the law.
He barely touched the ball.
He's got to whack it out. He's got to.
It's very hard when Grundy's bear hugging the ball to Caleb Smith.
You've got to do more than just sit on with the arms outstretched, Daniels, if you're on the surfboard.
I'm not. Yeah.
What do you reckon, Ray?
I think the idea is keep your feet. That's why the rule's there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, look, two things can be true. So Rammer's point is well made, but the initial at the front end of it, if you were the laws of the game state, if you elect to dive on the ball or drag it back in, you must successfully knock the ball clear. He failed to do it, and as a result, the umpire's going to pay holding the ball. So, Rammer, I feel your pain, mate, but that's the way it rolls.
The way I looked at that was Grundy dragged it into Smith.
Well, and if that was the case, if Grundy was the hand that brought the ball back in as opposed to the other, then a ball up would suffice. Yeah. But that's what the umpire's paid there.
Yep.
Missed nothing while Ray Chamberlain was educating us. Sydney chipping it around across halfback. Ends up with Wicks. Wicks will kick up to half forward. Number go to ground. Broad drops the mark. Manages to get it out towards a teammate there in Caleb Smith. And now they pile on. Trying to burst through with the footy is Bolter. On top of him, Rowbottom. And a ball up left half forward for Sydney. Swans by 39 points. Grundy takes it out of the ruck, dumps it on the boot, floats a kick towards full forward. No one can mark down there. Bouncing ball comes to Warner. He spins and snaps and misses. Just sneaks it through. Taylor Adams, who's just come on the ground, trying to burst through as well. Sydney by 40 again. Very close to three-quarter time.
We're going to chat to Matt Clinch at three-quarter time down at the Cattery ahead of Geelong and Gold Coast, and there is a significant late change. There's a little tease. Stick around for that. We'll bring it to you in just a moment. As Richmond working through the middle of the ground as Swansea links up with
kick the top.
Tom Brown, and he marks right on halfway or just beyond it. Surely not. You've called for it, Rammer. He loads up, attempts the spiral, didn't quite hit it. And in the end, it's going to roll towards the boundary line in the forward pocket. That'll do us. Richmond have gone 2 quarters without a goal. After leading this game by as many as 14 points in the opening term, Sydney have kicked the next 8 goals in the match to come from 14 down to now lead by 40 at three-quarter time. That's right, 4-0. 9-12-66 the Swans. They lead Richmond 3-8-26. The goal kickers, 2 for Chad Warner, 2 for James Jordan, and then singles for McLean, Grundy, Heaney, Blakey and Corey Warner. Meanwhile, for Richmond, this hasn't changed since the opening 18 minutes. Taranto, Campbell and Pressia, all with 1 each for Richmond. And what started so positively for them, Sydney turned it into a real dogfight, and from that point on, after draining all the life out of the contest, they've now put some score on the board and are taking the game away from the rebuilding Tigers. 9-12 to 3-8, Sydney by 40 points at three-quarter time. We'll take your ticket in your park in about 30 seconds. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He's bowled. Oh, Bennett Stump is out of the ground.
Australia v South Africa.
He goes a very high and a very long way back at 6.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app from June 11.
He gets under it and he swats it high long for 6. A big 6.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Sydney in possession. Gets a handball away towards Bice. He flicks out a handball to Blakey. Looks long. McLean out the back. He marks. Great kick there from Blakey. Like a heat-guided missile. It finds its way to McLean. Kicking to the city end to make it 5 in a row for the Swans. McLean puts it through. Sydney lead by 20 points.
Blakey kicks into the pocket. McLean again hands around it. No mark. Spills down to Heaney. Clever hand pass trying to set up Grundy. Running out of room. Grundy keeps it alive and goals. Clever work by the big man.
So 12 metres out. Tight angle. James Jordan should go back and kick his second. Trudges in. Puts it through. He's got a couple. And Sydney are running away with this game.
Well, Richmond haven't kicked the goal since the 18-minute mark of the first quarter, so they've gone more than 2 quarters now without kicking a goal.
Mills running by and now kicks deep inside the forward 50 for the Swans. Spills down towards Heaney. Breaks one tackle. Hand pass to a dangerous spot. Chad Warner. Clean pickup. So smooth with all of it as he pops it through from the goal square. And Sydney are running away with this. That is 8 consecutive goals for the Swans.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Swans by 40 here at the MCG. We'll tell you more about that in a moment, but our next stop on ABC Sport is Cardinia Park for Geelong and Gold Coast. A juicy game. Matt Clinch heading up the call on ABC Sport. Clinchy.
Colby, I was listening to you guys at halftime. I think Ramos summed it up. It is the test when it comes to testing your credentials, and that's the challenge for the Gold Coast Suns, who are trying to claim their first victory here at Cardinia Park. 8 losses in their trips down here, but of course they haven't played here at Cardinia Park for some years. There are a couple of late outs. The most notable is for Geelong. Bailey Smith is out. The Cats have said they tried to give him to the last moment with the intention to play, but hamstring tightness, and they are taking a no-risk approach, which is interesting given Patrick Dangerfield makes his return. A late change as well for the Gold Coast Suns. Ethan Reid is out there, tall forward, so Sean Lemons comes in, and the subs are Mitch Duncan and Ben Ainsworth. It feels like a long time ago after Geelong played against the Western Bulldogs back on a couple of weeks ago on Thursday night. They have, of course, the West Coast Eagles in between them, but a chance to try and return back home and continue their winning ways here at the Cattery. While the Gold Coast Suns looking to bounce back after a disappointing loss last week to the Fremantle Dockers. So a real tested medal this afternoon. Looking forward to bringing it to you with Lauren Borden. Mick Malthouse, the game's coaching icon, will be here alongside our AFLW captain in Kez Peterson. Alexis Pescier down on the boundary. So Geelong taking on the Gold Coast Suns with a couple of late outs for both sides.
Have a great call. Thanks, Clinchy. That's big news. Bailey Smith, arguably the Brownlow medal leader, missing. So not playing today with hamstring tightness out of the Geelong team. Sydney by 40 points here. We'll, of course, take you to coverage of that game coming up next between Geelong and Gold Coast. Swans and Tigers, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Balls, Sydney by 40.
Yeah, and they've been dominant really since quarter time, haven't they? They've turned it around the footy. I really like Brodie Grundy's game. I think he's led it, and the others have all jumped on board. I mean, it's only, 9 goals to 3. Hard to see the Tigers making any sort of run of it. They only kicked 7 goals and only kicked 3 for the game and haven't scored, as you said, Ramos, since late in that first quarter. You just want to see them take some risks. I think that's the message of Adam Uze. Like, there's no point in losing by 42 points. Have a crack, play, and they showed a bit of that early. We know that at their best. They they take some risks and run and overlap through the corridor and try and give their forwards some sort of opportunity to score. They only had 25 inside 50. In fact, they've only had 10 inside 50 since quarter time. So, hence you're very unlikely to kick a winning score with those sort of numbers. Credit to the Swans, though. They have dialed it up. You can just see their confidence start to grow that quarter. Behind the ball as well, McCartan started taking some marks. Blakey got involved a fair bit. Mills has been good. But again, from the Tigers' point of view, release the shackles, nil all, try and win the quarter at least.
Yeah. And given the fact that Richmond had 10 of the first 12 inside 50, so from that point on, it's been Sydney 45 to 15. The inside 50 numbers. Here's McIntosh at the coalface, kicks inside the forward 50 for Richmond. Punched away by Cunningham. Pack develops here, centre half forward for the Tigers. McIntosh goes and gets it. He got it out, but it favours the Swans. Heaney, ball comes back to him after his initial hand pass. Gives it to Melican, to Rampy, who kicks wide to Grundy. Marks on the wing. What have you thought of his game, Rammer?
Terrific. I think he's been really good. Yeah, I think he's clearly won that matchup.
Has it been the best one out there?
It's going to be hard to give rates, Rammer, isn't it? This might be your job today.
Not to preempt the votes as Blakey to Heaney, kicks across the ground, turns it over. Preskia takes the intercept mark, hand pass to Taranto. Here go the Tigs through the centre square.
Go to him.
He's got full deep, but he's outnumbered. Lynch takes a moment and then pokes the pass to Campbell, who marks right on the 50-metre arc. The trainer running for him. There's a few more options back in the corridor. Dabs it short to Hopper. Hump says not 15 once and twice. Campbell trying to get on the end of it. He whacks it out. The Tigers caught with it after all that. In the end, we'll finally have a ball up. It'll come 15 metres, 25 metres or so out from the Richmond goal, coming home to the city end.
They get to 5 goals in this game, Richmond. Yes or no?
Well, let's hope so.
Up
Otherwise,
it goes.
it's going to be a long last quarter, Benny.
Nankervis slaps it down. Hopper's fighting after it immediately. Comes out. Nankervis gets it on the boot. Shanks it. Floats it across the face. Out of bounds on the full. Sydney back with the footy. They led it by 40 points. We played 100 seconds in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We talk a lot about expectation, don't we, in our game? Clearly about how a team goes against what's expected of them. But given everything that's baked into it, it's probably the most disappointing performance of the year, the Tigers.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I haven't been excited.
No, it's been a step back. Their progress has been really good last week. And you just wonder whether they looked tired at the end of last week. It was a solid game. They come back from the travel. If you're looking for excuses for them, but they have been after quarter time. It's looked like an 18th team, hasn't it?
Yeah. It felt like they were going to have a mulligan at some point as well, and maybe this is that. Sydney back with it on the wing. Taylor Adams handball towards Chad Warner. Swings a handball to Heaney. Heaney pokes it to the pocket, and Grundy's on the end of it.
Well, other than 10 minutes of the first quarter, I haven't been excited at all with Richmond today.
No. Had a couple of big losses early after their initial win against Carlton, but when you come here today thinking this is a real winnable game, they've been really good the last 3 weeks. They lost 2 games by under a goal and won by 23 points to Essendon.
They've got the bye next week.
But
it looks like they need
go to your original point about expectation.
Yeah.
And, are they playing with the house's money now?
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Here comes Brodie Grundy. His drop punt is tugged left.
I don't know when to hold him.
When to fold him. Swans by 41. Who wrote that song, Rammer?
We've done this. We did this on Thursday night a couple of weeks ago. The great Don Schlitz. As Banks picks the ball up into the middle of the ground. Clean bowls a couple of targets, including Lynch, picked up by Rowbottom. Hand pass to Mills, kicks wide. Here's Adams. He's on the ground as the sub for Sydney. 9-13 to 3-8. Adams into the forward pocket. McLean trying to mark from the back. Unsuccessful. The Tigers rip it down. Vlosten gives it to McIntosh and he's caught. So another forward 50 stoppage for the Swans. 41 points as Sydney lead. 4 minutes gone in this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport repeating. Bailey Smith are laid out. Geelong and Gold Coast next.
Grundy tapping it down, coming through Braden Campbell. Fires out a handball and in the end punched out of bounds by Brown.
Sure you could do that, Tommy.
I'm not sure what he was thinking there. Just punched it straight out of bounds. Free kick going the way of the Swans. The mark 45 metres out. Chad Warner with the free kick. Having a little bit of banter with the Richmond fans. Pulls it back to a central position through the hands of Hayward. Let him up. Banks for Richmond to Nankervis to Broad. And now Brown again. Dumps it on the boot, kicks it out on the full. So Sydney to get it again. 2 kicks from home. Right half forward. Swans by 41.
Might have a cousin or something in the 4th row. Tommy Brown over that side of the ground. He's trying to get the footy too.
Kick here from McCartan. High half forward. He's just going to lay it up to the hot spot and out the back. Intercept mark for Miller. Immediately wants to go. There's some intent. Hand pass to Bolter. Sweeping hand pass to Trainer. Gives it to Campbell, who runs past Blakey. No mean feet. Kicks down the wing and he's Fall, who takes the mark on the wing. Professionally held up by Rampy.
Yeah, smart.
The handball
experience there. He should have, didn't he? But how's that? Or just held him up enough to made it look accidental, didn't he?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, there's 16 Swans players back.
The teenager Fall kicks down to half forward, and the intercept mark for Melican as again Lynch caught in the tangle with McCartan. They both hit the deck. And Sydney are out on the switch.
Right there, Ram. He's just got to give it there.
Yeah.
So, you recognise the game, where it's at. Got to play a running pass. You got to honour it.
Just held up momentarily, Sydney. Warner a little 1-2 with Lloyd, then pokes it over the top to Hayward. And this has been their modus operandi throughout the day. Just go slow, Sydney, as Hayward goes back towards the back flank, gets it onto Cunningham, who gives it off to Rampy, and he'll switch it towards the members' wing. Blakey with some running room. Just in a canter. Now he'll kick after feigning the handball, pokes it on to McInerney. He can set off, look inside 50, leading Heaney, burst through his hands. Second bite not successful, down at ground level. Adams trying to get a kick away, slaps it on in the end. Trainer wins it back for Richmond, off to Campbell, off the back flank, he kicks into the middle.
Just over the head of Sonzi, he's got to go back and collect it off the deck, run straight into Wicks, and a good tackle as he holds him up. And a ball up outer edge of the centre square. Ray Chamberlain.
You guys, it's a big minute 25 here. I've got it on good authority that we're going to tick past the all-time record between goals in a game for Richmond in about that amount of time.
Wow.
82 and a bit minutes.
82 and a bit minutes without a goal. Incredible. Now, last goal at the 19-minute mark of the opening term.
Oh, too soon.
Campbell inside 50 and Lynch wrestles free of his opponent, takes the mark. Just shoved McCartan aside as the ball came in. All fair. And Lynch will shoot here from right half forward. He'll kick from 35 out.
Oh, just a pure show of strength. McCartan got caught boundary side there.
How are we going on the clock, Ray?
This is going to be touch and go, but if the umps do their job, he can break the record. He can stop it from happening.
The unwanted slice of history to prevent that. Tom Lynch, drop punt, hits the post. And Richmond's goal drought continues. Their last goal at the 19-minute mark of the opening term. We are now 7.5 into the final quarter. Sydney by 40. And Tom Lynch is going to have a dirty 100th game here. Hasn't been the afternoon he or the team would have hoped.
Trying to process this record and struggling with it a little bit as Blakey kicks up towards the wing as Mills marks, gives it off to a teammate, Sheldrick running by, kicks inside 50 and Francis takes the basket catch, 45 out, Plum in front.
So the first quarter, say the quarters 2 and 3 are 30 minutes each, so that's 60. And 10 minutes on the back end of the first quarter takes you to 70, and the first 8 minutes or so here gets you up around the 80-odd mark. So they've gone 82 minutes of real time between goals.
It'd have to be one of their,
What's the record?
It's not a common stat, it must be said. It's not one that a lot of people go and familiarise themselves with. But it's one that exists.
Short kick from Francis off to Jordan.
Still, if Ray's come up with it over you, Benny, it's disappointing from you. It's your go.
James Jordan comes in, drives it through the middle. 3 for James Jordan. And Sydney are piling on the pain. A little bit of enjoyment for Sydney in a tough year. 10-13-73, plays 3-9-27. Nearly 9 gone, final term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's certainly a big return now for James Jordan, 3 goals. I imagine that would be a career high. One of you guys will be able to tell me that at some stage, I'm sure. But just the work he's done of Loston's been really non-existent in this game. So he's had, 14 possessions, but more importantly, he's had only one intercept mark. So he's really taken Vloston out of the game. And of those 14 possessions, a few of those would have been kick-ins from Vlosten as well. So Dean Cox and his coaching staff went after a Richmond player. It happened to be Vlosten, and they've certainly won that battle.
His previous best was 2 goals, which he achieved on 3 occasions in the past. So quite right, Rama. First time ever he's kicked 3 goals and a new career high for James Jordan. There's a free kick going Richmond's way at the centre bounce.
Did think he missed a trick. Wore 23 at Melbourne. I think given his name is Jordan and he wore 23, should have gone with the 45 when he came back at the Sydney Swans.
I thought you were going to say ask Buddy on the way out if... Hey, mate, if you don't need it.
Yeah, can I grab it, mate?
Here's Hopper, kicks inside the forward 50 and an intercept mark for Grundy. But yeah, the 45, I get it.
Don't forget my man Jordan Lockyer. He had number 23 and Buddy arrived and said, I'll be having that.
Different spelling.
And he lost it.
Different spelling, isn't it? It's Jordan.
It is.
It is. Semantics.
Yeah, sorry.
Here's Blakey, kicks down the wing, hand on it from Francis, spills through towards Campbell. Hand pass to Blakey, his handball will turn over 2. Picked up by Smith. Oh, darts his way through traffic. Did well there, Caleb Smith. Heads inside the forward 50. McCartan knocks it away from Lynch. Loose footy collected by Lloyd in the back pocket. Hand pass to Grundy. He wanted to give and go, didn't he, the big man?
Callum Mills genuinely looked at him and said, "You're a ruck, but no, you're not having it." Didn't he?
Kicks out wide to Cunningham.
He's been superb, both ends of the ground. Tireless Brodie Grundy of old today.
Short kick over the top. On to Jake Lloyd. Swans by 46. Lloyd off for a little trot. Kicks around the southern wing boundary. Nankervis floating in, marks. Sorry, Ray, we were meant to come down to you at one point as well. So the longest period of a game without a goal for Richmond ever.
This is the rumour in the outer. So you are literally watching history in the making, Ben. So
here's one.
Get a bit of pep in your step.
Let's see if they can stop that run here as Sonzi swings inside the forward 50 for Richmond. Punched away by Bice. Collected by McCartan, who's out to meet it. Runs away from Sims. Kicks the Swans up to the wing. Bouncing footy out in front of Heaney. Zigging and zagging. Prevents the tackle from McAuliffe. He's got 2 to beat and superb kick. Great vision. Back inboard. Links up with Chad Warner. Hand pass out in front of Adams. Sends it inside 50 and Francis is all alone. He's got Jordan out over the top, and even James Jordan's pointing at the stick saying, you knock it through, Aaron, and he'll have a set shot here from 40 out.
It's number 4 up for grabs there. What's he doing? Just great bit of transition footy again then from the Swans.
He's not a fully fledged forward yet, is he? And he's standing there screaming at his teammate.
Give me another one.
Kick it here.
Great bit of play by Heaney again. Hasn't had a massive day, Heaney, but he's just stood out, hasn't he? In a pretty sort of scrappy affair when he's had the footy at times. He's class.
Aaron Francis on his way in, knocks it through for the Swans. And they have kicked 10 unanswered goals in this game. After trailing by 14 earlier, Sydney lead by a game high 52 points. 11-13-79. Richmond 3-9-27. They have not kicked the goal since the 19-minute mark of the opening term. We are now a dozen minutes into the final quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I found an issue with Ray's stat. 1961, round 16 at the Junction Oval. Richmond playing St Kilda. St Kilda 12-19-91. Richmond 0-8-8. So would that not be longer without kicking a goal an entire game, Ray?
Was it between goals?
Thank you very much. Attention to detail, Ben.
No,
right?
Not. So the point is
the thing with Ben is he's always listening with the intent to respond, mate. Listen with the intention to hear, Benny boy.
2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, Ray.
There's a ratio there for you, big fella.
Back in the middle, the Swans with the footy, only momentarily, picked up here by Banks. He's tackled, dispossessed, got it out towards Prestia, who's tackled by his opposite number, Adams. We'll have the ball up. Swans by 52 points. I'm so rattled, by the way, Benny. He was meant to call it at the restart. He's handed it back to me. I actually called the ball going through for a goal, so that's all right. I'll keep it going as Grundy just whacks it forward for Sydney. At the drop is Broad, punched away by Corey Warner. Hunt on for the footy, close to the boundary line, and it's out of play. Up says.
Yeah, good call.
Boundary throwing. We are halfway through the term. Not that we're counting, but there's 10 minutes of game time left. Sydney by 52 points. They've kicked the last 10 goals spread across 4 different quarters. They kicked the last of the opening term. They kicked the only 3 goals in the second, the only 4 goals in the third. And now they've kicked the only goal to start In fact, the only 2 goals to start this final quarter.
Ball bobbling around. No one clean for the time being. Sonsie goes in. Eventually it spits out. Mills rips it away. Kicks towards full forward. Bolter juggling it, not marking it. Francis still worrying him. Broad comes in. Gets rid of it. Jordan loses it. Back pocket here for Richmond. Vlosten wants a high free kick. He'll get it. Sydney lead by 52 points.
Interesting, Dean Cox has been coaching from the boundary today. I wonder whether shots there of Leon Cameron up in the box. I wonder whether he'll run with that now. Seems to have had an impact to a degree, notwithstanding the quality of the opposition.
Long kick from Banks up towards the wing, out the back. Bice gathers for Sydney, ships the ball towards half forward, unable to gather cleanly the first time. Corey Warder, now he chips it towards Francis, can't take the mark. Arriving Richmond in numbers and Vlosten, and a ball up coming. Sydney by 52, quarter hour mark in the final term. It's going to be a big win for the Swans.
And a flat spot for Richmond. And what's been a pretty good second season for Adam Muse's men. Second year under Adam Muse, of course, with 3 wins already, only 2 wins last year. Yet today they've gone 3 quarters without a goal. Sydney's series of handballs, eventually Cunningham gives it to McInerney, kicks across the 50, finds McLean. Last 10 goals of the game for the Swans. Off the SMS, Wayne in South Australia, with Port Adelaide playing in Canberra tonight in cold conditions, would you insist that players wear long sleeve jumpers? When I was playing footy back in the day, you were seen to be a bit soft if you wore the long sleeves. As McLean pretended to have a shot at goal and then passes it off short to Chad Warner. Numbers with Richmond. Taranto's got it. Warner tackles him and then tackled him out at free kick for Taranto in the back pocket. You're a long sleeve wearer, Rama?
100%. I'd be wearing a long sleeve for sure today. I need to get a sweat. I don't mind the cold. I've got no issue with the cold, but I need to get a sweater when I played.
Right. That's the reason.
Yeah, well, you used to shiver. That's what I did. I hated, like, you want to be warm.
Do you ever have any coaches say no long sleeves?
No.
Only had one coach, didn't he?
Was it Damien Hardwick that
Yeah, that was
Clarko.
And Hardwick was the same when he went to Richmond.
Adam Uze couldn't be that way inclined. He used to have the rolled-up sleeves as Sonsie kicks Richmond towards the wing off the hands of the pack. Spills down for Sheldrick. Handball away towards McInerney. Kicks in the inside 50 and Jordan on the end of it again. 47 metres out. We'll go back and look at a fourth to try and double his career best tally in a game. Saturday footy on ABC Sport as Brodie Grundy makes his way off the ground, and it's a warm reception.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fair enough too.
Might be enough for Big Brode. He's looked a bit sore at times today.
In comes James Jordan, kicks it into the man on the mark. Vlosten smothers it, and now Richmond are away through Ross. His kick smothered, ricochets towards the wing. Lloyd head over the footy, knocks it out. Picked up by Wick. Sydney back with it.
Cunningham, a hand pass away to Jordan. And kicks back inboard, turns it over, and Miller with the intercept mark for Richmond. Point left in this game, apart from a chance to sing the song for Sydney fans, is can Richmond finally get a fourth goal? They've been stuck on 3 goals since the 19-minute mark of the opening term. They've moved it over halfway. Ralph Smith on the end of it, kicks inside 50, and Campbell marks. At 40 metres out, just right of centre. So that's right, the 19-minute mark of the opening quarter, their last goal through Dion Prestia, which was a ripper, by the way, at the punt road end. We are now 19 minutes into this final term.
Just haven't seen enough of that, Rammer, have we today? That run and dare from the back half. The sting's gone out of the game.
Well, you prefer them to take the challenge on and make a mistake than not do it at all.
Seth Campbell on the drop punt. It starts on line, it fades to the left, and that misses too.
So if you're reviewing this game as a Richmond coach, what do you get out of it?
I think you put it in the bin, go have a break for the bye, and come back and start again.
11-13 to 3-10. Richmond's last 8 scores, Ben, all behind.
But as a developing team, you need to get something out of each and every game for these young guys. Otherwise, it's another game on their career games. But in terms of experience and how to play and get better.
So what would you do?
Go down the beach, let them roll it.
Normal review, hard review. I think you're entitled to ask them, guys who had their eye on next week.
So what would I
buy already?
I would match up what we want them to do in games, and that's attack, run, carry, dash, dare, and then show them how they played today. Just separate the clips and show how far away their game is from what the coaches want.
Is that real bally? Sydney chipping it around on the wing for what it's worth as well. Cunningham kicking forward of the logo to McInerney, like a young side,
potentially
almost clocking out a little early.
Potentially, it can be subconscious too. You know that if you dial, if you're off 5, 10, 15% in this game already, if you're low on talent, you're going to get exposed, and that's what's happened today after quarter time.
McInerney kicks into the pocket, broken up there by Vlosten. It spills out to Jordan, who liked his chances, firing on goal. Not to be Ray Chamberlain.
On the back of that, Bally Rammer, from Sydney's perspective, they've had a glutton of possession. They've righted the wrongs of the first quarter in terms of winning the ball at stoppage, repeat inside 50, etc. This is a side that has been at the highs. Yeah, they've got some personnel out. How do you reckon they'd see this game?
They just needed to chalk a win. Yeah. They needed to get a win and get out of Melbourne.
Yeah, okay.
So it's not necessarily the way Sydney have played today, because we know at their best they're a very good team. Yeah. It's more about finding a win, particularly after last week's 90-point loss.
Is there a way, though, Richmond looked red hot early for the first 20 minutes, and then Sydney just turned it into this dour scrap of a game where it's high work rate, not a lot of pretty footy and everything else, and Richmond basically just said, we don't want to do that.
No, we don't want to play that way. We can't be bothered.
Big Nank's angry. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to get himself suspended here.
Jump in, Ray.
No, I was just going to say, the last marking contest he dragged in a little late, took his oppo down the ground. He's got it up and about at the moment, and you're absolutely right. They don't want to lose the skipper.
That's Toby Nankervis with a little bit of frustration. Sydney by 51 points, by the way, 22 gone final term. Just repeating, Bailey Smith is a late out. So the Brownlow medalists will not play in that blockbuster clash coming up next, which will bring you here on ABC Sport, Geelong and Gold Coast. Smith out with a hamstring tightness, so he's not playing. Ted Closey takes his place. Ethan Reid also out for the Suns, and Sean Lemons comes in, Ben.
I do think of Chris Scott when he was on AFL Saturday a few weeks ago, and he said, look, asked about the late changes, he said, look, if people ask me on Friday, are you sure this is going to be your team, I would answer no. Because we give players right up until the last minute, and that's what they've done with Bailey Smith, and he hasn't got up. So that's why he's not playing. You can hear all of those interviews wherever you get your podcasts under the ABC AFL Daily podcast feed. Adam Uze joined us pre-game today.
Yeah.
Sydney winning the ball back across half-back and then turning it over. Blakey a little lazy on the short kick, and Prestia has it 51 out, gives it off to Banks. He'll swing a handball to Campbell. Is this the moment he fumbles? Has to go back and get it. Goes with the outside of the boot. Yes! He ends the drought. After 3 long quarters, plus some. Richmond's first goal since 19 minutes into the first. Sydney by 45, 2 for Campbell. 11-13, 79 plays 4-10-34.
I'm not sure we need the light show ball here.
Well, the guy's been waiting.
He's been waiting for his moment. With the finger hovering over the button, hasn't he? Since halfway through the first quarter.
Yeah, so just to explain that, so he's kicked the goal, Campbell, and then this amazing light show. The lights have gone on and off at the MCG. But they're down by what are they down by 45 points or whatever they are.
10 minutes into the game.
Maybe hold off on that. Maybe hold off on the theatrics.
10 minutes into the first quarter, he's thinking, I'm in for a day here. Has not touched it since.
He's been waiting patiently like every other Richmond fan.
Yep.
3-2-20 they were, Richmond. They led the game by 14 points and then conceded the next 10 goals in the match. And after 8 consecutive behinds, their next score, the Tigers, was finally a goal. So Sydney by 45 points, 23.5 gone final term. They're out of the middle again, the Tigers. Taranto kicks to full forward, but Cunningham is back and takes the intercept mark.
I like Cunningham back in the team, Renner.
Yeah.
He's one of those players who, you know what you're going to get from him. He's unconditional.
Had a foot injury, his first game, by the way, since last year's grand final.
Yeah, and I think that's what. So they have the bye next week too, the Swans. So it's a different feeling, isn't it, after a performance like this? Okay, the opposition. Okay, we'll park that, but go into the bye feeling a lot better about themselves. after a poor 3 weeks.
Sydney work it from half-back to half-forward, but Rowbottom's tackled, so a ball up. So the Swans play Port Adelaide Saturday week.
Winnable.
Yep. And then for Richmond, it's the Western Bulldogs Sunday week at Docklands. Another stoppage, centre-half forward here for the Swans. Sydney by 45 points, having led by as many as 52 earlier in the quarter. We're now 24 and a half into the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Grundy taps it down for his great mate Adams, bursting through, cuffs it up with the handball. Prestia hurries it into the middle of the ground for Richmond. Fighting after it, Rampy. Lynch picks it up. In amongst a number of Swans, he gets it out to the run of Hopper. Forward handball to Lynch, attacking edge of the square, looks to a vacant goal square. It'll pitch, getting back. McCartan has it knocked out.
He's done that twice, Tom Lynch, today. Sorry, Benny, to jump in, but he had options inside forward 50. Ralph Smith being one of those, but he can't make the distance from outside 50 at the moment, Tom Lynch. So pass the ball.
Blakey on the kick out, goes short to Lloyd. Hand pass to Cunningham. Kicks into oncoming traffic. Ricochets out of bounds. Smother there from Steely Green. Geraldine off the SMS. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Many thanks for the coverage, boys. I'm a Melburnian and passionate Swans fan, listening to you live in Sardinia on holidays. Missing the only G game for the Swans. So, yeah, they played Melbourne here a fortnight ago, then here today, and that's it for the rest of the year at the MCG for the Sydney Swans. So, unless you're able to listen along with us, Geraldine, I'm sure having a great time in Sardinia as well.
Yep. We'll trade places, Geraldine, if you want.
44 points, the lead for the Sydney Swans. And the waning moments here at the MCG. Two number 3s, bang bodies, Adams and Prestia. Adams got it, but coughed it up. Smith, hand pass to Ross, handball out to Campbell. Campbell on the end of it, shoots goalward, misses near side or behind. He's had a few looks today, Seth.
I do. I like Seth Campbell. Yeah. I think he's going to be a player.
2 goals, 2 from his 12 touches.
Genuine speed, hasn't he?
Yep. Swans by
bit of aggression.
Swans by 43. Final 90 seconds. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Geelong and Gold Coast coming up. No Bailey Smith are laid out with a hamstring injury.
Blakey squeezes a kick up to the wing. Picked off there by Ralph Smith. He'll handball infield. Away to Hopper. Now to Ross. Ross pokes it over the top. Campbell takes it. Wide out half forward flank. Campbell will centre it towards the hot spot. Up they go in front. McCartan comes down with the mark. Full back here for Sydney.
Been good.
Swans lead it by 43 points.
Yeah, he's got better as the game's gone on. McCartan backing himself to take marks.
4 intercept marks of the game.
Yeah. So another one that'll take some confidence out of today into the bye.
It'll be just their 3rd win here at the MCG, the Sydney Swans, in their last 11 games. There was a couple of heavy grand final defeats in that time. Rowbottom, hand pass out towards Heaney, who kicks wide. Finds McInerney, marks in front of the benches. Heads down to high half forward. Here's Hayward. He's just going to kick it long, give McLean a chance. One out in the cage, works his way to the front. Miller does well. Halves the contest. Miller goes to ground though. Picked up by McLean, who snaps goalward and misses. They behind. Sydney by 44. 28 gone in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Got to mark those. Hayden McLean.
Well, either lead back at the ball or make it an easy one. Yeah, gosh. Anyway.
Richmond through McAuliffe. And it's one for the loyal Swans. They're back on the winners list in 2025. They down Richmond in their worst performance of the year by 44 points.
The red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
So the early morning beach session, the schnitzels, it all works as Sydney come from 6 points down at quarter time to lead by 14 at the half. They brought out to lead by 40 at three-quarter time and win by 44. They booted 10 consecutive goals as Richmond went more than 3 quarters without one of their own. the goal kickers. 2 for Chad Warner, 2 for James Jordan, singles to McLean, Grundy, Heaney, Hayward, Francis and Corey Warner. 2 for Seth Campbell, singles to Taranto and Prestia.
Red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
Finally, something to cheer about for the Sydney Swans after 2 heavy defeats back in the winners list. Just their 3rd win in their last 11 starts here at the home of footy. They win by 44 points. They did have it out by as many as 52 at one stage in that final term, and as Ben said, kicked 10 consecutive goals, which meant Richmond went more than 3/4 without one. Lopsided scoreline, lopsided game of footy. Swans by 44. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas with their initial thoughts. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Full time, Swans by 44.
Well, the game certainly didn't get to any dizzying heights, it's fair to say. It turned into a real slugfest, really, through the middle of the middle parts of that game. A lot of stoppage, a lot of tackle in the end. We're critical of both teams tackling early in this game. Look, I said it just before the end of the call. Sydney just had to find a win, find a way to win, regardless of who the opposition was. Get some confidence back. We know they're a good team when they're up and going. We know the Swans are a well-drilled, good football team that have played numerous finals. Now, okay, there's been some transition, obviously, of the coach and other personnel at the club, but at the same time, these are still hardened professionals that know how to win. Today, I just thought their senior players really went to work, Paulie. So, Blakey's had a really, really solid game. Mills, the captain, comes back after a suspension, has 25 possessions. Heaney did his part. Chad Warner did his part. Thought Brodie Grundy was enormous today. Rowbottom goes to Prestia after Prestia has 13 possessions in the first quarter, then holds him to 8 for the remainder of the game. Rampy, McCartan were rock solid in defence. So it wasn't, as I mentioned, it wasn't a spectacular performance by any means, but it was just the performance that Sydney needed to have. Just come to the G and win.
Yeah, just break the trend, don't you? Yeah. Sometimes, which it wasn't the losses so much. It was just the way, their performance here 2 weeks ago against Melbourne. Whether it's the ground or not, if there's any scars, it was just the way they played and the way they fell away last week and were really uncompetitive after half time. We're just not used to seeing that from Sydney sides, are we? So they just needed, as you're right, Rama, they just needed to find a way to arrest that and start to turn things back get going in the right direction. And they get the bye next week, so they'll feel a bit better going into that. It's interesting, 15 minutes into the first quarter, we were a little bit worried, I think, about how it was looking. They only had one tackle, as we said, in that first 10 minutes. Tigers had the first 6 inside 50s, and probably if they weren't a bit more polished, could have been 3 or 4 ahead and really got the jump on them. And then you see, what sort of response do you get from the Swans? But you're right, after quarter time, I thought, you're right, led by the leaders, it was a pretty comprehensive performance. We know they've got their struggles for the ball. What have they had? 61 inside 50s to 38. 21 in that third quarter, and only managed 2. I think it was 2 goals or maybe 3. So they've got challenges personnel-wise and sort of structure-wise ahead of the ball. We know that, but I think you're right. What we were looking for today was effort, was energy, was a bit of grit when things are going tough. And I think after quarter time, Dean Cox can comfortably say that his Chargers ticked that box.
44 points at full time. The Sydney Swans winners over Richmond here at the MCG. So back in the winners list, which is what Sydney wanted. They get themselves to 5-8. For Richmond, it's 3-10. We said pre-game, it almost feels like a little bit they're playing with house money and the way they've gone about it this year. And I think everything that was baked into it, the fact that it was a winnable game coming in, they were in a winning position early in the game. They came out looking like the Richmond team that we've come to love in 2025, and then it changed so dramatically for them from that point on, and that they didn't really get much of a yelp after quarter time. So a disappointing one today and somewhat of a step back for Adam Uze's team. Richmond by 6 points at quarter time, Sydney by 14 at the half, by 40 at three-quarter time and 44 in the finish. Now the Swans are about to make their way down the race. We'll drop across the song with Ray Chamberlain in just a moment. We'll get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. And then, of course, we'll count down to Geelong and Gold Coast, which is our next stop. Saturday footy round 13 here on ABC Sport. It is Geelong and Gold Coast, which means Bailey Smith was meant to be the centre of attention here, the Brownlow medal favourite leading into round 13, but he won't be playing. Bailey Smith out with a hamstring injury. Ted Closey takes his place in the team. Ethan Reid's also out, so a late change for the Suns too, and Sean Lemons will play. We'll take you there next for the Cats and the Suns. All right, the winners' rooms. Sydney, home by 44 points. Ray Chamberlain's down there. What can you say, Ray?
Lots of people very obviously very happy. The Swans, they've had the last 5 rounds, they've had 2 wins, a couple of big bopper losses, but as they're making their way down now, you can see, you sort of sense that there's an element of relief, to be honest. But they are certainly joyful, which is, always the case in the winning rooms.
I saw the Chief is here as well, Tom Harley. Of course, the report from Caroline Wilson earlier in the week that he's the front runner / virtually got the COO job, if he wants it, the second in charge of the AFL. So he's here with his Sydney Swans. Of course, no official announcement has been made yet, but closely linked to the job at AFL HQ. Bit of relief, the happy bunch, the Sydney Swans, and you would have thought at the start of the season, if you said, hey, they come and play Richmond at the MCG, you'd probably think it was a slam dunk, particularly given the slip-up they had against them last year, and then everything that's transpired this season means that it wasn't so straightforward leading in, and yet coming out, there was little doubt who the dominant team was, the Swans by 44. The votes, Ram in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
One to James Jordan. I really liked his game. The 3 goals as one part of it, but the job on Nick Vlauston that he did, I thought was telling to the final result. 2 to Nick Blakey. He had 34 possessions, 31 of those were kicks, and I know there's a few kick-ins in that. But he gained 886 metres. That was 450 more than any other player. So it's been updated to 916.
I like the 8 inside 50s and the score involvements too.
Yeah, so he's had the 6 score involvements, 8 inside 50s. But I thought the best player on the ground today was Brodie Gundy. He actually imposed himself on the contest. Toby Nankervis is a really good player, but Grundy himself, he's had 19 possessions, a goal, but he also had 7 score involvements himself. He had the 5 clearances and the 6 tackles, so loved his game today.
Also, Sydney, considering they only laid 7 tackles in the opening term, they laid 68 tackles in the next 3 quarters. Swans by 44, 3 for Grundy, 2 for Blakey, 1 for Jordan in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Swans home by 44 points, back into the winners' rooms with Ray Chamberlain.
G'day, guys. We're fortunate enough to have Patricia Ellen Chamberlain's favourite Swan of all time, Isaac Heaney. Isaac, must be nice to bounce back and get on the winners' table, mate.
Absolutely. Probably a bit of a slow start in the first quarter, but then to hold them, what do we have? They had 1 or 2 goals in the last 3 quarters, so that was really pleasing, yeah.
So, obviously, spirited effort from Richmond. 3 goals in the first quarter. I think they went 95 minutes before they kicked their next. And obviously, there were some things that would have changed at quarter time. Talk us through the messaging there.
Well, I heard a stat just before. It was, we laid 7 tackles in the first quarter, and then we started ramping it up. Our pressure and our tackling was sticking them. We've worked on it throughout the week. A bit of that bring your mouth guard to training sort of stuff. And then, to lay another 60, it was a 68 in the last 3 quarters was really pleasing. And then off the back of that, we moved the ball better. We've got better synergy, and it was good. I think we had pretty good disposal efficiency too. So probably a little bit of shallow entries in the first quarter cost us too. And then we started getting a bit deeper, and like I said, a bit more synergy was really good.
Talk me through that, mate. So obviously, I've never played the game at your level. I think at one stage there in the third quarter, you had 23 of the first 26 inside 50s. The ball hardly went past your defensive half. When you're trying to get the ball inside 50, talk us through some of the challenges with that. What are you trying to do?
Oh, I guess you got to weigh up the speed of the ball movement. If they're jamming it up and they've got a heap of extras, then you can't just bomb it in. Obviously, you just got it hitting and hoping for our big boys to bring it to ground. And a very good intercepting team they are. And you got to sort of shift them around and change angles and then try and pull them out, and then you can hopefully pick one off then. But I think we used the ball with a bit of composure, which was good, and went around the arc a bit. And when you get the ball in, say, Lizard's hands, you just know he's going to create something. So it was good.
You talk about obviously a few personnel been out, suspensions, injuries and the like. You're getting a few back. I noticed today on the bench, Dean Coxie was coaching from the bench, but also a man with the iPad, and I assume he wasn't doing Frogger, was Tom Papley. Tell us about his role down there.
He's awesome. He's a little crazy man on the bench, but he's been really, really good and clear. I think he's the way he sees the game is obviously amazing. He's one of our best footy IQ players. So for him to be on the bench and relay a few messages when Coxie's probably losing his shit up top, perhaps can sort of relay that in a calm and composed way on the boundary. So he's been amazing in that aspect, and hopefully we get him back soon.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of my favourites. Boys, any questions that you got upstairs that you'd like to pose to Isaac?
Well, firstly, well done. You guys just had to find a win today, Isaac, and you certainly did that. Take us into the week and just how it unfolded. You go down the beach and whether it's a recovery session, punishment session, whatever you call it, but take that to one side. What did you guys do as leaders? You're one of the strongest leaders at the Swans. What did you do as leaders to try to start to rectify what's happening at Sydney to move forward into the season?
Oh, to put it pretty simply, I think it's hold ourselves to high standards on and off the field, and we want to be the ultimate professionals, so we're going to start acting like it, and then that's where it stems from. So making sure you're professional off the field with your recovery, which is what we did on the Sunday post-game, and then going into the week and performing throughout trainings, throughout whether you watch vision, whether you're dealing with people outside of the club, upstairs in the commercial team. It's just being that ultimate professional and with a lot of trust and respect. So getting back to that sort of standard which we hold ourselves to, and it was disappointing that we let it slip, and then it sort of correlates on field too. So it's good to bounce back. We know it can be a slow burn to I guess hold those standards high again, but it's good to respond pretty quickly and to make sure we're consistent with it and don't let it slip again.
What was involved in the session, Isaac? Was it push-ups and sit-ups and everything, all that kind of thing?
No, just a few laughs early and a bit of a swim. That's about it.
Right, it wasn't as dramatic as it sounded.
No, we had a bit of everything, to be honest.
No schnitzels.
No schnitties.
Boys, thanks very much for all that. Isaac's been very generous with his time. The boys are being called into the room. So, Isaac, congratulations on bouncing back into the winners' circle, and thank you very much for your time today, mate.
I appreciate it. Thanks, brother.
Thanks to Ray Chamberlain downstairs as well with Isaac Heaney.
Giving him the brother.
Sydney Swans, I love it.
Maybe the brother handshake as well.
Love it. We appreciate Isaac's time. The Swans always great with us here on ABC Sport. Sydney by 44 points. Both teams have the week off next week, and we'll see them again, obviously, in round 15.
I'll tell you what I have learned. Like the schnitzel or schnitty.
You love it, don't you?
Oh, everyone in footy knows about it. Like, I learnt about it this week, and I'm right into it.
You haven't been down there doing too many of those early morning sessions?
Would never want to go near that.
He's dirtied up there. We've got him at the end in the final minute. Thank you to you, Ben Cameron.
Thanks, Corby. Thanks.
Ben would try to eat his own arm, though, if he turned into a schnitzel.
GWS and Port tonight. Any chance of the upset? And who are we tipping?
Yeah, well, the Giants haven't been as... strangely been better away from home, haven't they?
Yeah.
So, but no, we'll stick with the Giants.
Yeah, Giants.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Brett
up
Daniels
next,
back.
Geelong and Gold Coast. Who wins?
Cats.
But I want something. I want something from Gold Coast.
Gold Coast through the middle, but Cats for me.
Gold Coast wearing their pretty pink jumpers.
Love it. So good.
We'll see how they go up against Geelong. It is on tap right now. No Bailey Smith for Geelong. Fascinating contest, two of the competition's heavyweights. Thanks to Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas. Thanks to Stuart Hollywood Baker. To the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. Signing off for the mighty MCG. One game down Saturday footy in round 13. The Swans too good by 44 points.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.